Chapter 414. Zichen's request for a pill weapon was fruitless, and he was sent flying with a kick. Both of you are asking for a pill weapon from me. Do you think I'm rich? Misty scolded them. Master, why didn't you let Zichen leave through our teleportation formation? Asked Senior Apprentice brotherly after everyone had left. Stroking his beard, Wanderer Misty smiled and said, The teleportation formation here isn't suitable for him. He's from the barbarian land, so he naturally has to leave through the barbarian land. The chaotic lands are more suitable for him. Senior Apprentice brotherly seemed to understand, but nodded. Misty's gaze became incomparably deep, and there was an inexplicable smile in his eyes. He muttered to himself, With this unconventional barbarian joining us, I think the Bedlam land will become even more interesting. After a month of silence, Zichen's exposed sharpness was completely restrained. He seemed very ordinary. He left the Misty sect and headed for the true southern region. He had already gained some understanding of the southern region from the Misty sect. That was chaos. The southern region was very chaotic. And this situation had persisted for tens of thousands of years. There was no other reason. Tens of thousands of years ago, the supreme overlord of the southern region, the everlasting sect, had suddenly been destroyed, completely disrupting the structure of the southern region. For more resources, one battle after another broke out. And as the everlasting sect's main base, which was now the savage land, it was the source of the chaos. Practically all the factions fought their way here, wanting to get a share of the everlasting sect's old site. As a result, after one battle after another, the resources here were practically all snatched away, and it became a land lacking in resources. There were very few battle skill inheritances, and the experts that came out were even weaker. It was like an uncivilized barbarian. Over time, the savage land was called the savage land by the outside world, and the people here were called barbarians, meaning that they were weak and weak. Back when Zichen was chatting with Misty, they had once again talked about the large factions in the savage land and how they compared to the outside world. At that time, Misty had laughed and shook his head. A large faction in the outside world can destroy all the factions in the savage land. At that time, Zichen was stunned. At the same time, Drifting Mist warned Zichen that after leaving this place, he had to keep a low profile and never let anyone know his bottom line. He had to use 70% of his strength, and save 30% of his strength, to protect himself. At the border between Danyang City and Lutian City, there was an ancient teleportation array. So far, this was the only teleportation array that led to the outside world. As long as one had enough primeval stones, all cultivators could leave as they wished. No one would stop them, and no one would guard this place. When Zichen arrived, he saw that there were many slots beside the teleportation formation, all of which were slots for primal stones. With a quick glance, he estimated that the number of primal stones required was close to 1,000. Although he didn't care about these primordial stones, Zichen still clicked his tongue. With such a huge amount of primordial stones, other than the major forces or those who were flying in the sky, the average rogue cultivator would not be able to take out such a huge amount of primordial stones. Therefore, even if they knew that there was a teleportation array that led to the outside world, they might not be able to take out the primordial stones to leave. With a flash of light and the insertion of 1,000 primordial stones, ripples appeared on the teleportation formation. It was finally activated. Zichen was delighted and was about to leave. Boom! Suddenly, something strange happened. A loud explosion resounded through the sky. The void instantly shattered, and a sky-covering palm print descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura, and slammed towards Zichen. Rumbling sounds were constantly heard, as if thousands of thunderbolts were exploding. It was deafening. Buzz! At the same time, there were the trembling sounds of alchemy weapons. There were several weapons that pierced through the sky, flashing with dazzling light and carrying the power to destroy the world. They appeared from all directions and slashed towards Zichen. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was surrounded by energy, and there was no way to dodge or escape. There was also a powerful pressure that locked onto him, making him feel as if he had fallen into a quagmire and swamp, and his movements were slowed. This was an intricately designed sure-kill situation. The ones in the dark were all sect masters, and there were quite a number of them. All the attacks fell, dazzling and emitting endless destructive aura, instantly drowning Zichen. Bang! All the energy drowned Zichen, and the latter had no time to react at all. His body exploded and turned into nothingness. And in the teleportation array, there were ripples that dissipated the destructive power. The teleportation array was very special. There was an inexplicable energy in it that even ancestral masters couldn't destroy. Zichen's body exploded and turned into nothingness. Many figures appeared from the darkness. They were all extremely old and emitted powerful auras. Each one of them was at the ancestor level, and they were all famous existences. What a cunning kid! He's so cautious. Could it be that he already knew that we would be here? We missed our only chance to kill him just like that. It'll be impossible to kill him in the future. This was a well-designed trap. The purpose was to kill Zichen here. With so many experts, it was enough to kill him in one blow. They waited for more than a month. If it were an ordinary person, they would have given up long ago. But the ancestral masters were very patient. Finally, Zichen appeared, but they didn't expect that it would be a clone. Since the first attack failed, we'll stick to the original plan. Damn it, we were forced to this point by a little guy. They were very unwilling, but this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, they wouldn't have another chance. So, they could only leave. At the same time, the same message was spread among all the major forces. For a year, all disciples and clansmen were not allowed to go out. If they disobeyed and went out without permission, they would be considered to have been kicked out of the clan. Their life and death would be up to fate. This was an internal message that was only limited to the major forces, but it was still found out by some people. When the news spread, it caused an uproar. As the person involved in all this, Zichen didn't go to stop the experts of the other forces just because his clone was destroyed. 4 hours after his clone was destroyed, his real body appeared beside the teleportation array. He put in the primeval stones again. When the teleportation array flashed, he stepped in and left the barbarian land. Hey, barbarian! As soon as Zichen appeared in the teleportation array, he heard a surprised voice. Zichen walked out of the teleportation array and turned his head. He saw a middle-aged man not far away looking at him curiously. Zichen shook his head and smiled bitterly. As expected, he was labeled as an uncivilized barbarian the moment he appeared. It was a man in green, about 40 years old. He only glanced at Zichen for a moment before retracting his gaze and saying indifferently, "Follow me." After he finished speaking, he turned around, leaving Zichen with the back of his head. "This is too unwelcome." Zichen was taken aback. He now had a deeper understanding of the situation in the barbarian land. According to Wanderer Misty, after arriving here, someone should at least give you an introduction to this place and the environment. But now, the other party didn't say a word. It was obvious that he couldn't be bothered with him. The other party didn't speak and directly walked forward. Zichen could only follow. The two didn't speak and the atmosphere was a little heavy. "Can I ask where this place is?" Zichen asked. Now that he was in a foreign place, he had to figure out where he was. As expected of a barbarian. "You don't even know where this place is. It seems the barbarian land is not only lacking in resources, but also in information." The middle-aged man shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. But he still said, "This is the Bedlam land." "The Bedlam land, what a strange name. Isn't this the southern region?" Zichen asked doubtfully. The middle-aged man's expression instantly turned ugly. "The southern region's Bedlam land. Then where are you taking me?" Zichen's idiotic questions made the middle-aged man impatient. In the end, he said, "This is the Bedlam land. There are no rules here. Everything is based on plundering resources. This teleportation array is currently under the management of the Wild Wolf Stronghold, so you are a member of the Wild Wolf Stronghold. From now on, you will serve the Wild Wolf Stronghold." Why should I serve the wild wolf's stronghold? Zichen didn't understand. Because this is the wild wolf's stronghold's territory, because you are a barbarian, and because these are the rules of the Bedlam land. The middle-aged man coldly said. This was a Zephyr realm expert. His strength was similar to Zichen's, both at the early Zephyr realm. But he was even more arrogant than the average late Zephyr realm expert. Zichen asked a few questions, and the middle-aged man only answered one when he became impatient. In the end, when he got tired of asking, the middle-aged man directly said, Enough. You barbarians are weak and will die quickly. You are just cannon fodder. The less you know, the better. For the rest of the journey, the middle-aged man really didn't say a word. Zichen also didn't ask any more questions. But in his heart, he had a deeper understanding of the situation in this barbarian land. A barbarian has come. Find Lord Lu to make arrangements. Half an hour later, Zichen saw a few buildings. A figure appeared from within. At this time, the middle-aged man spoke. A figure walked out from one of the buildings and nodded to the middle-aged man, saying, Lord Lu is not here. Leave it to me. The middle-aged man also nodded and then turned to leave. During this time, he didn't look at Zichen at all, as if he was invisible. Hey, barbarian, come down. It was a man in a black robe. He waved at Zichen with a smile on his face. Just when Zichen thought that the man was easy to talk to, he heard the man in the black robe say, Hey everyone, come and see. A barbarian has come. As the man's voice fell, several figures appeared from the other buildings. Among them, there were men and women. They all stared at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. How lucky we are to see a barbarian here. Everyone looked at Zichen with a surprised expression. He looks like a human. Soft skin and tender flesh, but I don't know how long he can live. I guess he can live for more than 10 days. I guess he can live until the first battle after we leave. The few of them talked about Zichen's life and death unscrupulously in front of him. In addition to curiosity, there was also disdain in their eyes. Zichen frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Even if he used 70% of his strength, he could still beat these people up. Oh, he actually dares to frown. This barbarian has a temper. Just like the rumors say, barbarians are not strong, but they have a bad temper. Kid, how dare you frown? Are you not convinced? Do you want us to spar? The few of them looked very unfriendly. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, the little fellow was woken up by the noise and crawled out of Zichen's arms. It was very dissatisfied and looked around with its black eyes, trying to find the source of the noise. Next to it, the eyes of a female cultivator instantly lit up when she saw the little fellow. The others also looked curious. Hey, barbarian, how much is your monkey? Chapter 4:15. There were more than a dozen people around, all of them flying in the air. Apart from a few who were watching coldly, the rest seemed to be a small team. The team was led by a young man and woman. The man was very handsome, and the woman was also quite beautiful. She had seductive eyes, a willowy waist, and a full butt. At this moment, the appearance of the little guy attracted everyone's attention. Its small eyes rolled around, looking for the source of the voice. Its dissatisfied expression looked very cute. The eyes of the beautiful female cultivator were already shining. When the young man saw this, he directly asked Zichen how much he wanted to sell it. I'm not selling. Zichen flatly refused. He was very decisive. He already disliked these people. If it weren't for the fact that he was unfamiliar with this place, he would have already taught them a lesson. The young man didn't seem to care. With a faint smile, he said, It's just a monkey. As long as you name the price, you will naturally be satisfied. The demonic ape was like a monkey, but it was more like an ape. At this moment, when it heard the young man's words, it was even more dissatisfied. It bared its teeth at the other party. If Zichen hadn't told it to keep a low profile, it would have already attacked. What a cute monkey! It even knows how to play tricks. Cousin, I must get this monkey. The female cultivator's eyes lit up. She took the demonic ape's anger as a joke. Moreover, it kept talking about a monkey, but the demonic ape didn't look like a monkey. I said I'm not selling. Zichen emphasized again. Barbarian, you have to think carefully. We will give you a huge amount of wealth that you will never be able to obtain in your lifetime. The female cultivator's eyes lit up with a smile. Sorry, I don't need wealth. You. The female cultivator's expression changed instantly. You barbarian, you don't know how to appreciate favors. Kid, do you know who we are? How dare you make our young lady angry? Quickly hand over the stupid monkey and apologize. A cultivator next to her said. Squeak, squeak. The little guy was even more dissatisfied. If Zichen hadn't held its little head, it would have jumped out and attacked. It actually has intelligence. The young man's eyes flashed with a strange light. At the same time, a light circulated in his hand, and a small bag appeared. As the bag was opened, a dazzling light instantly appeared. Zichen's expression changed. They were small stones of various colors and were very beautiful. Even though they were very far away, one could still feel the extremely dense origin power undulations within them. High-grade primordial stones. Oh my god, it's actually high-grade primordial stones. There are at least 50 in this bag. How generous! A series of exclamations rang out, and the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard all around. Primeval stones were divided into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. It was said that there was also the highest grade. Among the 3 grades of primeval stones, high grade was the highest, medium grade was second, and low grade was the lowest. As for broken primeval stones, they couldn't even be ranked. In every place, low-grade primordial stones were in circulation. As for mid-grade and high-grade primordial stones, they were extremely rare. In terms of conversion, 1 mid-grade primordial stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade primordial stones, but 100 low-grade primordial stones could not be exchanged for 1 mid-grade primordial stones. Their prices were mostly around 130 to 150. As for high-grade primordial stones, they were generally not traded. Only the truly powerful forces could possess them. Here are 50 high-grade primordial stones. The young man laughed, revealing an arrogant look. Oh my god, so many high-grade primordial stones to buy a stupid monkey. This barbarian really made a profit. Of course. 50 high-grade primordial stones, if exchanged for medium-grade primordial stones, would be worth at least a few thousand. It's enough for him to cultivate for a long time. This barbarian not only made a profit, but also made a huge profit. Everyone looked at Zichen enviously. When a cultivator broke through to the Zephyr realm, using low-grade primordial stones to cultivate would be very slow. Only by using the pure medium-grade primordial stones could one speed up the breakthrough. Hearing the discussions around, Zichen already knew the value of these primordial stones, but he still shook his head. Not trading. Oh my god, is this kid crazy? Such a high price, and he still doesn't want to trade. Humph, it's not that he doesn't want to trade, but he wants to earn more. This barbarian looks honest, but I didn't expect him to be so greedy and cunning. In their opinion, using dozens of high-grade primordial stones to buy a stupid monkey was enough to be called rich and overbearing. Zichen should be grateful to them. But the devil ape was obviously not a stupid monkey. Let alone 50 high-grade primordial stones, even if there were 50 supreme-grade primordial stones, Zichen would still be unmoved. The value of the devil ape could not be measured by primordial stones. What, you think it's not enough? Do you know where this is? This is a chaotic place with no rules. You're just a barbarian, and you dare to ask for so much. Be careful, you won't live long. Just as the young man frowned, someone next to him said coldly with obvious threat. Don't you understand human language? I said I'm not trading, I'm not selling. Zichen's voice was indifferent. He turned and walked to the side, ignoring the few people. Brat, what did you say? Do you dare to say it again? A strong murderous intent rushed towards Zichen. It was obvious that he was also a decisive person. Many people next to him were watching coldly, with faint smiles on their faces, as if they were watching a show. The black-robed man from before was also standing at the side with his arms crossed, his face full of mockery. He was happy to watch the show. "Don't you understand human language? My patience is limited. You'd better not provoke me." Zichen glanced at him coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The cultivator's face changed. His murderous intent rushed towards Lin Fan, but at this moment, Lin Fan's gaze made his heart tremble with fear. "You're courting death." Although his heart was trembling, he still mustered the courage to speak. Many people around were surprised that the barbarian dared to speak like this. Was he strong or stupid? Of course, more people believed the latter. There were no strong barbarians. "Since you don't want to sell, then forget it." The young man smiled and stopped the barbarian. There were very few rules in the Bedlam lands, but unfortunately, there was a rule that forbade fighting. "But cousin, I—" The seductive woman acted coquettishly, her body almost sticking to the barbarian's body. This was only a small interlude. As expected, the barbarian didn't make things difficult for Zichen. Instead, he walked into a building. During this time, the dissatisfied voice of the seductive woman could be heard. The devil ape stuck out its tongue and gestured, causing Zichen to chuckle. Soon, a group of people appeared again, their faces full of smiles. They seemed to have forgotten their previous unhappiness. Occasionally, they would glance at Zichen, a cold light flashing in their eyes. "Barbarian, you've provoked a powerful enemy. This is the Bedlam lands, there are no rules. If you hand over the monkey and apologize, we can let it go. They have extraordinary statuses and powerful strength. It's not worth it to lose your life for a monkey." "That's right. Quickly hand over the monkey and apologize. Perhaps they will let you go and not make things difficult for you." After that, one kind-hearted cultivator after another came, earnestly persuading Zichen. Zichen only smiled and didn't respond. Obviously, Zichen's popularity was good. Even the black-robed man from before was considerate of Zichen. "Barbarian, no one will touch you now. But once you leave this place and enter the wild wolf stronghold, your life and death will depend on you. In the Bedlam lands there is only chaos. There are no rules. If you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over the monkey and avoid disaster." "Thank you for the reminder." Zichen nodded and smiled. Hearing the barbarian's words, Zichen had some ideas in his mind. He naturally coveted that bag of yuan stones. Zichen had been thinking about how to obtain it. Now, after hearing the black-robed man's words, he finally had a solution. In the next 2 days, Zichen learned more about the Bedlam lands. According to the black-robed man, no one had made a move here. Everyone was protected, but it was limited to flying. During this time, Zichen saw 3 true energy boundary cultivators killed with a single slap. They didn't come from the Bedlam lands, but they were obviously extraordinary since they could gather enough yuan stones for teleportation. Yet they were killed with a single slap. During this time, no one came out to blame or pity him. Everyone looked at him coldly. The group from before would occasionally come to provoke him. Zichen chose to remain silent for the time being. "Humph, you'd better enjoy the remaining time in your life." Everyone, including Zichen, was waiting. They were waiting to settle their grudges after they left. During this half a month, more outsiders arrived. There were more than 20 true energy boundary cultivators and several true energy boundary cultivators. The crowd was divided into 3 groups. The true energy boundary group hid in a corner, and didn't even dare to make a sound. They were afraid of being killed with a single slap. In the black-robed man's words, this kind of trash was only used to guard the mine. They didn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. As for the other 2 groups, they were Zichen and another group. As a barbarian, Zichen was isolated. The other 20 true energy boundary cultivators formed a larger group. "Don't worry, young Master Hai. When we leave here, we will make him kneel in front of you and apologize. This barbarian is simply courting death by offending young Master Hai. Even if he takes the initiative to hand over that stupid monkey now, it's too late. When the group of people gathered together, the common topic was how to deal with Zichen after they left without any scruples. But here, due to the rules of the Bedlam lands, no one dared to touch Zichen. Zichen chose to remain silent. "Oh, Lord Lu is back!" the black-robed man exclaimed. At this moment, a figure flew over from the horizon. It was a late true energy boundary cultivator. He flew over from the horizon, his aura surging without restraint. "Lord Lu!" Everyone stood up and respectfully greeted Lord Lu. "Not bad, there are more than 20 of you. This is..." Lord Lu looked around and was very satisfied. Finally, his gaze stopped on Zichen. He was slightly startled. "This is a barbarian." The black-robed man didn't say much. "Yes." Lord Lu nodded expressionlessly. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lord Lu was a little unhappy. He said indifferently, "Someone will come to take you away later. Now, all of you better behave." Everyone nodded in agreement. They didn't dare to offend Lord Lu. Even the young men and women from before were much more well-behaved. After that, Lord Lu left, and the black-robed man told him a secret. 2 years ago, Lord Lu was beaten up by 2 barbarians in the early stage of the flight realm. He has always been very unhappy with the barbarians. What, barbarians are actually so strong? Many people were surprised. Those 2 were special. One of them was very strong, and the other one actually knew how to use formations. Lord Lu was at a disadvantage at that time. The black-robed man lowered his voice and whispered. Fortunately, that guy was in the true energy boundary. If he was in the true energy boundary, Lord Lu would have killed him with one slap. Not long after, 2 more figures appeared in the sky. One of them was shining with golden light. When everyone saw it clearly, they were all stunned. It was a bald monk. Chapter 4:16. 2 figures appeared from the horizon. They were very fast. In just a few breaths, they arrived and descended from the sky. When everyone saw one of them clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. One of them was a bald monk wearing a monk robe. The land of chaos was indeed chaotic. There were people from all walks of life. Now that a monk had appeared, everyone subconsciously guessed that there might be a Taoist nun. But no one showed any contempt just because the other party was bald. The one with the monk was a late-stage Zephyr realm expert. His eyes were very small and occasionally flashed with a cold light. The 2 of them came together without any distinction of seniority. Obviously, they were on equal footing. This monk was not simple. "I'm Mu Hei. Greetings to the 2 lords." The black-robed man bowed respectfully. "Greetings to the lords." The others followed suit and were very respectful. "Not bad, there are so many people." "Well, very good, very good." The late-stage Zephyr realm expert nodded with satisfaction. Inadvertently, his eyes swept to the maverick Zichen next to him. Everyone else was bowing, but Zichen was different. Not only was he not bowing, he was even looking at them with a faint smile. The late-stage Zephyr realm expert was stunned and immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. "Why don't you bow when you see the lords?" Mu Hei's face changed when he saw them. Others didn't know the identity of the 2, but Mu Hei knew very well that neither of them were easy to deal with. First of all, this lord was the 7th head of Wild Wolf Bandits. He had many Zephyr realm experts under him. He was very powerful and famous. His methods were ruthless and he killed people like flies. Few people dared to provoke him. He once killed hundreds of cultivators in a day. As for this monk, although he seemed to be at the mid-stage Zephyr realm, his combat strength was terrifying. When he appeared 2 years ago, he was only at the early stage Zephyr realm. He refused to be controlled by the 8th head. In a battle, he almost killed the other party and became the 8th head, causing a huge sensation. Now, a mere barbarian dared to put on airs in front of the 2 heads. He was simply courting death. "Lords, I'm really sorry. This is a barbarian who doesn't know the rules." Mu Hei hurriedly apologized and explained. It was not for Zichen, but because he was afraid that he would be implicated. The other 20 or so Zephyr Realm experts also secretly glanced at Zichen, their eyes full of ridicule and disdain. Barbarian! Tuaeo was slightly startled. Then, he felt relieved and said, "No wonder he is so unconventional. It turns out that he is a barbarian who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It is understandable that he has no rules." Tuaeo glanced at the monk and said with a smile, "Master Shan seems to come from the same place as you. It's fate that we met. Anyway, you only have one spot this time. Why don't you take him?" Tyrant didn't speak, nor did he look at Zichen. Instead, he looked at the 20 or so people in front of him. A faint golden light flashed in his eyes, as if he was choosing a suitable candidate. Tuaeo shifted his gaze away from the monk. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Let me introduce him to everyone." He pointed at the monk and said, "This is the 8th leader of Wild Wolf Stronghold, Master Kindness. We pay our respects to Great Master Shan." The group of people bowed respectfully again. Tuaeo nodded with satisfaction. "This time, Great Master Kindness and I will choose together. Although Great Master Kindness only has one spot, he has the right to choose first. He will choose the true elite experts, so you should feel honored. As for the rest, follow me. I am Tuaeo, the 7th leader." After that, everyone bowed again to Tuaeo. Of course, Zichen was excluded. Tyrant's eyes flashed as he looked at the 20 or so people in the sky. It seemed that he was having a hard time making a decision. "Master Tuaeo, we came together. We really don't want to be separated. Moreover, we are not elites. We hope to follow Master Tuaeo." At this moment, the young man spoke. "Yes, we are together. Moreover, we are not elites. We hope that Master Tuaeo will take us in. We really don't want to be separated." The others nodded and spoke one after another. Tuaeo was delighted. These people were indeed not barbarians. However, on the surface, he said awkwardly, "This is not good. After all, Great Master Kindness chose first. We can't break the rules. Master, isn't it just choosing an elite expert? We have one here. Look at this man who didn't even bow when he saw the two masters. He has the pride of an elite expert. I think he must be the elite that Great Master Kindness is looking for," the young man said. Yes, this man is handsome and dignified. No matter how you look at him, he looks like an elite expert." The people who were calling him a barbarian before were now calling him a man. They couldn't wait to praise Zichen to the heavens. That makes sense." When Tuaeo heard this, he nodded solemnly and said, "Although the barbarian land is full of uncivilized barbarians, there are also real strong people. Master Shan is one of them. 2 years ago, there were also 2 who made Lu Tong suffer a great loss. Recently, there have been many rumors about barbarians showing their power in the land of turmoil. This young man can break through to the spirit origin realm at such a young age. He has a dignified appearance, heroic spirit, and extraordinary power. I think he must be a powerful person. Great Master Kindness, please don't decline." "That's right. I hope Great Master Kindness will not decline," the others said in unison. The monk's expression was indifferent. There was no joy in it. He asked calmly, "Are you really not considering going to the 8th Brigade with me?" Although his words were indifferent, everyone could hear the unwillingness in his heart. "Great Master Kindness, we want to go, but the gap between us and the elite experts is too big. We think this man is the real elite candidate. Moreover, he came from the same barbarian land as Great Master Kindness. It can be said that it's fate." The young man looked embarrassed, but his eyes were full of ridicule. After hearing that Great Master Kindness came from the barbarian land, his heart was filled with contempt. He was even more disdainful of the so-called 8th Brigade. "Of course, if Great Master Kindness is in a difficult position, you can also choose from here. It's also possible that a future elite expert will appear here." The young man pointed to the side. There were some true energy realm cultivators that no one cared about. Good and evil monks smiled indifferently and looked at Tuaeo again. The latter's face was full of ridicule, waiting for him to watch a good show. Zichen, an unparalleled sky martial artist who broke through to the Zephyr realm. Of course, he's invincible in the Zephyr realm. No one cares about him. The monk snickered in his heart. He had already seen Zichen and even communicated with him through spiritual thoughts. They were teasing the monk, saying that Zichen was an elite expert. Little did they know that the two were old friends and had been communicating with each other through spiritual thoughts. They were teasing the two of them, but the two of them were also watching a group of monkeys playing around. Not to mention a few Zephyr realm cultivators. Even Tuoyo was not enough in front of Zichen. Damn monk, are you sure there are no rules here? Zichen asked again through telepathy. There's only one rule here, which is to rob. Rob whoever you don't like. You can rob women, rob resources, rob everything. The monk also replied through telepathy. You perverted monk, how dare you rob women? After looking around and seeing everyone's mocking expression, the monk said awkwardly, If that's the case, I'll reluctantly accept. Haha, Master Kindness, it's your luck to have such an elite expert. You should seize this opportunity. That's true. Such an elite expert is hard to come by. Master Kindness, you can't miss this opportunity. Everyone laughed. That's right. Buddhism is about karma and Buddha's fate. It's fate that we met. Then I'll agree. The monk put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name. However, he was met with laughter. If a barbarian was an elite expert, then there would be no elite experts in the world. This monk must be blind to believe in a few words. Elite expert, are you willing to follow me to the 8th Battalion? The monk turned around and looked at Zichen with a smile in his eyes. I'm willing to follow you. Zichen also smiled. The two of them looked at each other. Everything was understood without words. Haha, he's indeed an elite expert. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Not bad, what an elite expert. Haha. Everyone in the surroundings could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Toayo also laughed and said, Well, all of you come with me. From now on, you'll be part of the 7th Battalion. When you see the people of the 8th Battalion, you must be close to each other. Yes, sir. Everyone replied in unison. Sir, I have one more question, the young man suddenly said. Go ahead. I want to ask, now that we've joined the 7th Battalion, are we no longer protected by the rules here? After the young man finished speaking, he glanced coldly at Zichen. Tuayo glanced at them and understood what was going on. He was very satisfied and nodded. Yes, your life is now in your own hands. Any conflicts can be resolved here. Okay, thank you, sir. After the young man finished speaking, he turned to Zichen and said, Elite expert, come and settle our grudges. After that, he walked towards Zichen with an unfriendly face. What grudges do we have? Zichen glanced at them. What do you think? More than 20 of them flew up and surrounded Zichen in an instant. The monk stood at the side, not saying a word. Looking at more than 20 fierce people, Zichen was very nervous. He hugged the demon ape tighter in his arms and asked the monk for help. Master, save me. Amitabha, out of here, life and death are up to fate. This poor monk can't help you. The monk put his palms together and looked solemn. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd once again burst into laughter. Now, no one can protect you. It's too late even if you hand over that stupid monkey. How dare you talk back to me? Today, I'll break your mouth. Damn barbarian, you really think you're an elite expert? Today, I'll trample on you. They looked unfriendly and closed in on Zichen. Swoosh. Zichen didn't say a word and turned to leave. He wasn't slow at all. Oh, that barbarian ran away. Chase him. More than 20 people rose into the air and chased after Zichen. They weren't slow and soon caught up with Zichen. Then, a fierce battle ensued. Zichen was no match for them at all. He was sent flying in a few moves and the demon ape in his arms was also taken away. Beat his face until it's swollen. He really thinks he's an elite expert. The young man said proudly. Boom. Chapter 417. A group of more than 20 people surrounded Zichen. Several of them attacked, and Zichen was beaten back repeatedly. He couldn't fight back at all. Everyone laughed at him. How could he be considered an elite expert? The devil ape had been snatched away and was held in the arms of the seductive female cultivator. It shook its head, as if it had never seen such a big scene before. The seductive female cultivator smiled and comforted the devil ape. Just as everyone was about to go up and teach Zichen a lesson and knock out his teeth, a violent aura suddenly came from the horizon. This aura made people tremble. It was filled with endless killing intent. Everyone was startled and subconsciously turned their heads. Then, they saw a middle-aged Taoist in a Taoist robe coming from the horizon. The violent aura was actually coming from him. This old Taoist has been roaming the Chaos Lands for thousands of years. What I hate the most is to see others steal things. Why don't you all stop? The young man turned his head and said disdainfully. Stinky Taoist, where did you come from? Thousands of years? What are you bragging about? Are you a bastard? How could you live that long? This was a middle-aged Taoist. He was slightly chubby, and the strength he displayed was only at the early stage of the flying race. No one believed him at all. You stinky Taoist, get out of here! How dare you meddle in our business? Are you courting death? The others also spoke, cold light flashing in their eyes. They weren't afraid of the middle-aged Taoist at all. Humph, you all are really arrogant. How dare you steal things in broad daylight? It seems you don't put me, the virtuous loose cultivator, in your eyes. The middle-aged Taoist approached in the air, his eyes cold. Get the hell out of here! What virtuous loose cultivator? I've never heard of you. If you meddle in other people's business again, I'll rob you too. There's no sense of achievement in robbing a poor barbarian. Since you want to interfere, we might as well rob him together. The other flying race cultivators spoke with sinister smiles on their faces. There were more than 20 of them in the flying race, more than 20 times the number of flying race cultivators. Moreover, there were 2 leaders, so they naturally weren't afraid of the other party. Let's go and show him our power, the young man shouted. Swish. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, several rays of light flashed and 7 or 8 people rushed toward the middle-aged Taoist. Their eyes were cold and they had smug smiles on their faces. This Taoist has lived in the bedlam for thousands of years. Who doesn't know me, the virtuous loose cultivator? You little brats dare to mess with me? I won't let you off today. The middle-aged Taoist was furious. He turned around and charged forward. There was no powerful aura circulating around his body, but his every movement had a natural and unrestrained rhythm, like flowing water. He lightly struck out with his palm, but it contained an inexplicable energy. Smelly cow knows you're courting death, one of the Taoists shouted as he clenched his fist and punched out. His origin energy surged as he punched towards the Taoist priest. Bang! A fist collided with a palm, resulting in a deafening explosion. Following that, the Yukong cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying backwards. His right arm was pulled back and his facial features were distorted from the pain. His entire arm was almost shattered by the Taoist's palm. The middle-aged Taoist priest didn't have any injuries on his body. He didn't even stop moving as he charged towards the others. After sending one of them flying, the other attacks arrived. The surging energy emitted a brilliant light and instantly engulfed the Taoist priest. Rumble! A rumbling sound was heard as the energy exploded. A destructive aura rippled and rushed in all directions. Is he dead? Being engulfed by such terrifying energy, he's dead for sure. The destructive energy surged, causing the void to tremble and distort. No one continued to attack, waiting for the energy to dissipate. Swoosh! But before the destructive energy dissipated, a figure rushed out. It was the middle-aged Taoist priest. His Taoist robe fluttered, and his eyes were even colder. The energy explosions didn't leave any wounds on his body. Even his Taoist robe wasn't damaged. Everyone's expression changed. The middle-aged Taoist priest's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. The Taoist priest appeared in a flash and charged towards the others. After that, he simply struck out with his palm. It was natural and unrestrained, with a certain rhythm. Bang! One of the Yukon cultivators was swept by the palm wind. He grunted as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His body flew backwards, and the energy shield around him shattered immediately. Puff! The palm wind hit one of the Yukon cultivator's chest, and the latter coughed out blood like a kite with a broken string. This was a shocking battle. The middle-aged Taoist priest was extremely powerful. It was as if he was invincible. His palm landed lightly, and if it hit one of the Yukon cultivators, that person would definitely vomit blood and fly backwards. Even if they were swept by the palm wind, blood would still flow from the corner of their mouth. In just a few breaths' time, the first 7 or 8 Yukon cultivators were all defeated. They were all wailing in pain, suffering different degrees of injuries. The others were already stunned. What kind of combat power was this? 1 against 8, and he still won. How dare you steal in broad daylight? Today, I will definitely teach you all a lesson. The middle-aged Taoist priest snorted, and the aura around him became sharper. Damn Taoist priest, I don't believe that you can fight 20 alone. The young man's expression became unnatural. The middle-aged Taoist priest's combat power surprised him, but it didn't scare him to retreat. If he won against 8, then what about 20? Kill! As soon as he finished speaking, shouts shook the sky, and monstrous killing intent filled the air. A group of people rushed towards the Taoist priest and began to gang up on him. At this moment, Zichen became the target of abandonment. He stood aside in the air, and no one cared about him. Only the woman holding the demon ape was not far away. Barbarian, what are you looking at? This monkey is already mine. If you dare to have any ideas about it, I will kill you. The seductive woman said and glared at Zichen fiercely. Zichen was expressionless, as if he was frightened. He turned his head to look at the battlefield, but a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. In the distance, the situation of the gang had taken shape. Colorful light flowed, and spiritual weapons appeared one after another, displaying endless power. They were like streaks of lightning, and attacked the middle-aged Taoist priest. There were more than 20 spiritual weapons, and they formed an inescapable net. Sword chi swallowed, and cold light surged. Dense killing intent filled the sky. At the same time, there was an overwhelming energy attack that filled the entire sky. Ripples of destructive aura fell from the sky, and slashed towards Zichen. Rumble! The attacks of more than 20 experts caused the sky to tremble. The void was constantly distorting, and there were signs of it shattering. Humph, let's see if you can still survive. The young man's eyes flashed with killing intent. He thought that the 20 of them could destroy the enemy, so he was full of confidence. However, in the next moment, this confidence was shattered by the middle-aged Taoist priest. Facing the siege of the crowd, the middle-aged Taoist priest went completely berserk. He displayed a kind of extreme speed, and his figure was like a ghost as he dodged one energy attack after another. Then, he struck out with his palm. The light palm carried a faint palm wind, but it contained an inconceivable amount of energy. When a spiritual weapon slashed over, it shattered with a cracking sound. Pun! The spiritual weapon shattered, and cold light scattered in all directions. Everyone was shocked to see a spiritual weapon shattered in one strike. However, this was only the beginning. The shattering of a spiritual weapon was not a coincidence. Pun! Pun! After that, the middle-aged Taoist priest continued to strike. As his palm and finger landed, cracks appeared on the spiritual weapons one after another, and they finally shattered. This was an extremely frightening scene. There was actually someone in this world who could shatter a spiritual weapon with their physical body. Following the continuous sounds of explosions, one spiritual weapon after another was shattered. Everyone was shocked. Then, the middle-aged Taoist priest charged at a cultivator and struck out with his palm. Pfft! The cultivator coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and several of his bones were broken. He felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and he was directly sent flying. What a powerful physical body! The cultivator's expression changed, and his face was filled with shock. However, he only had time to say one sentence before his head tilted to the side, and he fainted. In just a few breaths, there were nearly 10 people who had been knocked unconscious. Such battle strength made everyone tremble. Apart from shock, their eyes were also filled with disbelief. They were unable to imagine how a mere early-stage Zephyr could have such powerful strength. One strike was enough to knock out a cultivator of the same level. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, there were even people who wanted to flee. They were not a group to begin with, and they were all pulled over by the young man. "I said that I would teach you all a lesson today." The middle-aged Taoist priest's eyes were cold, and he displayed his extreme speed. In an instant, one of the people who wanted to flee was sent flying back. Everyone was terrified, and no longer dared to flee. Slap. At this moment, the clear sound of a slap rang out in the air. Everyone looked over and saw that the young man from before had been slapped by the middle-aged Taoist priest, and was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Even an existence like him was unable to react in front of the middle-aged Taoist priest. "You dare to steal from me, the virtuous wanderer? How dare you?" The middle-aged Taoist priest was furious, and he slapped the young man again, causing him to see stars. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Taoist priest was too terrifying. His battle strength was great, and even his temper seemed to be very strange. He was a dignified monk, yet he slapped someone. That was too barbaric. However, no one dared to speak, and no one dared to question him. No matter where they were, strength was respected. "Do you know who I am?" The young man coughed up blood, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Slap. Slap. The middle-aged Taoist priest slapped the young man again, and he said disdainfully, "I don't care where you came from. In front of me, the virtuous wanderer, be it a snake or a cat, be it a cat or a dog. You dare to show your background in front of me? You're courting death." After saying that, the middle-aged Taoist priest slapped the young man away. Then, in a flash of light, he also knocked down a few others. Everyone was dumbfounded. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like a Taoist priest, but more like a hooligan. Everyone's hearts trembled. Was this really a Taoist priest? And a virtuous Taoist priest? What was he doing? Was this really a Taoist priest? I hate seeing people steal from others the most. If I see it again in the future, I'll beat you up every time I see you. The middle-aged Taoist priest said coldly as he swept his gaze over the group of people. Yes, we won't dare again. We won't dare again, we won't dare again. At that moment, everyone was frightened. Even the female cultivator holding the demonic eight fell to the ground, her face pale. You've completely infuriated me. If you want me to let you go, then take out everything you have to calm me down. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. The middle-aged Taoist priest shouted again. Chapter 418. Everyone was stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. If they had guessed before that this was a different kind of Taoist, then now they were completely sure that this was a real ruffian. He had nothing to do with the carefree and indifferent true Taoist in their hearts. What did he mean by he had lived for thousands of years and hated to see others snatch things? That was all nonsense. His real purpose was to get the things on them. This was not a kind Taoist who would lend a helping hand when he saw injustice. He was a different kind of Taoist who appeared purely to snatch things. What's wrong? Weren't you all very arrogant when you snatched other people's things? Why aren't you saying anything now? Tell me, do you all not want to live anymore? The middle-aged Taoist swept his gaze across the crowd and said coldly. Everyone had the urge to cry. This was really karma. They were shouting at the barbarians as if they were going to be beaten or killed. They did not put the barbarians in their eyes at all. Now, in less than a quarter of an hour, they had become the prey in the eyes of others. The Taoist was too strong. He won against 20 people. Everyone trembled and no one dared to speak. If you want to live, then hand over everything on you. Don't force this kind monk to use violence. When everyone heard this, they had the urge to curse. Only you are a monk, only you are kind. Only one of the barbarians and the female cultivators who did not participate in the battle was not injured. Among them, young Master Hai was beaten into a pig's head. Half of his teeth fell out, and he spoke with a lisp. Was this something a kind monk would do? What's wrong? None of you have any reaction. It seems that wealth is more important than life. Are you all forcing this monk to kill you? Everyone was speechless. They did not know what to do with the Taoist. They did not know how to answer, but they also did not know how to answer. They all chose to remain silent. Not far away, Zichen sneered. Clearly, they were waiting for Tuao's arrival. Enough. Who are you? How dare you come to my wild wolf stronghold's territory and behave so atrociously? Sure enough, Tuao's voice sounded in the next moment. He had finally arrived. However, when the latter arrived, he saw everything in front of him with a face of disbelief. While these people were resolving their conflicts, he was holding back the monk, preventing the other party from coming over to help. He wanted to let the barbarians suffer a little. However, after hearing the loud sounds and energy fluctuations, he felt that something was amiss and hurried over. He didn't expect to see a middle-aged Taoist intimidating 20 flight users. Furthermore, they were all injured. It was clear that they had already fought, and were no match for him. Tua appeared proudly and stepped forward step by step. He did not underestimate the other party just because he thought that the other party was only at the early stage of the flight of flight. Master Kindness was a clear example. Back then, when he was at the early stage of the flight of flight, he almost killed a late-stage flight of flight. Moreover, the other party was able to fight against 20 people of the same level. This was an existence that was not weaker than Master Kindness. Sir Tua is here. My lord, save us! Seeing Tuao'o appear, everyone looked as if they had seen their savior. Their faces were filled with excitement. Who are you? Why aren't you bowing to the virtuous cultivator? However, the middle-aged Taoist immediately shouted, startling everyone. For the seventh master to bow, how big was his face? Furthermore, it was a mere early-stage zephyr-round cultivator. This Taoist was too high quality. Tuao'o did not look down on the other party. Instead, he was looked down on. He immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. What? Not only are you not bowing to your virtuous cultivator, you even dare to show dissatisfaction. The middle-aged Taoist glared. Everyone was stupefied once more. This Taoist was clearly deliberately looking for trouble. Did he have the confidence to deal with a late-stage flight of flight? Stinky Taoist, are your dog eyes blind? You don't even recognize Sir Tua. Wild Wolf Stronghold's 7th Master bowed to you. Are you worthy? You want Sir to bow to you. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Tuao'o frowned, his expression instantly turning cold. Some flight of flight also took the opportunity to shout. What Wild Wolf Stronghold? Wild Dog Stronghold? What 7th Master and 6th Master? This virtuous cultivator has never heard of them. The middle-aged Taoist had a ruffian expression as he shouted at Tuao'o. 7th Wolf Dog, let me ask you, why aren't you bowing to me when you see me? 7th Wolf Dog, what kind of name was that? And he even said that they were bowing to him. In the next moment, everyone looked down and jumped. They didn't know when, but they were all kneeling on the ground. As for Tuao'o, the high and mighty 7th Master was called 7th Wolf Dog. When had he ever received such humiliation? His nose was about to become crooked from anger. Brazen, are your dog eyes blind? A mere early-stage flight dares to call our master that. Who gave you the dog guts? Did you eat a leopard's gall? You dare be so rude? Insulting Wild Wolf Stronghold, insulting 7th Master? You are courting death. These people were enraged from shame. After getting up, they all began to loudly berate him, venting their dissatisfaction. A bunch of flies were making a ruckus. The middle-aged priest frowned and his face was filled with displeasure. He swept everyone with a cold gaze and said coldly, All of you kneel. How bold! Did I allow all of you to get up? You damn Taoist! Stinky Taoist! Rogue Taoist! As soon as the Taoist finished speaking, he was instantly swallowed by the clamor. Each person spoke one sentence, making 20 sentences. It could be said that the more people there were, the more words there were. The Taoist was just one person, so he naturally couldn't beat them in a war of words. Enough. Now, whoever dares to say another word, I'll kill them. In the end, the Taoist let out an explosive shout. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense killing intent appeared in his eyes. Boundless killing intent caused people's hearts to tremble. Many people subconsciously shut their mouths. Humph, stinky Taoist, do you think you dash? But there were still people who were disdainful. Relying on their arrogance, they were not afraid of the Taoist's threat. But before he finished speaking, his voice abruptly stopped. Pfft. A head flew high from the body, its eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. The headless corpse crazily spurted out blood and fell backwards. The flight that had spoken was instantly beheaded. Everyone was stunned, so frightened that they shut their mouths. No one saw how the Taoist attacked, and by the time they noticed, the Taoist was already dead. Everyone felt a chill down their spines, feeling a cold wind on their necks. Many people were glad that the one who spoke just now was not them. The Taoist was still standing in the same place, as if he had not moved a single step. But in the distance, a flight had died. Such a strange speed was shocking. All around, there was dead silence. No one dared to speak. What a fast speed. Is this what he's relying on? Tuo'eo's expression changed, coldly looking at the middle-aged Taoist. The anger that had just risen was slowly fading away under such extreme speed. Just now, when the Taoist attacked, he actually did not react. The middle-aged Taoist glanced at Tuo'eo and said, "Seventh wolf dog, since you are their wolf dog, then I will not make things difficult for you. Hand over all your wealth, and I can let you go. This great virtue cultivator is not willing to kill again." Everyone was speechless. Asking for all their wealth, this was not called making things difficult. In an instant, one person was killed cleanly, who knew how many people he had killed. Moreover, in their hearts, each and every one of them thought that the middle-aged Taoist was too arrogant. A mere early flight dared to ask the seventh master to hand over his wealth. He really had guts. His speed was fast, but his combat power was not necessarily strong. It was possible that he could not even break through the seventh master's defense. Good. I, Tuo'eo, never thought that the first time I, Tuo'eo, was looked down upon and robbed of my things, it was actually an early flight. Tuo'eo's anger that had just subsided was once again ignited because of the words seventh wolf dog. He was finally angry, a cold light flashed in his eyes. If you want my wealth, then let's see if you have the strength to do so. Seventh wolf dog, I advise you to be rational. You have been here all your life, but this old Taoist has been here for thousands of years. Don't cause another bloody battle because of some worldly possessions. Seventh wolf dog, you have to think twice. Everyone was speechless. This was too outrageous, calling him seventh wolf dog. Was he trying to anger the seventh master to death? Ah! The seventh master madly roared, completely enraged. Let's fight, you stinking Taoist. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it just a battle? Seventh wolf dog, I've been waiting for you to say that. I, the virtuous unfettered, have never tasted defeat in my thousands of years in the chaotic lands. Die! Tuo'eo was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He decided to take the initiative and not listen to his opponent's words. Otherwise, he would die from anger. With a roar, his aura surged and he extended a large hand. The large hand glowed, and rays of light circulated. The dome of the sky rumbled as a huge energy palm appeared, carrying a terrifying might as it ruthlessly attacked the middle-aged Taoist. Bang! The middle-aged Taoist lightly sent out a palm. It was natural and unrestrained. The small palm landed on the large hand, causing a huge explosion and terrifying ripples to spread out. The large hand was shattered, and the middle-aged Taoist was forced back several steps. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Everyone was shocked. Just where did this virtuous unfettered come from? He was actually so powerful that he could fight someone 2 levels above him. Stinking Taoist, die! After that attack, Tuao's figure flashed, and endless killing intent surged around him as he charged towards the middle-aged Taoist. 7th Wolf Dog, watch out! The middle-aged Taoist also charged forward. In the sky, a fierce battle broke out. The sounds of explosions were like thunder, spreading everywhere. The two of them were very fast, like 2 rays of light. The more they fought, the faster they became. The virtuous unfettered, with his early-stage Zephyr strength, was able to fight against a late-stage Zephyr realm head. Such battle strength was shocking. When did such a person appear in the Bedlam lands? How come I've never heard of the virtuous unfettered cultivator? The more Tuao fought, the more shocked he became. His opponent's strength could be described as unfathomable. 7th Wolf Dog, you're very weak. From time to time, the middle-aged Taoist's mocking voice rang out. Clearly, his opponent was still very relaxed. And every time he called him 7th Wolf Dog, it would ignite Tuao's anger, causing him to attack with even more ferocious battle skills. As time passed, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The 7th head of Wild Wolf's stronghold in their eyes was fighting against an early-stage Zephyr realm head. Not only was he unable to gain the upper hand, he was actually being suppressed. How is this possible? Lord Tuao is being suppressed. This is impossible. That Taoist is only at the early-stage Zephyr realm. Everyone's expression changed, and they were incomparably shocked. Even the previously arrogant young man's eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 419. Boom! After attacking for a long time without success, Master Tuao became anxious. He exploded with power, releasing a terrifying aura as he unleashed his strongest attack. For a moment, the world lost its color. A palm print covered the sky, releasing a terrifying aura as it fiercely struck towards the middle-aged Taoist. This attack had the aura of a leader, far stronger than a normal late-stage Zephyr realm cultivator. Hey, 7th Wolf Dog, take a look at this attack of mine. The middle-aged Taoist opened his mouth, almost scattering the aura that Tuao had just gathered. The latter's face was gloomy as he controlled the palm print to attack. Looking at the virtuous loose cultivator, after he spoke, his body also emitted a golden light. He turned from a ruffian into a war god in golden armor. His aura rose by several levels as he struck out with a palm print. In an instant, a golden light palm print rose into the sky, and a powerful aura filled the world. This was a sign that victory and defeat were about to be decided. Everyone's eyes widened. Boom! In an earth-shattering explosion, the 2 palm prints exploded. Victory and defeat had been decided. Tuao coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back from the sky. His eyes were filled with shock. He had actually lost. Everyone was in an uproar. Master Tuao, the 7th leader of Wild Wolf's stronghold, had actually been defeated by an early-stage Zephyr realm Taoist. Looking at the virtuous loose cultivator, he stood in the air, his robes fluttering without wind. He looked down and shouted, 7th Wolf Dog has already lost. If you don't want to die, hand over all your wealth. Hearing this, Tuao coughed up another mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Everyone's hearts were filled with despair. Even Master Tuao, who was at the late stage of Zephyr realm, had lost. Who could suppress him? You want my wealth? Dream on. Tuao refused to accept this. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He once again turned into lightning and rushed over from the distance. Go to hell. His body emitted a dazzling light, like a burning flame. His essence, chi, and spirit rose to the peak. This was a method similar to burning one's life force. Although it could be exchanged for temporary power, it would be very weak in the future. As his life force burned, Tuao's aura became even stronger. As he breathed in and out, this powerful aura continued to rise. But every time his aura rose, more life force would be burned. In the future, he would suffer endless pain. If it was serious, his realm might even drop. Boom! After reaching a certain limit, he unleashed a powerful attack. In an instant, the sky exploded, and a palm imprint containing a destructive aura descended from the sky. The virtuous cultivator's eyes became extremely serious. His aura also continued to climb. At a time like this, he naturally couldn't hold back. His powerful aura spread out. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. Murderous chi surrounded him as if there were countless resentful spirits crying out. At the same time, the sound of flowing rivers rang out from within his body. It was as if his muscles and bones were resonating at the same time, providing him with endless energy. Moreover, this was the first time he had clenched his fist and struck out with a stunning punch. The sky trembled. In this world, it was as though there was only this fist, this imposing figure. He was as tall as the heavens and earth, looking down on all life, extremely tyrannical. The overbearing imposing figure and the glaring golden fist light became the only thing in the world, deeply imprinted in the minds of the crowd. As for Toa's attack that burned his life force, although terrifying, under this tyrannical figure, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating its own strength. Boom! The fist light collided with the palm imprint, causing an earth-shattering sound. The void shattered like a mirror, and terrifying energy scattered in all directions. The terrifying palm imprint was shattered by the fist light. Under the impact of the powerful energy, Toa was once again sent flying. This time, in addition to coughing up blood, there was also the clear sound of bones breaking. With just one punch, Toa had suffered an unimaginable injury. In addition, a large amount of his life force had been burned, so Toa did not have the strength to strike again. Everyone was horrified. Was this the true strength of the virtuous cultivator? That golden figure was really too strong, so strong that no one had the slightest desire to fight. Even the late-stage Imperial heir, who had burned his life force, was defeated in one blow. His strength was shocking. When the crowd looked up again, the imposing figure and the overbearing manner had disappeared. The middle-aged Taoist priest had once again become a rascal. The 7 wolf dogs are already half dead. No one will protect you anymore. Now hand over all your wealth. Don't force me to be rough. The virtuous cultivator stood in the air, overlooking the crowd, but there was no longer any arrogance. Do you know who we are? Whose territory this is? You dare to rob here? Do you want to die? Toa gritted his teeth and stood up with difficulty. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His spirit was weak, and his face was pale. I said it before. Showing off your background in front of me is useless. I don't care if you're a wolf dog or a dog. If you don't hand over your wealth today, then all of you can go to hell. The virtuous cultivator was very powerful. He did not buy it at all. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Toa, directly slapping him. The loud sound made everyone tremble. Moreover, with one slap, half of Toa's teeth were gone. Now I'll give you one last chance. Hand it over or not. The cold voice made everyone's heart tremble. Losing their wealth was better than losing their lives. If they lost their wealth, they could still earn it back. If they lost their lives, then their wealth would be useless. Thus, they all obediently handed over their wealth. Mother Asterisk Cur, are you all poor? Why do you only have so little vitality stones? The virtuous cultivator angrily shouted, searching through the spiritual rings one by one. Toa refused to hand it over, and was knocked unconscious by the virtuous cultivator with another slap. Then, he forcibly took away the spiritual ring. In the bright golden light, he directly broke through the seal. This made everyone dumbfounded. A mere early-stage void flight cultivator had actually broken through the seal of a late-stage void flight cultivator. How powerful was his spiritual sense! Mother Asterisk Cur, a mere leader is so poor. What a waste! No wonder he's called a wolf dog leader. Seeing a pile of mid-grade vitality stones in the spiritual ring, and even some high-grade vitality stones, the virtuous cultivator was overjoyed. However, on the surface, he was very dissatisfied. Everyone was speechless. Was this really just a Taoist? Why was his mouth full of vulgarities? He was simply a bandit. It's your turn, you little thing. The virtuous cultivator walked towards the young man. The latter's eyes were full of fear, and even fear. He was so scared that he couldn't stop trembling. He reached for the spiritual ring, having been completely frightened by the opponent's power. He didn't dare to complain anymore. Boom! Just as the virtuous cultivator walked in front of him, the other's frightened expression suddenly disappeared. A trace of hatred flashed through his eyes. Then, a terrifying aura surged around him, and he rushed towards the virtuous cultivator. A forbidden weapon had exploded. It was equivalent to a powerful attack from a Grand Master. Humph, little bastard, you want to play mind games with me? You're still too inexperienced. The virtuous cultivator sneered. He seemed to have been prepared. His figure continuously retreated. At the same time, a silver light rushed out from between his eyebrows, instantly turning into a lightning dragon. It collided with the forbidden weapon's attack, causing a deafening explosion. Seeing this scene, the young man's face was drained of all color. This time, he was truly frightened. When the energy dissipated, the virtuous cultivator flashed forward. With a cold smile, he slapped out the remaining half of the other's teeth. Then, he directly knocked the other out and forcefully took the spiritual ring. His movements were so clean and swift that it made one wonder how many people he had practiced this on. As expected, this guy was extremely rich. There was a lot of wealth in the spiritual ring. Apart from more than 100 upper-grade vitality stones, there were also many mid-grade vitality stones. In addition, there were also 2 undamaged forbidden weapons. I don't want to kill women. Hand over your wealth. After robbing everyone, the virtuous cultivator's cold gaze fell on the seductive female cultivator. The latter had long been scared silly. Her face was full of fear, and she trembled as she handed over the spiritual ring. The virtuous cultivator took the wealth and threw the spiritual ring back to her. Then, a cold smile flashed across his face. He snatched the demon ape from her arms, causing a series of screams. Shut up! I don't like trash like you! The virtuous cultivator shouted angrily and turned to leave. A trace of hatred flashed through the woman's eyes. Then, a sharp blade appeared in her hand, and she stabbed towards the virtuous cultivator's back. Slap! But what rang out was a resounding slap. Instantly, a handprint appeared on the woman's face. If you have any more crooked thoughts, you'll die next time. The virtuous cultivator left without looking back. The woman threw down the blade, her face full of fear. Everyone, it was fate that brought us together. Today, I'm very happy. We'll meet again someday. After returning all the spiritual rings to everyone, the virtuous cultivator smiled. Hearing this, everyone had the urge to cry. How could this be called fate? All their wealth was gone. If this was called fate, then they wouldn't have met each other. This was also fate. The virtuous cultivator was simply a god of plague. Everyone wanted him to leave immediately. Senior, that pet is mine. But at this moment Zichen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. What? The virtuous cultivator turned his head and looked at Zichen with dissatisfaction. The pet in your arms is mine. They took it before, Zichen said again. Is he an idiot? Can't he see the current situation? He really is a brainless barbarian. This kind of god of plague should have just left. Why did he have to provoke him again? Everyone cursed in their hearts. They were afraid that this god of plague would be angered by the barbarian's words and kill him. What? You dare to steal my things? I hate people who steal things the most. Are you all animals? You even stole such a cute little fellow. The virtuous cultivator was indeed angry. But as soon as he spoke, everyone had the urge to vomit blood. Furthermore, 1 or 2 of them weren't strong enough and directly fainted. The others were all enduring, but they were very unhappy. They were all thinking that they had only stolen a little fellow, but he had stolen all of them. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The virtuous loose cultivator actually gave the little fellow to Zichen and said, For you. I hate it when people steal things from me the most. Many thanks, Senior. Zichen took the little fellow with a smile. The huge contrast between the virtuous cultivator's actions and actions caused everyone to vomit blood and faint. You people really are despicable. It seems this punishment isn't enough. The virtuous cultivator turned his head and looked at them again. His gaze became even colder. Then, he picked up the cultivators one by one and threw them out. They were planted on the mountain rocks one by one like scallions being planted upside down. He didn't even let the female cultivators go. Chapter 420. Everyone was thrown upside down into the rocks. They struggled in terror, but the virtuous unfettered cultivator was still there, so no one dared to break free. As for the Zichen from before, he suddenly disappeared. The virtuous unfettered cultivator's body flickered with golden light, and he turned back into Zichen with a smile on his face. The devil ape squeaked and jumped toward Zichen. Laughter echoed through the world, gradually fading away as if the virtuous unfettered cultivator had left. Once the laughter completely disappeared, a loud sound rang out. Everyone jumped, shattering the rocks. They looked around, but the virtuous unfettered cultivator had long since disappeared. It's you! Everyone saw Zichen. He was the only unharmed barbarian who hadn't been robbed. Could it be that the virtuous unfettered cultivator already knows he's a barbarian and knows he's poor, so he's too lazy to rob him? Everyone was speechless. That unconventional Taoist actions were always unpredictable. Everyone was more or less injured, but they still had some fighting strength. When they looked at Zichen once more, their gazes became unkind. If it weren't for this barbarian, they naturally wouldn't have been injured, and the wealth they had worked so hard for so many years wouldn't have been stolen. It was all because of this barbarian. Quite a few people's eyes were cold. But before they could do anything, a golden light appeared on the horizon. Grandmaster Kindness had arrived, and he had arrived just in time. He had arrived as soon as the virtuous unfettered cultivator had left. What happened? Looking around, Great Master Shan asked in confusion. His expression was one of compassion. No one said anything. They were all very unhappy. You're a grand monk, but you don't even have the slightest bit of mercy. Why didn't you come earlier or later? You only came after they had stolen your things. A cultivator called the virtuous unfettered cultivator came and robbed them. Even the seventh boss was heavily injured, said Zichen respectfully. But at this moment, the two of them were communicating. Your harvest this time isn't small, right? Let's split it 50-50, said the monk. Dream on. If I didn't do anything, then don't even think about getting 10%. Then I won't interfere in this matter. I'll immediately leave and let them attack you. Then you can go. If worst comes to worst, I'll just kill them all and leave this place on my own. After a series of voice transmissions, they decided to split the spoils 30-70. You greedy monk. You didn't even do anything, yet you want me to take 30%. Zichen was indignant. Greedy Zichen. How could he only give me 30%? He should at least give me half of it. The monk was dissatisfied with the distribution. Virtuous cultivator? What's his background? The monk asked. I don't know. It is said that he has roamed the fringe for thousands of years and is very powerful. He has never tasted defeat. He doesn't even put the wild wolf bandits in his eyes. He even calls the seventh overseer Seven Wolf Dog. The two of them asked and answered one another, completely ignoring the others. As for the seventh head, who had just woken up, after hearing this, he fainted again. In the end, when the monk heard what had happened, he said angrily, Humph, there's actually such an arrogant person. How despicable. Quickly support the seventh manager. We'll go back and tell the third manager to take care of this so-called virtuous cultivator. Hearing Tyrant's words, everyone was even more certain that Master Kindness was too scared to come over. Endless disdain rose in their hearts. Clearly, this monk wasn't a good person either. The fringe was a chaotic place without any rules. Here, everything was based on resources. Most of the powers were located near resources. And resources were also the foundation of everything. The Wild Wolf Bandits had over a dozen managers. Other than the first, second, and third managers, the other managers were all at the late Void Flight realm. As for the first three managers, they were all sect masters. Furthermore, from what the monk had said, the Wild Wolf Bandits was only a small, unknown power in the fringe. They couldn't even be ranked. A small power like this has 3 sect masters? Zichen was extremely shocked. The monk smiled and transmitted his voice. Here, everyone calls them Primal Core Old Monsters. The title of Grand Master is only popular in the land of barbarians. The next realm after the Spirit Origin realm was the Primal Core realm. Spirit Origin had to undergo tribulation lightning to reach the Primal Core realm. After traveling several thousand miles, they arrived at their destination. This was the place the third manager was guarding. It was a yuan stone mine. When Zichen had first heard about it, he had been shocked. The weakest power in the periphery was actually guarding an elemental stone mine. This was too inconceivable. It's just some low-grade yuan stones and yuan stone fragments. There aren't many of them. If it was a large mine, it would have been snatched long ago, the monk explained. But even a small mine was enough to make many people jealous. It was said that in recent years, many powers had come to snatch this mine. Other than the third manager, there were 3 brigades with over 100 Void Flight Realm guards. They were divided into 7 brigades. The group returned with many injured people. Even the 7th manager was crippled. Naturally, it caused a commotion. Who did it? Is it someone from the Dark Wind Cave? The 9th manager was a big man with a bad temper. He immediately asked. The monk shook his head and said, No, it's an early Void Flight Realm Taoist called the Virtuous Cultivator. Damn it, he's already so strong. Could it be someone trained by those powers in Chaos City? The 9th manager's expression changed. After that, they brought the group back. The monk went to the 3rd manager and told him about the Virtuous Cultivator. After a few hours, the good and evil monk returned. Zichen was in his room. He asked, How was it? The 3rd manager is very suspicious. He's very similar to the 1st manager. He doesn't want to cause trouble. He told us to wait and see. Obviously, he doesn't want to investigate. He's afraid that the other party is really from Chaos City. Chaos City? What kind of place is that? It's the only city in the land of chaos. There are many strong people there, and most of the great powers in the land of chaos are from there. After a pause, the monk said, To be precise, the great powers in the land of chaos built Chaos City. Right, guess why we're called the Wild Wolf Stronghold? The monk suddenly asked. Why? Zichen was startled. That's because our leader is a wolf demon in human form. The monk smiled. What? A transformed great monster? Zichen was extremely shocked. Among the demonic beasts, great monsters were the same as core elders. Once they became great monsters, they could transform. But Zichen had only heard about it. He had never seen it before. Moreover, for a wolf to transform into a great monster, it was simply inconceivable. Danyuan old monsters are not like Zukong. They are people who have experienced the heavenly thunder tribulation. They are meticulous and cunning. None of them are good people. When they are in power, they are cruel and merciless. They will kill all of you. But once they lose power, they will run away. They have no dignity at all. You must be careful when you meet them. The monk poured a cup of tea for Zichen, saying, Let's talk about you. You didn't die that time, did you obtain the sage's inheritance? It's good that I obtained the sage's inheritance. Zichen shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. 9 deaths and 1 life, but I only obtained an incomplete technique. There's no sage's inheritance. Maybe there is behind the door, but unfortunately, I can't open it. After that, the two chatted for a long time. After drinking the 2 pots of tea, the monk finally couldn't bear it any more and said impatiently, Stop dawdling, hurry up and split the primeval stones. Zichen couldn't help but laugh. So, the monk had been waiting for this. No wonder he wasted so much time talking nonsense with him. He was just short of asking the monk's family. The harvest this time was not small. After robbing a leader and a dandy, he had more than 1,000 upper-grade primeval stones and 10,000 middle-grade primeval stones. It could be said to be a big harvest. Even after giving the monk 30%, Zichen still had a lot left. All right, I'm going to cultivate. You'd better not disturb me for a while. After splitting the primeval stones, Zichen stayed here. As soon as he came to the Bedlam lands, he felt a sense of crisis. In this Bedlam lands, those who were qualified to fight were all Yukong warriors. Those below true energy boundary were just mining. They didn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Moreover, there were many core elders here. The Wild Wolf stronghold was the weakest force, but there were 3 core elders. Moreover, according to what the monk said, there were many small powers in this area, and each of them had at least 1 Dan Yuan old monster in charge. Although Zichen could fight a late Yukong warrior, he would be at a loss if he ran into a core elder. Therefore, he had to speed up his cultivation. Moreover, the monk had said that there were no rules here. Sometimes, they would even rob their own people. The people here only believed in themselves. For several days, Zichen cultivated and consumed his primeval stones at a crazy rate. Soon, Zichen found that the harvest he had last time wasn't much, and it wasn't enough for him to break through again. Zichen, hurry up, there's a mission. The monk transmitted. In the Bedlam lands, apart from being responsible for guarding, joining a force also required one to go out and do missions. Of course, the mission content was the same every time. It was only one word: plunder. If one had to add another word, it would be plundering resources. These resources were very broad. There were refining resources, primeval stones, medicinal ingredients, and so on. Most of the plundering was focused on primeval stones and refining resources. And the Bedlam lands were like this. You plunder me, I plunder you. This continued for 10,000 years. What? Are we going to plunder? Zichen was very excited. He was finally going to do a mission. He appeared in a flash. There were already many Yukong warriors gathered around him. Zichen also found that the other 2 heads were also there. After a dozen days, Tuao's injuries had miraculously healed. Only his face was slightly pale. The 3rd master spent a lot of money this time and gave him a spiritual pill. Monk Shang saw Zichen's confusion and explained. What are we going to plunder this time? Zichen asked. Primeval stones. The Dark Wind Cave's primeval stone mine. Isn't there a core elder guarding there? Zichen looked at the monk doubtfully. There's accurate news that the core elder had an accident during his cultivation. He has already left for several days. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 421. Young Master Hai, that barbarian has appeared. A cold gaze came from where the 7th boss was standing. Many people looked over with cold eyes. Humph, it's all because of that barbarian. Through the crowd, young Master Hai saw Zichen, and his gaze instantly turned cold. That day, they had suffered heavy losses. All of their wealth had been stolen, and the virtuous loose cultivator had disappeared. All of their hatred had been placed on Zichen. That brat is very cunning. He's been hiding in the monk's residence and has never appeared. Otherwise, we would have dealt with him long ago. In the past 10 days, the group had tried to cause trouble for Zichen many times, but they had all returned without success. They didn't dare to attack the residence of a boss. Humph, what's the point of dealing with him? Once we get there, we'll just kill him, said young Master Hai coldly. Of course we'll kill him, but before that, we'll torture him first. At the very least, we'll knock out all of his teeth. That's right, we'll slowly torture him to death. After the last battle, the 20 or so poor people had become a group. They would advance and retreat together, and fight for resources together. Zichen, be careful on the road. The 7th boss's people might be unfavorable to you, said the monk. 7th wolf dog? Zichen disdainfully said. Apart from the 7th boss, there's also the 8th boss. I defeated him back then, so he's following the 7th boss now. He's still holding a grudge against me, but he can't do anything to me. Be careful, he might cause trouble for you, reminded the monk. Zichen nodded. You should also be careful of the 9th boss. Although he looks rough, he's a sinister person. He's been a boss for so many years and hasn't died in several battles. It's obvious that he's not ordinary. The monk then told Zichen a lot more. When the 3 bosses arrived, Zichen saw a middle-aged man beside the 7th boss. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with hostility as he looked at the monk. This should be the 8th boss from back then. It's best if he doesn't provoke me. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. I've already explained everything. After so many years, this is the only chance. If we can successfully take the primordial stones in the mine, everyone will benefit. The 7th Master and 9th Master began to boost their morale. As for the monk, he did not say anything else. He merely sent a voice transmission to Lin Fan, telling him that staying alive was more important. Zichen looked around and saw that there were more than 100 people in the air around him. They were densely packed, and a terrifying aura surged around them. Just a small faction alone had more than 100 Zephyrs under their 3 leaders. It was obvious how powerful the fringe was. Under the lead of the 3 leaders, everyone set off. Barbarian, let's see where you can hide this time. When we get there, it will be your death. As soon as they left the encampment, young Master Hai led a group of 20 people in the air and approached Zichen. Then, a cold glint flashed in their eyes, and their killing intent was not restrained at all. It was Zichen's first time here, so he only knew the monk. At this moment, many people in the sky looked at him with a mocking expression, ready to watch a good show. No one would meddle in other people's business. Barbarian, you'd better enjoy the rest of your wonderful time. You don't have much time left. You should enjoy it. After a round of threats, the crowd rushed past Zichen at top speed. From the beginning to the end, Zichen did not even look at them. A group of poor people without wealth was like a toothless tiger. Zichen was too lazy to deal with them. They rushed day and night, and after flying for 3 days, they finally got close to their destination. This was a huge mountain range with undulating peaks. The Black Wind Cave's mineral vein was located here. Everyone hide first. We'll move at night, the 3 leaders said. Obviously, they had discussed this before. Then, everyone hid in the mountain range below. The mountain range was huge, and there were mountains and ridges everywhere. Not to mention 100 Zephyrs, even hiding 1,000 or 10,000 people would not be a problem. Humph, kid, it's time for you to die. As soon as they landed, young Master Hai and the others rushed towards Zichen. Cold glints flashed in their eyes. With more than 20 people flying towards Zichen, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Everyone's expression was incomparably mocking as they waited to see a good show. We'll make you wish you were dead. A cold voice sounded, and the Zephyrs were all laughing as they approached Zichen. But in the next moment, a light flashed, and a tall and sturdy figure blocked their path. What are you doing? A cold voice sounded. 9 leader. Everyone's heart trembled. They never thought that the 9th leader would speak when the 8th leader did not care about this matter. We'll settle our grudges later. If any of you alert the enemy, be careful not to lose your head, the 9th leader said coldly, and his voice rang in everyone's ears. Young Master Hai and the others shuddered and nodded. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness as they retreated once again. The 9th manager's stern gaze also swept towards Zichen. When he saw the isolated youth, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. At this moment, everyone was in groups of 3 to 5, except for him. He was like a lonely old wolf standing in the dark, and his figure looked lonely and desolate. When night fell, the huge mountain range was completely silent. Not even the cries of birds or beasts could be heard. It was so quiet that it was somewhat strange. At the same time, there was an oppressive aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Why do I feel that we're not the only group here? There are others in the dark. Zichen transmitted his spiritual sense. Just wait for a good show. Tonight you'll be lucky enough to see the true chaos of the Bedlam lands. Tyrant smiled. What do you mean? In this region, apart from the Wild Wolf stronghold and the Dark Wind Cave, there are many other bandit groups. They should have heard the news. The first half of the night passed quickly, and in the second half of the night, there was a chill in everyone's heart. Everyone felt that something was wrong. This was a special feeling of indescribable danger. Apart from the few leaders who were still able to remain calm, the others' expressions had already changed. You go ahead and scout. The seventh leader pointed at Zichen. Scout? What's there to scout? I can see everything with a sweep of my spiritual sense. Zichen was very puzzled. Cut the crap. Just go. A cold light flashed in the seventh leader's eyes. At the same time, more cold gazes swept over, including the ninth leader, the eighth leader, and young Master Hai. Zichen, go ahead. Be careful and check if there are any strange movements in the surroundings. Tyrant said. All right. Zichen nodded. This was the unique characteristic of the Bedlam lands. True energy realm cultivators were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. The real cannon fodder were those at the early stage of the flying realm. After leaving the mountain range where he was hiding, Zichen's mouth flashed a strange smile. Since they wanted him to be cannon fodder, then he might as well make it more glamorous. He rose into the air, and his aura surged as he flew forward. What is he doing? Releasing his aura like that will alert the enemy. Damn it, doesn't he know how to be patient? Angry curses rang out one after another. At the same time, strange lights appeared in several other directions. Zichen flew forward, and his powerful spiritual senses spread out. In an instant, he sensed one expert after another. Except for the core Yuan realm old monster, as long as they were in the air, they would be sensed by him. Damn, this is indeed the Bedlam lands. There are so many experts. With his powerful spiritual senses, Zichen sensed at least hundreds of auras, each of which belonged to a flying realm cultivator. It's really chaotic. If hundreds of flying realm cultivators attack together, then Zichen didn't dare to think about the consequences. Even he would die under the attack of hundreds of flying realm cultivators. Hence, Zichen soared into the air and flew straight to where Dark Wind Cave's faction was guarding the mine under the many doubtful gazes. Who is it? Stop. Releasing the aura of the spirit origin realm, the experts guarding the mine naturally sensed this strange aura, and shouted one after another. Hand over the mine, and I'll spare your lives. Zichen spoke, and his voice spread far and wide. In the distance, the experts who were hiding were all dumbfounded. Who the hell is he? Where did he come from? Is he an idiot? Or is he deliberately alerting the enemy? The Wild Wolf bandits were even more furious. They asked him to investigate, not to clamor at the mine. Now, their hiding in the middle of the night was completely in vain. Hand over the mine, and I'll spare your lives. Zichen shouted again, his voice rolling like thunder. Bastard! You're courting death. One by one, the flying realm cultivators flew up from below, their eyes flashing coldly. I think you're the ones courting death. You're just a few flying realm cultivators, and you dared to shout in front of me? Zichen glared and said proudly. Believe it or not, I can call hundreds of people to wipe you out with just one word. The flying realm cultivators' faces changed, and they looked around, feeling that something was wrong. What? You're scared now? Then hand over the vitality stones, and I'll spare your lives. Zichen laughed proudly. Go to hell. The flying realm cultivators looked at each other, and saw the cold killing intent in each other's eyes. Then they attacked fiercely. Boom! The void shook, and a battle broke out in an instant. Damn it, how dare you sneak attack me? Brothers, come out and kill the enemy. Zichen retreated quickly and shouted at the same time. Secretly, all the experts of the various powers were infuriated. They couldn't understand where this peak quality goods had come from. Kill! The flying realm cultivators chased after him. At the same time, more flying realm cultivators appeared from the mine. There were no less than 10 of them, and they were all on guard. Brothers, come and help. Zichen's shrill voice was heard as he fled. Where did this idiot come from? Which force is he from? Doesn't he know how to alert the enemy? Damn it, is he trying to expose us? Everyone cursed, wishing that he would die immediately. The wild wolf bandits were also cursing in their hearts. Only Tyrant was indifferent. Zichen fled quickly, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as if he was injured. At the same time, his voice was shrill. Brothers, save me. Such a shrill voice made many people laugh coldly. But soon, one of the forces could not laugh anymore. Big brother, that kid is running towards us. Damn it, retreat. The other party was furious. If we retreat now, there will be movement, and we will be discovered. Damn bastard, then kill him. There was endless anger in the cold voice. Boom! Chapter 422. Boom! The violent energy swept through everything. Brilliant light soared into the sky, and monstrous magical power filled the world. One of the forces hidden in the mountains made a move. It was powerful and decisive. Boundless energy surged in the sky, and the momentum was so great that it made everyone tremble. This was definitely a terrifying attack that had been planned for a long time, and it was fierce and ruthless. As for the effect, it made everyone dumbfounded. Big brother, I missed! An angry roar was heard, followed by a series of angry roars. Under the pursuit of a group of people in the air, Zichen fled in a panic without knowing where to go. He screamed from time to time, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be seriously injured, but the group of flight warriors behind him were very depressed. The other party screamed as if he was going to die in the next second, but after screaming for so long, he was still alive, and his speed did not decrease at all. In the sky, a cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Zichen's mouth. Immediately after, his rapidly advancing figure suddenly flashed to the side. Kid, don't you dare run away! Stop! Behind him, the group of flight warriors followed Zichen's movement. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from below. Brilliant light soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying aura, and instantly flooded the place. This attack was extremely powerful, but it missed. Below, all the flight warriors were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Didn't he come here? Why did he turn? There's an ambush. Be careful, there are others here. Guard the mine, someone is attacking. Yukong, who was chasing after Zichen, was also startled. Then, he woke up with a start. In the sky, loud shouts resounded, and the sound spread all around. Yukong, who was in Dark Wind Cave, became alert. Big brother, what should we do? In the mountains, the flight warriors were all dumbfounded. The powerful and brilliant attack missed. If they knew this would happen, they would not have attacked before. Everyone was depressed. Why did that idiot suddenly change direction? Kill! Their tracks were already exposed, so there was no need to hide. The leader of the flight warriors shouted, and was the first to soar into the sky, and charged towards the Dark Wind Cave. Kill! 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 In an instant, battle cries shook the sky. Everyone took to the air and charged toward the Dark Wind Cave's mineral vein. Air-rending sounds could be heard as a group of people charged toward the ore vein. Brothers, come out and save us! Zichen, on the other hand, was still running away. He let out a sound as if he was about to die, but he didn't die even after a long time. This made many people so angry that they vomited blood. Senior brother, some powers are making a move. Should we go over and kill our way over? In the dark, a middle-aged man spoke. This was another hidden power. Don't worry. Let them fight each other while we reap the benefits. The man who was addressed as senior brother said in a deep voice. But soon, a panicked voice sounded. Senior brother, this is bad. That idiot is running toward us in a panic. What? The other party flew into a rage. He stood up and looked at the sky, only to see many figures flying over from the horizon. The one leading them was a young man, and he was screaming as if he was on the verge of death. His spiritual weapon trembled and emitted a brilliant light, displaying endless power. The young man dodged left and right, looking very miserable. Damn it, of all places, he actually ran to us. Attack, kill them with all your might. Don't let any of them go. The man's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his killing intent was boundless. Zichen's huge spiritual sense had already sensed everything in the mountain range in advance. A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth again. Help! Just as the mournful voice sounded, Zichen instantly dodged to the side. Boom! In the mountain range, a terrifying energy fluctuation was transmitted. The momentum was not any weaker than before. Monstrous spiritual power surged and instantly drowned the people in the air who were following closely behind. In the next moment, screams could be heard. One by one, people fell from the sky. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Kill! Monstrous battle cries sounded again. Another group of people rushed up from the mountain range. Monstrous murderous intent surged. Kill this idiot! The man in the lead shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for this idiot, his group could still hide for a while. Many people rushed up into the sky. A few people rushed towards Zichen. The rest of the cultivators rushed towards the mine with endless killing intent. Boss, what should we do? The earth-shaking battle cries and crazy killing intent made the cultivators of the Wild Wolf stronghold very uneasy. Someone asked. I didn't expect that barbarian to be of some use. He actually attracted other forces. Not bad. The seventh boss sneered and said. We wait patiently and let them fight to the death. Then we'll take the ready-made ones. Boss, you're indeed a good strategist. Everyone laughed. But this laughter obviously didn't last for long. A clear voice came from the sky. Brothers, save me! It was Zichen's voice again. Damn it, he's coming for us. What a traitor. You even dared to scheme against us. I'll go and kill him. Everyone was angry. Cold light flashed in their eyes. The seventh boss, who thought that Zichen was doing a good job, also had a gloomy face now. Everyone, don't act rashly. Maybe he's going somewhere else. That's right. Don't worry. Listen to this voice, he's half dead. Maybe he'll die halfway. Everyone said one after another, indicating for everyone to be at ease. Evil Good Monk laughed in his heart. He naturally knew what Zichen was planning. This was a person who didn't want to suffer losses. By using him as cannon fodder, he would attract everyone. Sure enough, this dying voice was getting closer and closer. Everyone couldn't hold it in anymore. Damn it, why don't you die? It's been half a day. You should die quickly. Everyone was unhappy. They couldn't wait to show up and kill him. Yukong, who was chasing after Zichen, was also unhappy. This guy was screaming so miserably and coughing up blood, but one of them was dead. After screaming for half a day, his speed was still fast. His voice was even more mournful, but he still didn't die. Damn it, why don't you just die? Unable to hold it in, one of the Yukong shouted. Then, he controlled the spirit weapon and stabbed at the back of the other party's heart. Pooh! A soft sound was heard. The spirit weapon stabbed into Zichen's back. The latter's mournful voice finally stopped and fell from the sky. Damn it, he's finally dead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This cultivator was also very surprised. He looked at the place where Zichen died and was completely dumbfounded. There was a group of cultivators below. They were densely packed, numbering more than 100. One was in the sky, one was on the ground. Both sides looked at each other, dumbfounded. Among them, the Wild Wolf stronghold cultivators who had been cursing Zichen's death wanted nothing more than to slap their own mouths. Why were their mouths so cheap? They had hoped that Zichen would die. But now, he had died in front of them. There's still someone here. After a short silence, an even more mournful voice sounded. Boom! Then, a super strong energy wave sounded, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. The mountain rocks exploded, and a beautiful light instantly turned the night into day. The Wild Wolf Stronghold people finally made their move. Each one of them unwillingly flew into the sky and rushed to the mine to join the battle. Evil Good Monk glanced at Zichen, who was buried in the rubble, and smiled faintly. This guy really knows how to act. Then, he flew into the sky and rushed to the mine. Of all the times to die, he just had to die now. Count yourself lucky. Young Master Hai and the others also rushed to the battlefield while cursing. Boom! A chaotic battle broke out. All those who participated in the battle were in the air. There were hundreds of them, and they were fighting outside the mine. Hundreds of spirit weapons flashed, emitting colorful lights. They danced in the sky, and all kinds of lights appeared, destroying everything. Pooh! As the light flashed, one of the flying warriors was killed. Blood splattered in the sky. At the same time, before the corpse fell, it was crushed by more energy. Only a spirit ring was left, and it became the target of everyone. Hundreds of people were fighting in a chaotic battle. There was no distinction between realms. Anyone who was hit by the energy attack would die. Even the late-stage flying warriors were no exception. Pooh! Among them, dozens of flying warriors gathered together and controlled dozens of spirit weapons to sweep. A late-stage flying warrior could not dodge in time and was instantly torn apart by the spirit weapon. This was simply a meat grinder. Any cultivator who fell into it would be killed. Team 7, attack the front. The 7th Master shouted and commanded the whole team to attack. In the next moment, powerful attacks appeared. Sword chi, fist chi, and spirit weapons rushed to the front. There were dozens of flying warriors who bore the brunt of the attack and were all killed. This was a chaotic battle. As long as they were not from the same faction, they were all targets to be killed. The flying warriors died in groups. It really is a chaotic place. Everything is chaotic enough. Next to a pile of rocks, Zichen appeared. He looked into the distance and sighed. Here, life was really like grass. Even the flying warriors died in groups. Blood splattered in the sky. If they were not careful, the late-stage flying warriors would die. Suddenly, Zichen's pupils shrank slightly. Above the sky, a vague figure passed through the battlefield and walked toward the mineral vein. At this moment, the battle was very fierce. No one noticed this scene. Only Zichen, who was a bystander, saw it. Well, there are others. After that, 2 more figures sneaked into the mine. Could it be the Dan Yuan old monster? Could the 3rd Master be among them? Zichen frowned. After that, he also sneaked in carefully. At the same time, Zichen found that many people were like him. They had the same idea and planned to approach the mine. However, except for the previous 3 people, the rest were killed when they approached the mine. It was impossible to sneak in quietly, so they had to be high profile. Haha, how lively! How could I, the virtuous wanderer, miss out on such a chaotic battle? Suddenly, a clear laugh rang out from the horizon. Then, a berserk aura appeared. That familiar voice and that familiar aura made the 7th Master, young Master Hai, and the others tremble. They looked over and saw a Taoist in Taoist robes appear. Isn't that the 7th wolf dog? We meet again. I wonder what gift you've prepared for me this time. However, the virtuous wanderer's first words almost made the 7th Master faint from anger. Chapter 423. The virtuous unfettered cultivator appeared, powerful and domineering. Golden light flashed all over his body, making him look like a god of war in golden armor. He approached from afar, laughing loudly. The aura around him made the 7th Master and the others tremble. It's that god of plague. Their expressions became very unnatural. They had been brooding about the robbery last time for a long time. Now that he had appeared again, their hearts trembled. Fortunately, the virtuous unfettered cultivator didn't pay attention to them this time. As soon as he appeared, he went straight for the mine. Get the hell back! A late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator shouted, blocking in front of the virtuous unfettered cultivator. Boom! A powerful aura surged. The opponent unleashed a terrifying attack, causing the air to tremble. The attack was dazzling, making people's hearts tremble. Die! After unleashing this attack, the late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was very confident, thinking that he could definitely kill this person. After all, there was a difference of 2 realms between them. He was so confident that he didn't know that many people felt sorry for him. Pun! The virtuous unfettered cultivator attacked. It was just a light palm, but it scattered a large amount of golden light, instantly destroying the late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator's attack. At the same time, the virtuous unfettered cultivator stepped forward and slapped out. The golden light drowned the opponent, and with a loud bang, the late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator coughed up blood and flew back. In just 2 attacks, he had defeated a late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator. Such power was shocking. Stop him! Guard the mine! The late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was shocked, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he shouted loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he said that, light flashed, and figures flew out from the mine. All of them were Zephyr Realm cultivators, and all of them emitted powerful auras. There were more than a dozen people, and the weakest was at the mid-stage Zephyr Realm. There were also 2 late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators who were comparable to managers. Kill him! The Zephyr Realm cultivator from before shouted coldly, killing intent flashing around him. Kill! The dozen Zephyrs roared, and killing intent flashed in their eyes. They rushed toward the virtuous unfettered cultivator. At the same time, fierce attacks shot out, causing the sky to tremble once again. Many attacks covered the sky and fell down. Heavens! A dozen people are surrounding an early-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator. What's going on? Are the people of the Dark Wind Cave crazy? Sending out so many people just to kill an early-stage Zephyr. Not far away, those in the air who had not witnessed the previous scene were all dumbfounded. They all thought to themselves that Dark Wind Cave was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut with such a formation. However, those who had seen the virtuous unfettered cultivator's true strength didn't think so. Instead, they were worried that these dozen or so Zephyrs wouldn't be able to suppress him. The spirit weapon trembled and turned into streaks of lightning, attacking the virtuous unfettered cultivator. At the same time, there were also attacks descending. More than 10 people moved at the same time, unleashing powerful attacks. At this moment, the virtuous loose cultivator also moved. He used an extremely fast footwork, and his figure was illusory and indistinct. He was like a blurry golden light as he evaded one fatal attack after another. At the same time, he waved his palm and struck out, bringing along a golden light. Crack! As the golden palm wind swept past, a spirit artifact let out a sound. The surface of the spirit artifact slowly cracked like a spider web before it finally exploded with a bang. What? He actually destroyed a spirit weapon? In the distance, everyone stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded. A mere early-stage Zephyr could actually destroy a spirit artifact with his bare hands. However, the shocking scene continued. No matter how powerful the attacks were, they would all be destroyed by the golden palm wind. At the same time, any spirit artifact that went forward would also be destroyed. In just a few breaths of time, 4 spirit artifacts had been completely destroyed. Is he really only at the early stage of Zephyr? Why is he so terrifying, destroying a spirit artifact with his bare hands? Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. However, in the next moment, something even more shocking happened, to the extent that the battle in the air paused for a moment. The virtuous loose cultivator emitted a resplendent golden light as he struck out with a domineering punch. The entire world was illuminated by the golden light of his fist, and the night instantly became as bright as day. Bang! The light of the fist landed, causing an explosion that caused the world to tremble. A mid-stage Zephyr was struck by the fist, and his body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The virtuous loose cultivator had directly destroyed a mid-stage Zephyr. Destroyed in one strike. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were as wide as copper bells, and their mouths were so wide open that eggs could be placed inside. Their minds had been shaken countless times. If he had killed a mid-stage Zephyr in one strike, they could still understand. After all, his battle prowess was great. However, to destroy a mid-stage Zephyr in one strike was hard for them to accept. A mid-stage Zephyr was destroyed just like that. Moreover, the opponent was only at the early stage Zephyr. Just how much battle prowess did this require? The seventh boss, young Master High, and the others were so frightened that they were trembling all over. To destroy a mid-stage Zephyr in one strike, this was the opponent's true strength. Previously, he had only been messing around with them. Bang! Bang! The sounds of explosions continued as the Zephyrs were destroyed one after another. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The virtuous loose cultivator was boundlessly powerful. He used his powerful battle prowess to tell everyone that the previous scene was not a coincidence. In just a few breaths of time, 5 Zephyrs had already been destroyed. The remaining Zephyrs were all terrified as they quickly retreated. The opponent had destroyed one with one strike. With such a powerful battle prowess, who would dare to go forward? Even the 3 late-stage Zephyrs were terrified. They did not understand when such an existence had appeared in the Bedlam lands. Everyone retreated in fear, but the virtuous loose cultivator did not intend to let them go. In his hand, a golden light flashed as a golden sword appeared. This was a spirit weapon that had fused with a diamond. It was extremely high quality and exceptionally sharp. The moment it appeared, it flew forward. Puff! A mid-stage Zephyr was unable to dodge in time. His body and spirit weapon were instantly cut apart. At the same time, a powerful energy obliterated the opponent's spirit sense. The Zephyr died and his spatial ring fell, which was caught by the virtuous loose cultivator. After coming to the Bedlam lands and knowing the value of resources, Zichin naturally would not waste even a single ring. The Zephyrs fell one after another as their rings were taken away. Zichin was purely stealing resources today. And for the first time, the virtuous loose cultivator's name was known in the Bedlam lands, causing the cultivators in this region to be terrified. Zichin charged towards the Zephyrs as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. His body flashed with golden light as if he had put on a layer of golden armor, killing everything. In addition to being powerful, his defense was also shocking. Few could break through it. Coupled with his extreme speed, it could be said that even though he was only at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, his true strength was only slightly weaker than that of the core realm old monster. After that, it was a massacre. 9th Battalion, attack with all your might! Brothers, attack with all your might! At the same time, many experts also launched effective attacks, shooting out terrifying energy. Zichin relied on his extreme speed to dodge again and again, and then another round of slaughter. In the end, the Zephyrs were forced to flee. It was too terrifying. Years later, when some cultivators recalled the scene of that day, they still trembled from the depths of their souls. A single person could kill a group of people and make them flee. In the past, they could not even imagine such a thing. Moreover, there were many late-stage Zephyr realm experts who fled. Boom! The massacre did not come to an end until there was a loud tremor in the mineral vein. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. After a little hesitation, he rushed towards the mineral vein. Wealth came from danger. With a trump card, even if he encountered the core realm old monster, he still had a way to save his life. All the Zephyrs who survived sent the other party away as if they were sending off the plague god. In less than a quarter of an hour, dozens of Zephyrs had died in the hands of the other party. As soon as the plague god left, the fierce battle broke out again. The mine was dark and dim, and it was very deep. As Zichin went deeper, waves of energy fluctuations came out. Obviously, there were people fighting inside, and they were very strong. It must be the core realm old monster, Zichin secretly said in his heart, and carefully went forward. In the mine, there was a fierce battle. The fighting was between 3 core realm old monsters. When Zichin arrived, the 3 were already fighting fiercely. Then, Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank. In the depths of the mine, piles of primordial stones were placed there, shining brightly. Although they were not mid-grade or high-grade primordial stones, just some low-grade primordial stones and broken primordial stones. There were a lot of them. A rough estimate was no less than tens of millions. Zichen took a deep breath. Each pile was no less than tens of millions. In his sight, there were at least 5 piles. This was a fortune that even the core realm old monsters were extremely tempted. Zichen was even more tempted. He hid in the dark, so the 3 core realm old monsters did not notice him. However, to smoothly take away these primordial stones from under their noses was obviously harder than ascending to the sky. The 3 of them fought fiercely, not wanting the other party to get the primordial stones. Moreover, their terrifying spiritual sense had already sealed the place. They would be aware of any movement. Wu-Lei, don't go too far. We found these primordial stones at the same time. We should divide them into 3 portions. While fighting, the 3 of them were still negotiating. Wu-Lei, it's the 3rd head. Zichen frowned slightly. He had heard of the 3rd head from Tyrant. Humph, you 2 are dreaming. Today, you dare to bargain with me, Wu-Lei? In the future, I will definitely destroy your nest, said Wu-Lei. He was a man filled with a fiendish qi. He was very strong. The other 2 core realm old monsters teamed up to fight him, but they were not able to obtain an overwhelming advantage. Instead, they were evenly matched. Then what do you want? Do you want us to return empty-handed? Asked the 3rd person coldly. You 2 take 10% each. The remaining 80 is mine, shouted Wu-Lei. Dream on! The 3 of them did not reach an agreement. They fought fiercely again. Humph, reckless things. You just broke through to the core realm, but you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Fine, I'll kill the 2 of you today and take your core realms to increase my strength. Wu-Lei laughed sinisterly. A light flashed in his hand, and a pill weapon appeared. Damn you, pill weapon! Cursed the 2 of them. In the next moment, one of them also took out a pill weapon. Then, the 2 of them activated their pill weapons and attacked Wu-Lei. The fierce battle broke out again. This time, the 2 sides fought until the mine was about to collapse. Chapter 424. The 2 weapons clashed, shattering the heaven and earth. A rumbling sound came from the mine, as if it was about to be pierced through. Buzz! At this moment, rays of light appeared from the walls of the mine, falling down like thousands of auspicious lights. The runes intertwined, forming a huge formation. Not good. This is a formation. We've been tricked. Damn the Dark Wind Cave. How could they be so despicable? Everything is fake. The 3 primary core old monsters cursed, but they had the intention to retreat. They were decisive, abandoning their vitality stones and retreating quickly. Ha, you want to leave? Leave your weapons and your core. Laughter echoed in the mine. Dream on. Wu-Lei snorted. Wu-Lei, you'll know soon whether it's a dream or not. 4 figures appeared in the mine, led by a black-robed man. His eyes were like lightning, looking at Wu-Lei through the formation. Hey Foam, it's you. Damn it, you've planned this from the start. Seeing the black-robed man, Wu-Lei's face changed. The other 2's faces changed as well. Hey Foam was the first cave master of the Dark Wind Cave. His strength was not weaker than the leader of the Wild Wolf's stronghold. This was clearly a meticulous plan to lure them out. The 2 of them looked at Wu-Lei at the same time. In this area, the only thing that could suppress Hey Foam was a wild wolf. Wu-Lei shook his head sadly. He had arranged everything when he got the news. 1 less person meant 1 less share. The greedy Wu-Lei did not inform Wild Wolf. He did not even inform the other leader. The only thing we can do now is to fight our way out. Otherwise, we'll all die, Wu-Lei said with a gloomy face. All right, let's fight our way out. The 2 nodded. The situation forced the 3 to form an alliance. Clang! Clang! The killing formation started to operate, and the sound of killing rang out continuously. Endless killing intent raged out, and a destructive aura rushed out towards the 3 of them. Boom! The 3 of them attacked together. At the same time, the 2 weapons exploded with an unparalleled aura, causing the formation to tremble. Ziqian had retreated as soon as possible. When the array formation appeared, he felt something was wrong. The appearance of the 4-core yuan old monsters was completely beyond his expectations. Furthermore, the following battle was clearly a battle between old freaks Dan Yuan. He had no leeway to intervene at all. As expected of the Bedlam, even the powerful core Grand Elder would fall into their trap. Ziqian sighed. The great battle continued, emitting rumbling sounds. This time, wanting to steal the primordial stones under the watchful eyes of the 7 original Dan Elders was practically a dream. Thus, Ziqian retreated, flying out of the mine. However, at this moment, another golden light appeared in front of them. Good and evil monk had also charged in. Why did you come out? Could it be that you've already succeeded? How's your harvest? Seeing Ziqian retreating, Tyrant's eyes lit up. Hurry up and leave. This is a trap. There are 4 core realm old monsters from the Dark Wind Cave in the mine. They have already trapped the other 3. The odds are against them. Ziqian quickly transmitted. Tyrant's expression changed. He turned and left. He had felt something was wrong before, but he hadn't expected this to be a trap. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a series of loud sounds rang out. Even the entire mine began to tremble as if it was about to split open. The ground shook, and the mine seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Hurry up and leave! Shouted Ziqian as he sensed danger. The 2 of them turned into golden light and ran out of the mine. Bang! A loud sound rang out, causing the mine to shake once more. The killing formation in the depths of the mine was broken by the 2 pill weapons. After that, the 3 nascent core eccentrics flew up. Want to leave? Have you asked me, hey foam? Said the leading black-robed man coldly, a mocking smile on his face. He struck out with his palm. A huge palm print instantly filled the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. It pressed down on the 3 of them. But the 3 of them had 2 weapons, so they weren't afraid at all. As the weapons exploded, the huge palm print was instantly shattered. But before the 3 of them could rush over, the other 3 original Dan Elders also moved, launching a series of terrifying attacks. Boom! After that, it was a battle between the original Dan Elders. It was abnormally fierce. The entire mine was shaking as if it was about to split open at any time. Boundless energy surged, even tearing the void apart. The powerful aura of the weapons swept over everything. It could be said that the weapons were the foundation of the original Dan Elders. With a weapon in hand, they could erupt with battle prowess several times higher than their own. And the value of a weapon was even more immeasurable. It could be seen from the fact that the 3 original Dan Elders only had 2 weapons. Moreover, when their lives were in danger, the 3 of them had stimulated all their potential. Their attacks were stronger than usual. A series of violent explosions echoed in the depths of the mine. Cracks appeared in many places. Rocks rolled down, showing signs of collapse. Boom! The entire mine was finally destroyed. Countless rocks were reduced to dust. A huge hole appeared, piercing through the sky and connecting the earth. Black Wind, just you wait. I, Wu Lei, will remember today's situation. A figure rushed out from the deep hole, turning into a beam of light and fleeing at extreme speed. Under the joint attack of the 4 original Dan Elders, the 3 of them finally broke through. Wu Lei was the first to rush out, but he was already injured, coughing up blood. Humph, Wu Lei, you can't escape. With a cold snort, another black figure rushed out, chasing after Wu Lei. The injured Wu Lei's speed was somewhat reduced. Soon, he was caught up. The 2 of them fought fiercely in the sky. At this moment, they both took out their weapons. With each attack, the world was shattering, and huge holes appeared in the sky. Outside the mine, Yufeng, who was fighting fiercely in the sky, was also shocked when he heard the 2 names. It's the first cave master of the Dark Wind Cave and the 3rd leader of the Wild Wolf Stronghold. Both of them are infamous figures. I didn't expect them to appear here. And it seems like Wu Lei is already injured. Right at this time, more figures appeared one after another, flying towards the heavens. Their speeds were extremely fast, also fleeing. Moreover, when they flew out, they coughed out blood. One of them even had a terrifying wound on his body. That's the bandit leader of the Luo Mountain, Luomu. He's injured. And the bandit leader of the Dog Head Mountain. I didn't expect him to be here too. And his injuries are not light. Everyone was shocked. They recognized the two original Dan elders, but at this moment, they were clearly not in good condition. They were desperately running away. Boom! After that, another 3 figures flew out. The auras they gave off made people tremble. 2 of them rushed towards the 2 injured people, giving off boundless killing intent. It's the 2nd and 3rd cave masters of the Dark Wind Cave. As for the other one, I haven't seen him before. Is that the new 4th cave master? I heard that he's the original Dan Elder, but I haven't seen him before. The Yuskais of the Dark Wind Cave were all shocked. 4 original Dan Elders suddenly appeared to fight against the other 3, and all of them were injured. Obviously, they had the upper hand. Their killing intent was even stronger, and their morale was high. On the other hand, the other forces felt that something was wrong. Their morale was low, and they were thinking of retreating. 4 original Dan old monsters had appeared in the Dark Wind Cave all of a sudden. It was clear that today's matter was a carefully planned trap, and the purpose was to kill the original Dan old monsters. As for the rest of them, they were completely cannon fodder. Kill! The Yuskais of the Dark Wind Cave were high in morale. They began to kill the other Yuskais. Although they were cannon fodder, as long as they didn't die, their harvest would not be small. All of them were killing vigorously, and they didn't hesitate to snatch the spiritual rings. In the sky, the original Dan Elders were fighting fiercely. Terrifying energy circulated, and one fierce attack after another shattered the void. At the same time, many mountains below exploded, and the entire mine was destroyed beyond recognition. By the time Zichen and Tyrant rushed out, both of them were covered in dust and dirt. They were almost buried alive by the endless amount of rubble. Humph, I've been waiting for you. Suddenly, a cold snort came from the sky. It was one of the original Dan Elders of the Dark Wind Cave. He had sensed their auras as they were fleeing. Cold light flashed in his eyes, and he struck down. Boom! The void shook, and energy swept out. A huge palm appeared in the sky, carrying the powerful aura of our original Dan Elder. It pressed down on the 2 of them. Swish! Swish! The 2 of them reacted in time, dodging to the side. Their speed was comparable to lightning. When the palm landed, it exploded, and the entire mine was destroyed beyond recognition. The 4th cave master, who had been about to leave, was surprised to see that the 2 of them weren't injured at all. His attack as the original Dan Elder hadn't been able to kill 2 Yuskais. And one was only at the early stage, while the other was at the mid-stage. With 30% curiosity and 70% surprise, the 4th cave master once more sent out a palm. This time, the flowing palm was even more terrifying, and it had already locked onto the 2 of them. The terrifying pressure made their movements somewhat slow. Zichen and the monk looked at each other and nodded. Then, the 2 of them rushed into the sky. Since they couldn't dodge, they had to fight. With a loud shout, Zichen's body shone with golden light. Golden blood soared into the sky, and his perfect body released energy. He raised his combat strength to the peak and punched out. Amitabha! The monk also chanted Buddha's name. His body shone with golden light, and his appearance was solemn. He was like a great Buddha, and he struck out with his palm. The golden palm and golden fist radiance emitted a dazzling light. They went against the sky and hit the original Dan Elder's palm. Boom! There was an explosion, and boundless golden light filled the entire sky. The blinding light made it impossible to look directly at it. Zichen and the monk retreated from the sky, their blood boiling. The original Dan Elder's attack was also destroyed by the 2 of them. What? In the distance, all the Yuskais who saw this scene were dumbfounded. The 2 Yuskais joined forces and blocked the original Dan Elder's attack. This was unbelievable. At this moment, the mine had collapsed, and the original Dan Elder was fighting above them. No one dared to approach the mine. The piles of primordial stones were buried by the endless rubble. Chapter 425. The Devil Ape's concealment technique was much better than Zichen's. While it was escaping, Zichen signaled the Devil Ape to hide and see if there was a chance to take the primordial stones. After that, the formation was broken, and the mine collapsed. Countless rocks rolled down. The Koryuan old monsters all rushed into the sky and fought in the sky. Zichen and the monk also ran out, so there was only the Devil Ape left in the mine. In addition to fighting Zichen and the monk, the 4 cave masters of the Dark Wind Cave were also in charge of monitoring the others. Once someone approached the mine, they would be killed in one blow. But it turned out that except for a few who didn't want to die, the rest didn't want to die. They fought fiercely in the air, but no one dared to approach the mine. For them, killing more zephyrs and collecting more spirit rings was enough. The Devil Ape carefully moved through the ground. It was only the size of a fist, surrounded by black light. It was small in size and fast in speed. Soon, it reached the place where the primordial stones were. Squeak! Piles of primordial stones were in front of it. The Devil Ape couldn't help but cry out excitedly. It was Zichen's order to take all the primordial stones. Then, the little guy waved his hand. Streams of black light flowed and the primordial stones disappeared. The appearance of the Devil Ape was out of everyone's expectations. The group of Koryuan old monsters also didn't expect that there would be a little guy here. Outside, the fierce battle continued. The sky kept shattering, and huge cracks appeared. This was a battle of life and death. Wu Lei and the others were fighting desperately for a chance to survive. But at this moment, the most attractive thing was not the battle between Haifeng and Wu Lei in the sky, but the battle near the mine where the virtuous loose cultivator and the evil good monk joined forces to kill the Koryuan old monsters. One of them was at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, while the other was at the middle stage. Under their joint forces, they actually blocked the attack of a Koryuan old monster. This shocked everyone. As the 4th head of the Dark Wind Cave, Luo Yu's strength was naturally incomparably powerful. He wasn't considered weak among those of the same level, but today, he was blocked by the combined forces of 2 little fellows. Boom! With a palm strike, the sky exploded. Terrible energy flowed and fell down, carrying the terrifying pressure of a Koryuan old monster. Bang! Zichen and Tyrant joined hands and unleashed a powerful attack. The glaring golden light made it hard for people to look straight at them. The ferocious attack was not the slightest bit weaker than that of the 4 cave masters. The terrifying palm print was instantly neutralized. Moreover, the 2 of them had very strong physiques. The energy shockwaves only made the 2 of them bleed from the corners of their mouths. They did not suffer any serious injuries. How could this be? The 2's ferocious battle prowess shocked everyone. However, the virtuous loose cultivator was already very strong before. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes, so they were only a little shocked. However, the monk's display of power made their eyes pop out of their sockets. Young Master Hai and the others were even more so. They used to think that the monk was afraid of death and came from a barbaric land, so his strength was weak. However, in today's battle, the monk had displayed a powerful battle strength that was not any weaker than the virtuous loose cultivator. Cries of alarm rang out unceasingly. The 2 of them fought the original Dan old monster, leaving everyone with a great shock. Not being able to kill the 2 of them at all times, Luo Yu was a little impatient. Furthermore, as he fought, he discovered that the energy in their bodies was extremely dense. Even after fighting for a long time, they were not tired at all. It was clearly impossible to exhaust the 2 of them to death. Moreover, as the original Dan old monster, he naturally would not use such a method. He wanted to destroy the enemy. Squeak, squeak! At this moment, Zichen heard the sound that he had been waiting for. It was the signal sent by the demon ape, meaning that it had succeeded. Time to go. Zichen transmitted, indicating that the monk should leave. Boom! The two of them released a powerful attack. After breaking the palm print in the air, their bodies were pushed back by the energy shockwaves. Taking this opportunity, the two of them flew away. Do you think you can leave without my permission? Luo Yu's eyes flashed coldly. The continuous battle had made him feel impatient. He had to admit that the two of them were extraordinary and had extraordinary battle prowess that far exceeded ordinary people. However, he did not release his strongest attack. In his hand, a bright light flashed, and a pitch-black longsword appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. As soon as the longsword appeared, it caused the void to tremble. With the injection of a trace of yuan power, the void directly shattered. Pill weapon! The fourth cave master actually has a pill weapon! The fourth cave master has taken out his pill weapon! The battle is about to end! Everyone exclaimed, their eyes full of disbelief. In this area, the weight of a pill weapon was far greater than that of an original Dan old monster. Die! With the pill weapon in his hand, Luo Yu's aura became stronger, climbing to several levels. As the pill weapon trembled, the opponent held the sword and slashed forward fiercely. The void was instantly cut open like silk, and a pitch-black sword chi rushed towards the two of them. Damn it, he actually has a pill weapon! Looking at the incoming sword chi, Zichen and the monk's expression changed greatly. This was an attack from an original Dan old monster with a pill weapon. Its power was simply unimaginable. Amitabha! Golden light flashed in the monk's eyes. He put his palms together and chanted the Buddha's name. Rays of golden light flowed on the surface of his body, forming a protective light shield. On the surface of the shield, there were runes flowing, and an old monk chanting scriptures. The Buddhist protective divine art reappeared, known as the strongest defense. Then, the monk took a step forward, unexpectedly not running away. Unexpectedly, he rushed towards the terrifying sword chi, which was out of Zichen's expectation. Monk, you're crazy! Zichen shouted, his eyes full of disbelief. When did the monk become so righteous? Bang! The terrifying sword chi instantly attacked with terrifying power. The protective light shield, known as the strongest defense, was cut open in less than a breath's time. The monk flew backwards, coughing up blood. Boom! But it was this less than a breath's time that gave Zichen the opportunity to attack. He pointed between his eyebrows, and the lid of the purple gold gourd opened. A ray of silver light flew out. As soon as the silver light appeared, it instantly expanded, becoming hundreds of meters long. Like a thunder dragon, it destroyed the space, bringing with it an unparalleled destructive aura, and fiercely collided with the sword chi. Boom! Then, there was a loud explosion. The thunder dragon blocked the sword chi, and the two exploded. The void began to crack, revealing huge black holes one after another. He blocked it! He actually blocked it! Oh my god, he actually blocked the attack of the Dan soldier! In the distance, everyone in the Zephyr realm exclaimed. The virtuous cultivator actually blocked the attack of a Grand Master. That silver lightning was not much weaker than the Dan soldier's attack. Oh, he has some skills! Luo Yu was very surprised. His eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, it should be something extraordinary. To be able to block the attack of a Dan Master in the early stage of the Zephyr realm, it was indeed extraordinary. This made Luo Yu's murderous intent thicken. Then, the Dan soldier in his hand trembled, and he once again slashed towards Zichen. Boom! This time, Zichen was prepared. The purple gold gourd spat out a psychedelic light, and another thunder dragon appeared, going against the sword chi. Terrifying energy rippled, and the thunder dragon unsurprisingly blocked the Dan soldier's attack again. The void shattered, and one black hole after another spread out. When the energy dissipated, Zichen had already run to the horizon. I told you, you can't leave! Luo Yu snorted. This little guy had brought him a lot of surprises, so he naturally couldn't let him go. He wanted to capture him and study him. Then, Luo Yu's figure flashed, and he chased after the opponent. Sometimes, he could feel the terrifying fluctuations of the Dan soldier. Everyone was dumbfounded. The fourth cave master of the Dark Wind Cave actually left just like that, and with a Dan soldier, he chased after an early-stage Zephyr Realm expert. Wasn't this lowering his status? But before the dumbfounded crowd completely woke up, Luo Yu actually flew back with a flustered and exasperated face. As soon as he chased, he realized that his speed was actually not as fast as the opponent. In almost a few breaths' time, he lost sight of the opponent's shadow. Luo Yu, quickly come and help, Heifeng said telepathically. At this moment, the battle between the Dan masters had reached a climax. Luo Yu, who was unwilling to give up, rushed to the battlefield with his Dan soldier. 4 against 3, the balance of the battle naturally had to be shifted. When the sky brightened, the battle would be completely over. Many Zephyr Realm experts of the various factions had died. The Wild Wolf Stronghold's losses were even more disastrous. Among them, the seventh head, who had yet to recover from his injuries, was almost killed. The eighth head's whereabouts were unknown. The ninth head was heavily injured. As for the third head, he was also almost killed by Heifeng. He escaped with heavy injuries. In addition, the leader of the Luomu Mountains bandits, Luo Mu, also returned with heavy injuries, almost dying. The leader of the Dog-Head Mountain, the Dan Master, was directly killed in battle, and his core essence was snatched away. Of the 3 original core eccentrics, 1 had died, and the remaining 2 were heavily injured. The only reason they were still alive was because they had pill weapons. Otherwise, they would have been killed. Heifeng and the others chased for a long time before finally returning to the mine. They wanted to take away the Yuan stones that had been used as bait. But when they came in, the place where the Yuan stones had been placed was empty. Damn it, where are the Yuan stones? On this day, Heifeng, who had returned with a great victory, let out a shocking roar. The Yuan stones that had been used as bait had disappeared without a trace. Tens of thousands of miles away, in a mountain range, Zichen and Tyrant were dividing the harvest. Why are there so few? Looking at the pile of Yuan stones in front of him, Tyrant was somewhat dissatisfied. Zichen was dumbfounded. Although it was a large pile of Yuan stones, it was nothing compared to the pile in front of him. It was not even half of the pile. Don't tell me you don't want to share it with me and let this little guy hide it. Tyrant was dissatisfied. Squeak, squeak. The demonic shadow screamed, and then kept gesturing with an aggrieved expression. What? You're saying that there's a pile of stones inside the Yuan stones? Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief. He did not expect that the people of the Dark Wind Cave would be so shameless as to use fake Yuan stones to scam people. But after thinking about it, he understood. This was originally a trap. It was not bad to be able to get so many Yuan stones. Moreover, there were at least tens of millions of them, close to 100 million. It could be said that it was not a small fortune. Same old rules, 70%. Zichen said generously. No, this time it has to be 50-50. Tyrant did not agree. Looking at the Yuan stones, he almost could not walk. Why? I got this. How dare you ask for 50%? Because I blocked the attack for you just now. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Bullshit. If you didn't block it, I would have escaped. You made me waste a trump card. With the pile of Yuan stones in front of them, the two began to quarrel. Chapter 426. The core realm old monster of Dog-Head Mountain had died in battle, and more than half of the 100 Zephyrs that he brought with him had died. With their leader dead, they had no leader. Facing the pursuit of the Zephyrs of Dark Wind Cave, they had been running for tens of thousands of miles in panic. But they had never thought that they would see the loot being divided here. Moreover, the pile of primordial stones was close to 100 million. Such a huge number made them tremble. As soon as he finished speaking, rays of light flashed. A group of flight warriors surrounded Zichen and the monk. There were more than 50 of them, and 8 of them were in the late stage of flight warrior. Everyone's eyes were shining with endless greed. They were not as greedy as the monk and Zichen. Looking at the primordial stones in front of them, they were all satisfied. Even if they were exchanged for mid-grade primordial stones at a high price, it would still be a terrifying number. It's him. Everyone's eyes reluctantly moved away from the primordial stones, ignoring Zichen. They looked at the monk and frowned. They had seen clearly how the monk and the virtuous cultivator had fought the core realm old monster. Now that they had encountered the monk, they were afraid. Fortunately, they did not see the Taoist. It was just a monk, and they were confident that they could deal with him together. "Monk, hand over the primordial stones, and we will spare your lives," one of the late-stage Zephyrs shouted at the monk. Zichen, who was only early-stage Zephyrs, was directly ignored. "How about it? I will take care of these people for you. The primordial stones will be split 50-50. The monk did not pay attention to the others, and directly talked to Zichen. "You must be dreaming, damn monk! I am already being generous. You are still greedy," Zichen said angrily. "As the saying goes, when you meet someone, you have to split it 50-50. Last time, I did not mind. But this time, it must be 50-50. Moreover, I saved you before. Bool Shasterisk T, 3070 it is. Either you get 30%, or you get none. If you have the ability, go find it yourself." Zichen was angry. The monk's shamelessness made him very unhappy. The two of them negotiated like this, going back and forth, and directly ignoring the more than 50 Zephyrs. "What's going on?" Being ignored by the two of them, everyone in the air was stunned. Furthermore, the situation before them was somewhat fishy. As a result, they did not immediately attack, and only narrowed the encirclement. The situation in front of him was a bit strange. This powerful monk actually couldn't be the owner of the primordial stones, and was willing to share it with the kid in the early stage of Zephyr Realm. But the strange thing was that the kid in the early stage of Zephyr Realm was unwilling to share it, and only gave the monk 30%, and each of them was very generous. As a result, everyone was in a state of confusion. The monk's powerful combat strength was obvious to all. Why should he bow down to an early-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator? That's right, the monk's current appearance was exactly that. There was something strange and problematic about it. Everyone had a bad feeling. At this moment, one of them looked at Zichen and suddenly said, "Did you guys notice that this guy in the early stage of the Imperial Air race looks a little familiar?" "You don't say. I also feel like I've seen it somewhere before. I thought it was an illusion." "Not bad, not bad. He does look familiar, but I just can't recall where I've seen him before." Many people opened their mouths. At this moment, they all felt that Zichen looked very familiar. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. "I remember now. Isn't he the idiot who drew us out after alerting the enemy?" "Yes, that's him. That guy's dead appearance, even if he turned into ashes, I would still recognize him. It's this immoral guy who lured us out, but isn't he dead? How is he still alive?" "That's right, it's that idiot. I killed him with my own hands, and even his spirit weapon was broken. But how is he still alive?" Everyone cried out in surprise. They all recognized Zichen, and all of them spoke rudely. At that time, Zichen almost angered them to death. What a good plan to lure the snake out of its hole. We've all been tricked by him. The leading Imperial Air race's expression became very cold. Now that he saw the other party, he understood everything. The other party was not panicking at all, nor was he trying to die. Everything was intentional. This was a scam, and the goal was to let the other Imperial Air race take action in advance while he faked his death. Then, when no one was paying attention, he would sneak into the mine and steal the vitality stones. After recognizing Zichen, the gazes of the Imperial Air race's people became unfriendly. Waves of coldness surged in their eyes. 40-60. 40-60 should be fine. The monk's face was helpless, as if he had suffered a great loss. "You damned monk, keep dreaming." Zichen was still unwilling. Every time he gave the monk 10% more, he felt his heart bleeding, as if the monk was digging out his flesh. But after looking around and seeing the Imperial Air race, Zichen suddenly changed his mind and said, 40-60 it is. 40-60 it is. I'll let you take advantage of me. But after this, you won't get a share of these 50 rings. The monk's gaze also swept across the crowd. After thinking for a while, he put his palms together and chanted, Amitabha. I'm a monk, and I don't like to kill. I don't want to participate in this kind of thing that will lead to hell. 40-40 it is. Zichen was so angry that he wanted to slap this evil monk who was full of benevolence and righteousness but had done so many bad things. Not far away, the Imperial Air Race's people were confused. They did not understand. After the two of them agreed, they began to distribute the vitality stones. Zichen waved his sleeve, and rays of light flashed. He took away 60% of the pile of vitality stones, leaving 40 for the monk. This is only 35%. The monk mumbled. He seemed to be unwilling, but he still took the vitality stones. Zichen was infuriated. He felt that he had taken less than 60% of the primordial stones, maybe even 50%. Close to 100 million yuan stones were taken away just like that. Everyone felt empty in their hearts when they lost something shiny in front of them. This seriously affected their mood. Moreover, they were completely ignored from the beginning to the end, which completely infuriated them. Damn monk, hand over the vitality stones! The leader of the Imperial Air Race shouted. Amitabha. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and said, These primordial stones belong to this young benefactor, not this poor monk. If you want them, just look for him. As soon as he finished speaking, the monk retreated far away, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. The crowd was stunned. The surging murderous intent disappeared once again. They did not understand. Weren't these two friends? Why did they become like this after splitting the vitality stones? Monk, what do you mean? The crowd was confused. Someone could not help but ask. I only want my own vitality stones, and he wants your spiritual rings. You guys just happen to want to snatch his vitality stones. This is a conflict between the two of you. You guys can solve it yourselves. I can be a witness, but I won't participate. Of course, if you guys want to snatch my vitality stones, I won't let it go, the monk said seriously. But the Imperial Air Race's people were confused. What the hell was going on? It was like a tongue twister. The crowd did not understand. They did not understand the meaning of the monk's words, but they understood some of the meaning. He did not intend to interfere in this matter, and this kid, who was only at the early stage of the Imperial Air Race, was greedy enough to want to snatch their spiritual rings. Kid, you're tired of living. You're only at the early stage of the Imperial Air Race, and you dare to have ideas about us? You're courting death. Did you eat a leopard's guts, or was your brain squeezed by a door? How dare you have ideas about us? Damn it, how dare you have ideas about us? Kill him, and use his vitality stones as compensation. The Imperial Air Race's people shouted, their eyes shining with greed. One had to know that the other party had taken away tens of millions of vitality stones with a wave of his hand. Almost without any deliberate order, the Imperial Air Race's people rushed towards Zichen, endless killing intent surging. Are you just here to snatch vitality stones or to kill? Zichen raised his head and looked at the Imperial Air Race's people. For the first time, he looked at them directly and asked in a calm voice. Humph, do you still need to ask? Of course, we're here to kill and snatch vitality stones. Someone laughed. Can't we just snatch vitality stones without killing people? Zichen asked. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Today is the day you die. More people laughed, their eyes filled with killing intent. If it was the monk who said this, they would naturally consider it. But a mere early stage of the Imperial Air Race dared to talk to them like this. It was simply courting death. Well, I understand. Zichen nodded. Kid, what do you understand? In the distance, the Imperial Air Race's people asked. I understand. I also want to kill and snatch vitality stones. As his voice fell, Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Then, he rushed towards the Imperial Air Race's people. You're courting death. The Imperial Air Race's people laughed, thinking that the other party was simply courting death. But after one exchange, they knew that they were wrong. The other party was not courting death, they were the ones courting death. Puff! Golden light flashed, and a golden blade flashed. One of the Imperial Air Race's people was cut in half. Blood splattered, and the corpse fell to the ground. A spirit ring was in the hands of the other party. Next, Zichen said, his voice cold. Pen. As soon as one of the Imperial Air Race's people died, Zichen rushed to the second one. In a flash of golden light, a punch landed on the other party's chest. The next moment, a loud sound was heard, and the other party was knocked back. His internal organs were shattered, and his vitality dissipated. Puff! The third Imperial Air Race's people came quickly. Zichen flashed past, and a golden light flashed between his fingers. Then, a head flew up high, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. In less than a breath's time, 3 Imperial Air Race's people were killed, and 3 spirit rings were in his hands. Everything was so fast and decisive. How is it possible? Everyone's face changed. They did not understand how a mere early-stage Imperial Air Race could have such powerful combat power. Zichen's expression was cold. He turned into a golden light and flashed past the 3 Imperial Air Race's people. This time, another 3 people died. 6. The cold voice made people tremble. Kill, everyone attack with all your strength. The other Imperial Air Race's people all felt that something was wrong. They all shouted and rushed towards Zichen. In an instant, all the Imperial Air Race's people moved. Powerful attacks appeared one after another, and brilliant light filled the sky. One after another, spirit weapons swallowed cold light and slashed towards Zichen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Chapter 427. This was destined to be a one-sided slaughter. Zichen, who possessed the fastest speed in the world, was not afraid of being besieged. No matter how many attacks appeared in the sky, he could still dodge quickly. He would only come into contact with a few attacks, and if he could not dodge, he would attack again. However, each of his attacks was extremely powerful. Bang! With a loud sound, a spirit weapon was swept by the fist wind and directly shattered. Everyone's expression changed, feeling that it was inconceivable. Why did they see 2 existences who could shatter spirit weapons with their bare hands in one day? Many of the experts also had suspicious looks on their faces. Beside them, Monk put his palms together and muttered to himself, as if he was chanting scriptures for the dead. Swoosh! The void trembled, and a chill appeared behind Zichen. A sharp sword light was aimed at his back. This was a sneak attack, and the timing was very accurate. The Yukong who attacked was good at assassination. However, Zichen seemed to have expected it. His figure was like a ghost as he flashed to the side, dodging the attack. At the same time, he threw out a resplendent punch. Bang! Another spirit weapon was shattered, but the fist light did not dissipate. It continued to move forward and hit the sneak attacker's chest, shattering his internal organs. Normally, the powerful spirit weapons were indestructible. But today, in front of a mere early-stage Jinkong, they were like paper, crushed with a single strike. Furthermore, the powerful Jinkong was like a little chick today, being slaughtered by others. In a short period of time, more than a dozen Yukong had died. Zichen's expression was cold, and his actions were swift and decisive. When his opponent died, he quickly took away his opponent's spirit ring, causing the crowd to be shocked and ashamed. Kill, attack with all your strength and kill him quickly. Loud shouts were still heard. The 8 late-stage Yukong had all attacked, determined to kill Zichen. Even at this moment, they had some guesses about Zichen's identity. More Yukong rushed over and attacked from all directions, almost forming an inescapable net. However, it was almost useless. Very few attacks could land on Zichen, and even if they did, there were not many that could break through his defense. Zichen no longer hid his strength, and showed his killing intent. Golden light shone around him, and his unparalleled battle strength reappeared. Boom! With a punch, a golden light flashed, and a late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator was blasted apart. In the surroundings, everyone was incomparably shocked. How familiar was this scene? It had previously brought them endless shock. You are virtuous serene. Everyone's expression changed. Many of them were already terrified to the extreme when they saw this scene, and thoughts of retreating sprouted in their hearts. Who was the virtuous cultivator? That was an existence that could block the attack of a pill soldier. Furthermore, it had single-handedly killed a group of several hundred pill soldiers and forced them to flee. He's the virtuous cultivator. Run! Run! At this moment, the fear in the hearts of the crowd was completely aroused. One by one, they lost the will to participate in the battle. They turned around and fled, fearing that they would be killed if they were even a little slower. Today, none of you will leave, said Zichen. His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Boom! Zichen pointed out with his finger, causing the sky to tremble. A golden finger imprint appeared, emitting a resplendent golden light as it pointed towards one of the U-clan members. Ah, no! The U-clan member let out a cry of horror and propped up a defensive light shield, wanting to block the attack. But obviously it was impossible. The thunderbolt finger exploded, and the destructive energy rippled, instantly engulfing the opponent. Another U-clan member was killed. Zichen stood in the air and didn't chase after the others. He formed a seal with his hand, and a simple seal appeared. The long-awaited Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang were displayed in turn, blooming with endless light as they rushed forward. The golden light was sharp and powerful. Wherever it passed, a fine crack appeared in the space, obliterating everything. Those fleeing figures were penetrated by the golden light, and they fell from the sky one by one, their vitality dissipating. Cries of horror and begging for mercy echoed in the sky. Virtuous cultivator, you're not a monk. You're a demon. Ah, demon, help! Virtuous cultivator, you're so cruel and killing innocent people. You'll die a horrible death. Curses and curses rang out unceasingly. Zichen stood in the air, facing the curses and curses. His expression didn't change at all. He was as cold as before. Seals kept appearing in his hands, and all kinds of powerful battle techniques were displayed. Resplendent golden light flashed from time to time, killing one U-clan member after another. What powerful battle skills! Every time one of them appears, it will cause a huge uproar. The monk's face was solemn, as if he had transcended the mortal world. Only when he saw Zichen use battle techniques would there be human color in his eyes. Every battle technique Zichen used was extraordinary. Swoosh! Many of them fled in the air. Among them, there were a few cultivators who managed to escape Zichen's attack with great difficulty. Before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, the devil ape standing on Zichen's shoulder would wave its small claws at them. In the next moment, a black light that was like a chain wrapped around Yukong's body and pulled him back. This was an extremely shocking scene. The U-clan member's body was out of control, and he fell back in the air. The black light wrapped around his body was like a rope that couldn't be broken. It was very strange. Although the black light rope didn't last very long, for Zichen, a momentary pause was enough. Where the golden light passed, the black light disappeared. The U-clan member was cut down, and blood splattered in the sky. This was a one-sided massacre. More than 50 U-clan members died one after another. Zichen showed his ruthless side, not leaving a single one alive. After that, the demon ape squeaked, turned into a black light, and rushed to the corpses to collect the spiritual rings for Zichen. It was very happy. After a while, the demon ape returned with a pile of spiritual rings in its small claws, showing off to Zichen. This time, Zichen's harvest was huge. In addition to tens of millions of vitality stones, there were more than 100 spiritual rings in his hand. Now, count how many vitality stones I have. Leaving the battlefield, Zichen found a beautiful place and began to count his harvest. He opened the spiritual rings one by one and counted the wealth inside. This one is not bad. There are more than 1,000 mid-grade vitality stones. It should be a mid-stage U-clan member's spiritual ring. This one is too poor. Why are there only low-grade vitality stones? There isn't even a single mid-grade vitality stone. What a pauper! Wow, this is a lot. There are more than 3,000 mid-grade vitality stones. Opening one spirit ring after another, Zichen felt like he was on a treasure hunt. He was beaming with joy. He had never realized that counting primal stones could be such a delightful thing. It could make one happy for a long time. Zichen did not have many vitality stones left from the last robbery. He was originally worried that without the mid-grade vitality stones, his cultivation speed would slow down. But after this incident, Zichen did not need to worry at all. So far, Zichen had seen more than 10,000 mid-grade vitality stones, and there were still many spiritual rings that he had not checked. These vitality stones were enough for him to go into seclusion for a while. What are you looking at? I said you don't have a share of these things. Seeing so many vitality stones shining and dazzling, Zichen was delighted. But when he saw the monk coming over, he immediately became alert, and quickly took away the spiritual rings that he had not checked. Stop acting like a villain. I'm not here to ask you for primordial stones. I'm here to ask you what plans you have for the future. Tyrant stared at Zichen as he took away all the spiritual rings and said in a bad mood. Find a place to go into seclusion and break through to mid-stage you clan. Zichen said. You're counting on those broken vitality stones of yours to break through to mid-stage you clan. The monk curled his lips with disdain. What do you mean? Zichen looked at the monk. He had gained a lot this time, more than 10,000 mid-grade vitality stones. This was a huge number, enough for an ordinary U-clan cultivator to break through. But Zichen was not an ordinary person. His ultimate energy was extremely pure, so the consumption of this energy was huge. The same heaven and earth spiritual chi could be easily refined by others into origin energy, but Zichen couldn't. In order to transform it into ultimate energy, he had to refine and purify it over and over again. When he obtained unparalleled battle strength, the consumption required for a breakthrough was also many times more than others. What I mean is, you can go to the market with me in exchange for more mid-grade vitality stones to break through, the monk said. Market. Zichen frowned. That's right. It's a place for trading. You can exchange for anything. If you're lucky, you can even exchange for elixir weapons. What? You can even exchange for elixir weapons? Zichen was shocked. In the land of savages, even if you had enough vitality stones, you could not buy any elixir weapons. They were not for sale in the land of savages. Even in the land of chaos, Zichen found that not every nascent core old monster had an elixir weapon. In this place, elixir weapons were still rare. Where's the market? Let's go now, Zichen said anxiously. He was extremely wealthy now, and the primordial stones he had were close to 100 million. Not now. I have to go back to the Wild Wolf Valley. The monk shook his head. Why go back? To be the 8th manager again? Even if you do it for 100 years, you won't get as much as you did today. Zichen curled his lips. I'll go back and take a look at the mine. I feel that there's something unusual there, the monk said solemnly. But how could Zichen believe that the monk insisted on going back? He definitely had something hidden in the Wild Wolf Valley, or he had some other wicked ideas. However, Zichen was determined not to go back. He wanted to buy an elixir weapon at the market the monk had mentioned. Do you think it's easy to get to the market? Not only is the journey long, there are also bandits along the way. There are even more bandits than locusts. With your strength alone, wanting to get there smoothly is simply a dream, the monk said. It's not that scary. Zichen looked at the monk, trying to see if he was telling the truth from his expression. So far, in this peripheral area, I have never heard of anyone who can fly into the market alone alive, Monk warned. Then how do the others get there? They travel in groups led by nascent core old monsters. Even so, they have to encounter all kinds of battles. Is it that scary? Of course. So you should go back with me first. Then we'll explore the mine before going to the market. Chapter 428. Zichen didn't listen to Tyrant's persuasion. After getting the exact location of the market, he set off for it. This was an extremely long road. If everything went smoothly, Zichen would be able to reach the market in a few months. But Tyrant had clearly said that there would be a lot of bandits along the way. There were quite a few big and small factions. Even Dan Yuan old monsters might not be able to pass through smoothly. Therefore, Zichen's journey was destined to not be smooth. The facts proved that this was indeed the case. On the second day, Zichen encountered a group of bandits. In the Bedlam lands, those who could be called bandits were all Zephyrs. This group of 6 was clearly so. There was 1 late Zephyr, 3 mid-Zephyr, and 3 early Zephyr. The 6 surrounded Zichen, killing intent surging around them. The spirit weapons in their hands flickered with cold light. Without saying much, a fierce battle broke out. This was the Bedlam lands. Everything was based on robbery. The fierce battle ended as quickly as it started. The 6 Zephyr bandits became cold corpses. Their spirit rings were taken away, and Zichen left unscathed. For 3 days in a row, Zichen encountered bandits. After a fierce battle, all the bandits were killed, and not a single one was left alive. In addition, Zichen also made some small gains. His consumption was astonishing. Extreme energy was like a bottomless pit. Even with tens of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones, Zichen couldn't maintain it for long. In these 3 days, he encountered quite a few Zephyr bandits. This gave birth to an idea in Zichen's mind. After that, he changed his appearance, turning into the virtuous unfettered cultivator. Bringing the devil ape with him, he cultivated at night and hurried along during the day. He swaggered without any intention of hiding his tracks. During this period, whenever he found traces of bandits, he would deliberately stay for a while until the bandits appeared. Haha, a mere early Zephyr dares to come out alone. Simply courting death. Go, kill him! The same words, the same sinister laughter, and the same scene played out almost every day. Seeing the bandits, Zichen seemed to have turned into a demon, running to the world to reap life after life. All the bandits were killed, not a single one was left alive. That was the rule of the fringe. The strong lived and the weak died. And Zichen had displayed his ruthless and decisive side. Zichen moved forward amidst the slaughter. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Zichen had encountered dozens of forces. All of them were flight users, and the number of flight users he had killed was uncountable. During this month, Zichen cultivated at night and slaughtered during the day. As his realm steadily increased, his understanding of battle skills also deepened. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, in particular, had made great progress. These were battle skills that even the Lightning Youth could not evolve. When he had obtained the inheritance, Zichen had clearly seen the scene of the heavens falling and the earth rending when these 2 battle skills were unleashed. Apart from that, Zichen had finally comprehended the true essence of the first style of the tyrannical fist. He was now able to unleash a truly tyrannical punch that was extremely powerful. After a month of fighting, Zichen had thoroughly grown tired of killing. And so, during the second month, apart from a few bandit leaders or extremely vicious people, Zichen rarely killed anyone. Although he had let quite a few people go, he had to get the spirit rings. That was the main reason why Zichen had acted. And the name of the virtuous unfettered man also began to spread in the outer regions. A mere early flight user had the power of a peak flight user, and he also possessed extreme speed. No matter how many people there were, they were unable to surround him. The various deeds of the virtuous unfettered man spread in the outer regions, to the point that the news seemed to have grown wings and spread to the depths. For a moment, it caused the expressions of many bandits and unfettered people to change. After a night of cultivation, Zichen opened his eyes at dawn. His eyes were flickering. It was time to go. He had been walking and stopping like this for the past 2 months. Squeak, squeak. On the side, seeing Zichen get up, the devil ape immediately jumped up and burrowed into Zichen's arms, continuing to rest. I wonder what kind of forces I'll run into this time. Zichen was filled with anticipation. Moving forward like this was also a kind of experience. After flying for a short while, Zichen saw corpses on the ground. They were all flying, and there was still blood flowing out of their wounds. It was obvious that they had died not long ago, and their spirit rings had long been taken away. Two forces must have run into each other. There were many wounds on the corpses, and they appeared to be in a mess. Moreover, they were left by different weapons. After checking the corpses, Zichen continued forward. Not long after, he heard the sound of energy explosions in the distance. As he looked over, he saw many figures in the distance like small black dots. By the time Zichen approached, the battle had already ended. It was a battle between two forces, and at this moment, one side had already lost all its members. On the other side, there were still a dozen flight users covered in blood and surging with killing intent. Yes. The leader was a black-robed man with a cold gaze and a powerful aura. After seeing Zichen, he frowned slightly. There's still a fish that escaped the net. I'll deal with him. A young man at the early stage of flight user charged towards Zichen with a spirit weapon. He was not an ordinary early-stage flight user. Before this, he had killed at least 3 existences of the same level. His battle strength was very strong, and he could face enemies of a higher level. At this moment, the battle had ended, and there was still one remaining. He also wanted to show off his battle strength, and slashed towards Zichen with his spirit weapon. Pen. But in the next moment, Zichen punched out. Golden light flashed, and the spirit weapon exploded. The young man flew backwards, his eyes filled with shock. His life force gradually dissipated, and his spirit ring had already been taken away. Instant kill. What? The others' expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. To shatter a spirit weapon in one strike and kill an extraordinary expert of the same level, this battle strength was shocking. Zichen stood in the air, his robes flashing. With a cold expression, he said, "Hand over the spirit ring, and I'll spare your lives." Stinky Taoist, you sure are confident. A mere early-stage flight user dares to boast shamelessly. Who do you think you are? A late-stage flight user shouted, his eyes flashing coldly. He held a long blade in his hand, and his body was stained with blood. It was obvious that he had killed many people. The opponent could kill an early-stage flight user in one strike, so he was naturally not weak. At this moment, other than the late-stage flight user, the others did not dare to speak. Zichen frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Stinky Taoist, die! As soon as the words fell, killing intent surged, and the late-stage flight user charged towards Zichen. A blade light like a waterfall fell from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying aura. The late-stage powerhouse had a sinister smile on his face. His body was stained with blood, and there was a murderous aura on his body. With the same move, he had killed countless early-stage flight user existences. But this time... Boom! Zichen threw out a punch. Golden light flashed, and the waterfall blade light was instantly shattered. At the same time, a golden light flashed in front of the late-stage flight user. Poof! With a soft sound, a head flew up, and the body of the late-stage flight user fell from the sky. In a simple exchange, the late-stage flight user was killed. What? He killed a late-stage flight user in one move? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The few late-stage flight users who had a mocking look on their faces before were even more shocked at this moment, as if they were facing a great enemy. You are not from the Flying Water Cave. Are you the virtuous loose cultivator? Suddenly, a horrified voice was heard. The Flying Water Cave was the force that these dead flight users belonged to. It was a small force that was not worth mentioning, and it had been wiped out today. They thought that the opponent was from the Flying Water Cave, but to be able to kill a late-stage flight user in one move, such a powerhouse was obviously not something that a small force like the Flying Water Cave could have. What? The virtuous loose cultivator? The one who scared hundreds of flight users with his own strength? Everyone exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief. Recently, the virtuous loose cultivator's reputation had spread. Almost every bandit force had heard of him. In the past 2 months, he had killed many flight users and created an undefeated legend. He was known as the invincible flight user. Rumor has it that the virtuous loose cultivator is only at the early stage of the flight user, and he's not very old. He's wearing a Taoist robe. Everyone looked at Zichen and found that he was very similar to the virtuous loose cultivator in the rumors. Cut the crap. Hand over the spirit ring, and I'll spare your lives. Zichen's voice was cold as he looked down at everyone and repeated. It really is him. Heavens, I didn't expect him to appear here. Did he kill all the way from the outer area to here? The others were shocked. This was a true fiend. Who knew how many forces he had killed along the way? What arrogance! Virtuous loose cultivator, so what if you're invincible in the flight user? Do you know which power we belong to? The black-robed leader's expression changed as he shouted at Zichen. I don't care what power you belong to. I only recognize spirit rings. Hand over your spirit ring and you'll live. If you don't, you'll die. Zichen's voice was still cold. We're from the barbarian bull village, the strongest power in this region. There are several nascent core experts in our village. If you dare to rob us now, be careful that you won't be able to walk out of here alive, shouted the black-robed man. You're threatening me. Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent. It's not a threat, it's a fact. If you dare to touch us, then an invincible flight user won't be enough, unless you have an invincible nascent core. The black-robed man faced off against Zichen. Zichen's lips suddenly curled into a smile. When it fully bloomed, it turned into a sinister grin. Zichen's figure disappeared into thin air. Not good! Seeing the virtuous loose cultivator's figure suddenly disappear, the leader's expression immediately changed. He quickly dodged to the side. Pfft! Golden light flashed, and blood spurted out. One of the leader's arms suddenly left his body and flew into the air. Damn it! You dare to touch the people of our barbarian bull village? You're courting death. The leader covered his severed arm and shouted. Kill! Kill him for me! But as soon as he finished speaking, he looked around. There was no one left. The others had already run away. What kind of joke was this? This was the virtuous loose cultivator. With his power alone, he had forced hundreds of people to flee. Among them, there was no lack of powerful cave masters. At this moment, there were only a dozen of them. How could they dare to attack the virtuous loose cultivator? Looking at the fleeing figures, the leader's nose was about to become crooked from anger. He wanted to shout for them to come back. Chapter 429. A golden light flashed, and the leader's eyes dimmed. His vitality dissipated, and his body fell from the sky. Taking the ring, Zichen turned into a beam of light and chased after the fleeing zephyr. Puff! Golden light flickered as if a sharp blade had sliced across. Blood spurted out as one of them fell from the sky. There were only a dozen of them, and they had no chance of winning against Zichen. In the end, they couldn't escape and were all killed by Zichen. After 2 months of travel, Zichen had left the outer region of the Land of Chaos and arrived at the central region. Compared to the outer region, there were more experts here, and more core realm old monsters. Moreover, this barbarian bull village was one of the major forces in the central region. It was said that there were 10 core realm old monsters. Zichen had heard about it before, so he acted decisively and killed them all. Taking the ring, Zichen left in a hurry. He was relatively low-key in the central region. Not long after, a team of nearly 100 people arrived. There was no lack of late Zephyr realm experts among them, each emitting a powerful aura. It's the Fifth Brothers team. No wonder they didn't meet up with us. They're all dead. Seeing the dead men on the ground, everyone's face changed. What a sharp attack! Almost all of them were killed in one blow. So clean. Could it be in core realm old monster? Looking at the wounds on the dead cultivators, a middle-aged man frowned. Impossible. Why wouldn't Core Realm Old Monster attack us? Moreover, within hundreds of thousands of miles, who doesn't know about our barbarian bull village? Who would dare to be enemies with the 10 Core Realm Old Monsters? It doesn't matter. If we die, then we die. Let's go and guard the mine first. Before my lord returns, nothing must happen to it. Then the group left in a hurry, not even bothering to deal with the dead bodies on the ground. Zichen moved forward at a fast speed, and didn't meet anyone from the barbarian bull village. At night, he once again meditated, absorbing mid-grade vitality stones one by one. The energy of heaven and earth also gathered toward Zichen from all directions. Suddenly, Zichen felt a powerful aura coming from the horizon. Could it be that the people from the barbaric ox stronghold have already caught up? Opening his eyes, Zichen frowned slightly. Then, he retracted his aura and hid himself, waiting to see what would happen. If it was really someone from the barbarian bull stronghold chasing after him, then he wouldn't mind sending them on their way. A few moments later, silhouettes appeared in the sky. There were hundreds of them in the air, emitting powerful auras. Furthermore, there was no lack of late-stage Zephyr Plane existences among them. So many late-stage Zephyr Realm warriors. Looking at the silhouettes in the sky, Zichen's eyes brightened. There was no original Dan Old Monster in the team. Relying on his extreme speed, he could definitely slaughter everyone and reap a great harvest. Faster, faster. If you can't get there before dawn, you might lose your life. Everyone was very fast. They hurriedly flew over Zichen's head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They did not even release their spiritual senses. Why are they in such a hurry? They must be in a hurry. Did something happen ahead? Zichen frowned and appeared from the darkness. In this area, there was no other force that could dispatch so many experts except for the barbarian bull stronghold. It could be said that the barbarian bull stronghold was the true overlord of this area. The 10 original Dan Old Monsters had intimidated everyone. That night, Zichen was cultivating. After dawn, he got up and set off, but intentionally or unintentionally, he went in the direction where the people from the barbarian bull stronghold left last night. Along the way, Zichen did not encounter any other bandits. This area seemed to be completely quiet. Zichen's intuition told him that there must be something strange. On the evening of the second day, Zichen once again sensed the presence of cultivators. It's them. It was the Zephyr Plane that he saw that night, in a hurry. Now, they were hiding in the surroundings and were detected by Zichen's powerful spiritual senses. Night soon fell. Taking advantage of the darkness, Zichen carefully avoided the hidden cultivators and went deeper. After about a few miles, he stopped. Because with his powerful spiritual senses, Zichen found that there were too many cultivators hiding in front of him. It was impossible to pass through. Once he went deeper, he would definitely be discovered. Little guy, go ahead and take a look. Zichen took the little guy out of his arms and used voice transmission to signal him to go forward. The little guy's eyes were hazy. After hearing Zichen's words, he nodded his little head and patted his chest, as if to say, "Leave it to me." After that, he was like a rubber ball, rolling forward in the night. He merged with the night, and even if spiritual senses swept past, they would not be able to detect him. What is this place? There are so many Zephyr Planes guarding it, and they look so alert. Could there be something inside? Zichen frowned and pondered. There were far more than 100 hidden Zephyr Planes. Such a formation inevitably made Zichen speculate. Not long after, the little guy rolled back and gestured at Zichen with his little hand, his eyes shining. What? You said this is a mineral vein? Zichen was shocked. The little guy nodded and gestured again, indicating that this was a very large mineral vein. How big is it? Zichen asked. The little guy responded again. It was several times bigger than the Dark Wind Cave's mineral vein. Such a large mineral vein, shouldn't there be a primary core old monster guarding it? Why are there so many Zephyr Planes guarding it, and all of them are so alert, as if a great battle is about to happen? Is someone going to attack this mineral vein? Zichen clicked his tongue. But who would dare to touch the things of the 10 primary core old monsters? Zichen did not believe that in such a large mineral vein, there would be no primary core old monster guarding it. After thinking for a long time, Zichen still could not figure it out, so he decided to stay and observe for a while. When the sky was bright, Zichen retreated to the outskirts of the city. He carefully surveyed his surroundings. Every night, he would continue to sneak in. Several days passed in a row, but nothing unusual happened. Zichen was a little impatient. If he did not feel that the Zephyr planes had become more nervous, Zichen would have left long ago. Now at night there were Zephyr planes patrolling the sky. Their huge spiritual sense spread out, sweeping everything in the mountain range. In addition, there were also cultivators patrolling during the day. Zichen retreated far away, quietly observing the changes. 2 days later, he found traces of humans in the distance. In order not to alert the enemy, the devil ape moved out again, and then brought back a shocking news. What? There are hundreds of Zephyr planes? Zichen's expression changed. It seemed that there was really going to be a great battle. Moreover, it was the most Zephyr planes Zichen had ever seen in a battle. There should be more than 1,000 of them. Zichen finally understood why only a few of the monsters from the savage land could return alive. In here, no matter how strong you were, if you were attacked by hundreds of Zephyr planes, you would die without a doubt, unless you were like Zichen, who had the world's fastest speed and powerful physical defense. If there is a Zephyr plane battle, then there is a battle between Zephyr plane old monsters. This should be a great power not weaker than the barbarian bull village that has taken a fancy to this load. Zichen thought, suspecting that he might have seen a battle between 20 Zephyr plane old monsters. 10 Zephyr plane old monsters and hundreds of Zephyr planes. Is it just for a load of yuan stones? Back then, the load of yuan stones in Dark Wind Cave only had close to 100 million, and it was deliberately placed there. Obviously, the majority had been taken away. Although this load was larger than Dark Wind Caves, with Zephyr plane old monsters overseeing it, as long as it was not a trap, there would not be many yuan stones. It was obviously not worth it to send so many experts. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Zichen's mind. Could it be that this isn't a yuan stone load? In the Chaos Lands, yuan stones loads were precious, but there were also things that were far more valuable. For example, the ores used to refine pill weapons were far more valuable than yuan stones. For example, if a diamond load was discovered, it would shake the world. Thinking of that, Zichen became excited. Perhaps this load really did contain some precious ores, and the materials it produced were the materials needed to refine pill weapons. That would explain why another power was willing to pay such a huge price to attack this load. Zichen waited patiently at the periphery for 2 days. On the night of the 3rd day, that group of people spread out, attacking the load from all directions. Enemy attack. Defend the load. Along with an ear-piercing shriek, a fierce chaotic battle began. In the dark night, streaks of light appeared, followed by a series of explosions. The sky shattered due to the terrifying energy explosion, and waves of energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Haha, barbarian bull stronghold people, I wonder how many Daluo silver crystals you've mined these days. Hearty laughter rang out between heaven and earth. Powerful auras appeared, all of them at the late Zephyr realm. They formed a powerful force that charged towards the load. Damn it, it's the setting sun mountain people. Kill them! A cold voice rang out from the load, and then another group of Zephyr realm people charged out. Boom! Waves of energy swept out, and a series of explosions rang out. This was a chaotic battle. There were more than 1,000 Zephyr realm people participating in this battle, and there were Zephyr realm people dying every moment. Blood splattered everywhere, and in just a few breaths of time, the world was filled with a thick smell of blood. Pun! Waves of energy fell down, and mountains exploded, and vegetation turned to dust. Zichen, who was watching from afar, was speechless. This chaotic battle of 1,000 people was really terrifying. In this battle, the combat strength of an individual was almost negligible. As soon as they appeared, dozens of attacks were launched, densely packed, and fell in the same direction. In an instant, a large number of Zephyr Realm people died. Here, there was almost no difference between the late Zephyr Realm and the early Zephyr Realm. Anyone who was swept by a wave of energy would die. In just a short moment, the number of Zephyr Realm people who died was close to 100. At the same time, Zichen found that these Zephyr Realm people were crazily charging towards the lode during the fierce battle. This was very different from what he had imagined before. Luosin, you came here to rob us today. Aren't you afraid that our 10 core realm old monsters will come back and destroy your setting sun mountain? A cold voice sounded, and a middle-aged man rose into the air. P.S. This is the third update from yesterday. I owe a lot of updates. I wanted to try to break out, but who knew that I only managed to release 2 chapters yesterday? The pressure is a bit small. Chapter 430. Over 1,000 people were engaged in an intense battle in the air. Colorful and gorgeous attacks filled the horizon, and the night was almost turned into day. Spirit weapons transformed into cold beams of light, like bolts of lightning. Under the control of spiritual sense, they engulfed everything. One by one, they died in the flashes of cold light. Large amounts of corpses fell from the sky. It was an extremely shocking scene. Below, Zichen was hiding in the darkness, ready to take advantage of the chaos to attack. But when he heard this, his expression changed. The 10 primal core old monsters of the barbarian bull stronghold aren't here. This was unexpected. The 10 primal core old monsters of the barbarian bull stronghold were not here at the moment. The fierce battle in the sky continued, but Zichen's gaze was constantly flickering. He was now certain that this was a rare ore vein that produced Daluos silver crystals. This was a material for forging pill weapons, and its value far exceeded that of primal stones of the same volume. Pu Meng, don't think that just because your barbarian bull stronghold has 10 primal core old monsters, you're invincible in this region. Let me tell you, the number of primal core old monsters in our Sunset Mountain is no less than yours. Snorted a late-stage Uskai expert named Luo Senator. Then, he signaled a large group of people to launch a destructive attack at Pu Meng. Luosin, you're courting death! Pu Meng shouted. At the same time, a large amount of brilliant light rose from where he was and attacked Luo Sr. I think you're the ones courting death. If you don't obediently hand over the Daluos silver crystals, everyone in your barbarian bull stronghold will die today. Boom! A large amount of brilliant light collided, erupting with a world-shattering sound. The void was constantly torn apart, and huge cracks appeared. Miserable screams echoed in the night. It was very mournful, and more people died in the air. You dare to attack our barbarian bull stronghold? Just wait for the anger of the 10 primal core old monsters! Pu Meng roared, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Humph, this time we're purely fighting in the air. Even if the 10 primal core old monsters come back, they won't have anything to say. At most, they'll just blame your Uskai for being too useless. Luosin had brought many experts with him, much more than the original barbarian bull stronghold. As the battle raged on, the barbarian bull stronghold gradually lost ground. Pu Meng, didn't your barbarian bull stronghold claim to have over 1,000 people in the air? Why are there so few of you? Are the others hiding in the mines? Or are they not here at all? Are they guarding the other resources? Luosin sneered. Humph, Luosin, you are smart. They really didn't come. Haha, then just wait for your death. But it's too early for you to be happy. They didn't come, but they didn't guard the mine either. Instead, they went to your Sunset Mountains mine. What? Luosin, do you think you are very smart? Since I, Pu Meng, can predict that you would attack us, naturally, I have already made preparations. Haha! If I am not mistaken, your ore vein should have already been taken by our people. We should be counting the spoils right now. Pu Meng laughed. Damn it, how dare you plot against us? I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone, charge! Charge into the mine and take the Daluos silver crystals, then return to the mine to support. Luosin roared, his expression becoming ferocious. Immediately after, the group of people in the air that he brought seemed to have fallen into a frenzy, launching even more intensive and terrifying attacks. Everyone, hold on. As long as we can buy some time, when our people come back, it will be their time of death. Pu Meng was also encouraging his people. In an instant, the battle became even more intense. Below, Zichen was overjoyed when he heard the conversation between the two sides. The top 10 core experts of the barbarian bull stronghold were not here, and this time, the core experts of the Sunset Mountain were not here either. Those who came were all in the air. It was as if the heavens were helping him. So he moved. Swoosh. In a flash of golden light, he appeared from the ground and went straight to the mine. At the same time, some cultivators of the Sunset Mountain also went straight to the mine. From afar, one figure after another flew to the mine, and Zichen was just one of them. Boom! The fierce battle broke out again, and a large number of attacks drowned the direction where Zichen was. The destructive energy continued to surge, and some of the people in the air who rushed forward coughed up blood and were severely injured. Only Zichen was unscathed and rushed into the depths. Brother, do your best. Seeing that one of them was fine, the other people who were seriously injured also spoke. At the same time, they launched fierce attacks to buy time for Zichen. Little brother, it's up to you. The others also spoke. This time, there were hundreds of people in the air who came, and they belonged to several forces. Not many of them knew each other, and seeing a stranger rush in, they were not surprised at all. Zichen, who was rushing forward, was slightly stunned. This, little brother, was obviously addressed to him, and he quickly reacted and shouted, "Everyone cover me!" Swoosh! In a flash of golden light, he rushed forward for dozens of meters. After that, a large amount of energy supply arrived and swallowed him again. Stop him, and kill all the bastards of the Sunset Mountain! Above the sky, Pu Meng's voice was constantly heard, and he was constantly commanding the others to attack. Next to Zichen, the people in the air died one after another, and he was also dodging between the various energy attacks. Although he was lucky to not die, his body was covered in wounds, and his clothes were torn in many places. Go quickly! Little brother, we'll cover you! Go in quickly! At the same time, there were more people in the air protecting Zichen, allowing him to move forward. It had to be said that it was a miracle for an early-stage Zephyr to be able to survive until now. And this miracle kept happening. He was the weakest in the group, but he was the one who approached the entrance of the mine the fastest. In the sky, Luosen saw this scene, and his face was filled with joy. He shouted, "Everyone, do your best to escort this little brother into the mine." There were too many people this time, hundreds of people, and even Luosen couldn't recognize all of them. He thought that Zichen was a subordinate of a late-stage Zephyr. In this area, the barbarian bull village was the boss, and only the Sunset Mountain could touch them. At this moment, the two sides were fighting fiercely, and they naturally didn't expect that there would be a bold guy who took the opportunity to sneak in. After that, the energy in the sky became more violent, and the people of the Sunset Mountain began to suppress the people of the barbarian bull village, so that they didn't have all the energy to kill Zichen. In the end, Zichen rushed into the mine. At the same time, there were some cultivators of the Sunset Mountain who rushed in with Zichen. At this moment, they completely regarded Zichen as one of their own, and many people were still protecting him. Kill! After rushing into the mine, there was another shout from inside. There were some Zephyr hiding here, but there were not many of them. Little brother, I'll stop them. You go in quickly. A late-stage Zephyr stood in front of Zichen. At the same time, the others also flashed and blocked the others for Zichen. No, I'll cover. You all go in. At worst, I'll die, Zichen said in a low and tragic voice. Brother, we're satisfied with your words. The others turned their heads and took a deep look at Zichen, remembering this righteous little brother, and then rushed forward. You're weak, but you're fast. You're most suitable for treasure hunting. Go quickly and get the Daluo silver crystal. You're the pride of our Sunset Mountain. The group of people didn't hesitate and opened the way for Zichen. Along the way, Zichen displayed an extremely fast speed. He was not slower than them, but his strength was not strong. There were many wounds on his body, which was seen by everyone, so they protected him and allowed him to enter the mine to search for treasures. Well, you guys hold on. I'll be back soon. Zichen spoke again, but he couldn't wait to go deeper into the mine. So fast. This time, we'll definitely be able to get a lot of Daluo's silver crystals. The other people who rushed and blocked the zephyr of the barbarian bull camp, and their eyes were full of hope. Zichen rushed forward, and his huge spiritual sense swept around, searching for the location of all the ores. The depths of the mine were like an underground world, and it was very difficult to find Daluo's silver crystals smoothly. Last time in the Yuan stone vein, there was a fierce battle with the core old monsters, and the energy fluctuations led Zichen to the right place. But this time, Zichen had to find it himself. Along the way, he occasionally found one or two zephyrs, as well as some true energy realm cultivators who were working as miners, trembling in fear. Poof! Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and a golden light shot out from his hand. A mid-stage zephyr was beheaded, and his head rolled far away. And before the other party's corpse fell, Zichen was already very far away. Along the way, all the zephyrs he encountered were all killed by Zichen, and as for the miners hiding in the corners, they were all let go. At this moment, his powerful strength was completely displayed, and all the zephyrs blocking his way were killed. At the same time, he searched every mine, and must find the location of Daluo's silver crystals. In the depths of the mine, there were 6 zephyrs gathered here. One of them was a late-stage zephyr, and the other 5 were early-stage zephyr. Next to it were pieces of crystals, all of them the size of a fist. They emitted silver light, resplendent and dazzling. There were over a dozen of them. These were great Luo's silver crystals, one of the materials used to forge pill weapons. They were extremely expensive. You're all early-stage zephyr, and all of you know how to hide. Later, you'll hide in the depths of each mine, and don't come out unless absolutely necessary. Remember, don't leave this mine. The late-stage zephyr emphasized. Yes, sir. Okay, pay attention to hiding. Remember, suppress your strength and hide with those miners. The late-stage zephyr ordered again. But at this moment, he found that the expressions of the 5 people in front of him changed. Each of them had their mouths wide open, and their faces were full of shock. The little 5 zephyrs were shocked. Before they could say the word, they saw a dazzling golden light flashing. Poof! The golden light flashed, and blood burst out. The late-stage zephyr didn't even notice it, and his head was chopped off. Blood sprayed on the faces of the 5 people. What a good plan, hiding among the miners. If I came a little later, I'm afraid I would have been fooled. Chapter 431. In the depths of the mine, there were more than a dozen pieces of Daluo's silver crystals, shining with dazzling silver light. If he hadn't come in time and discovered these 6 people, Zichen would have thought that there were only these Daluo's silver crystals here. The 5 early-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators widened their eyes and looked ahead, their eyes full of fear. It was a young man in a Taoist robe. There was a cold smile on his face, and the cold aura around him made people tremble. He killed a late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator with one blow. The latter didn't even have time to react before his head fell to the ground. They were all early-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators, but at this moment, 5 against 1, they didn't have any confidence. Instead, they felt a kind of despair lingering in their hearts. They were terrified to the extreme. Thanks. Zichen took the dozen pieces of Daluo's silver crystals on the ground and smiled. This was a real smile, like a spring breeze. But in the eyes of the 5, this was the smile of a demon, making people tremble. Hand over the spirit rings, and I'll spare your lives. After taking away the Daluo's silver crystals, Zichen looked at them and said indifferently, "No, we can't." The 5 looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. But at the same time, There was a trace of ruthlessness born from despair in the depths of their eyes. Handing over the spirit rings was equivalent to handing over their lives. Even if they didn't die now, the people of the barbarian bull village wouldn't let them go. It could be said that handing over the spirit rings meant certain death. But at this moment, it was 5 against 1. Although the opponent was very strong, but in such a narrow space, there might be a glimmer of hope. Poof! Just as a cold light flashed in their eyes, Zichen had already made his move. The golden light in his hand began to flash, turning into a sharp blade. In just a moment, the 5 of them fell into a pool of blood, and the spirit rings were in Zichen's hand. The fact proved that the 5 of them chose to attack Zichen, which was the real death. If they had handed over the spirit rings and chose to escape immediately, there might be a glimmer of hope. Boom! A terrifying energy fluctuation sounded, and the whole mine trembled, almost collapsing. Above their heads, gravel kept rolling down, and the rumbling sound echoed. Time to go. Taking the spirit rings, Zichen flashed and left. But not long after, Zichen ran into the Zephyr Realm cultivator of Sunset Mountain. Little brother, how is it? How was it, little brother? Did you get the Great Luo's silver crystals? The Great Luo's silver crystals are in our hands, and there are quite a few of them. Let's quickly kill our way out. Zichen did not slow down, and killing intent surged around him. What? You really obtained the Great Luo's silver crystal? Little brother, you are really something. Now that we've gotten what we want, it's time for us to leave. Let's go. We'll escort you out of here. They had the advantage in terms of numbers. During the fierce battle, many people from the Sunset Mountain had killed their way in. Moreover, they had searched for a while, but to no avail. When they heard that Zichen had obtained the Great Luo's silver crystal, they were extremely excited. Then, they protected Zichen as they rushed out of the mine. Along the way, they were more scared than hurt. Several big battles broke out. Besides Zichen, 5 or 6 people were killed in the air before they finally rushed out of the mineral vein. In the outside world, the chaotic battle was still going on. There was almost a layer of dead airmen on the ground. Above the firmament, there were still many people fighting fiercely in the air. This was the real main battlefield. Lord Luosen, the Great Luo's silver crystals are in our hands. Let's quickly return to the mineral vein to support our brothers. Zichen had just charged out when he shouted at the sky, his voice rumbling like thunder. Because of Zichen's words, the intense battle paused for a moment. Everyone subconsciously looked at Zichen, wanting to see who had obtained the Great Luo's silver crystal. Unfortunately, they could only see a ball of golden light. They were unable to see Zichen's appearance. Ah, people from the Sunset Mountain, our barbarian bull stronghold is irreconcilable with you. You snatched our Great Luo's silver crystals, so just wait to suffer the wrath of the barbarian bull stronghold. Pumeng roared, his voice filled with unwillingness. At the same time, the barbarian bull stronghold's side was surging with killing intent. Ha ha, good. The Great Luo's silver crystals are in our hands. Let's retreat and quickly return to the mineral vein. Luosen only saw Zichen's back. He didn't recognize that golden figure. The other party was merely at the early stage of the airmen, so it was normal that he didn't recognize him. But that didn't stop him from feeling happy. After that, the Sunset Mountain's forces began to retreat, heading straight for their mineral vein. Chase. We must stop them and delay them so that our people can snatch the yuan stones. Pumeng roared, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He led the barbarian bull stronghold in pursuit. Quick! Luosen's voice rang out, urging everyone to retreat and speed up. If they rushed back in time, they might be able to protect the mineral vein. Right, who is that little brother's subordinate? He actually has such means. When we return, we must reward him well. Luosen was in a good mood as he looked at the golden figure being protected by everyone. I don't know whose subordinate he is. The battle just now has been completely scattered. Many of the leaders have died. Beside him, many people shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Hundreds of airmen belonged to many forces. At this moment, There was a chaotic battle, and many experts had died. It was normal that they didn't recognize a mere early-stage U airman. Well, since he has made such a great contribution, when we return, we will give him a leader. Luosen smiled. The others nodded respectfully. In the sky, the fierce battle continued. The Sunset Mountains people retreated as they fought, retreating to the mineral vein. At the same time, more experts were guarding Zichen. Zichen's original intention was to leave with the great Luo silver crystals, but at this moment, with so many U airmen protecting him, it would be difficult for him to leave rashly. Moreover, when leaving the mineral vein, he had a bold idea in his heart, so he let these people lead him away. The Sunset Mountain was also a major force in this area, not weaker than the barbarian bull stronghold. The two forces usually didn't interfere with each other, like two super overlords guarding their own territories. The barbarian bull stronghold had the great Luo silver crystal mineral vein, while the Sunset Mountain also had its own Yuan stone mineral vein. The Yuan stone mineral vein was very large, and it produced high-quality mid-grade Yuan stones. Usually, there were several nascent core old monsters guarding this place, so no one dared to cause trouble here. But today, there were hundreds of U airmen attacking the Yuan stone mineral vein. Above the mineral vein, light lingered, and a series of sonorous sounds rang out. This was a revolving grand formation, emitting endless killing intent. And in the grand formation, there were densely packed figures, each with the strength of U airmen. They launched a series of fierce attacks, wanting to shatter the grand formation. Under the energy attacks, the entire grand formation trembled, and rays of light circulated, rumbling. Damn it! I didn't expect the barbarian bull stronghold to be so despicable. The leader of the Yuan stone mineral vein looked at the imminent danger of the grand formation, his expression unsightly. Luosen had already led his people to fight for the great Luo silver crystals, so there weren't many people left for him. But he had never imagined that the barbarian bull stronghold would actually fight for the Yuan stones at this time. Sir, the grand formation is about to break, reported one of his subordinates. Tell them to hold on. Tell them that Lord Luosen will be back soon. Also, tell everyone to prepare for a battle to the death, said the leader coldly. Yes. Looking at the departing figures of his subordinates, the leader muttered. Luosen, you have to come back quickly. The grand formation is about to break. Everyone, go all out. The Yuan stone mineral vein of the Sunset Mountain actually had a grand formation protecting it. This was clearly something the barbarian bull stronghold hadn't expected. Although the grand formation was about to break, it would take too much time. Moreover, they had already heard that Luosen had led even more experts to fight for the great Luo silver crystals. Boom! After a series of tremors, the grand formation was finally broken. One by one, experts appeared in the sky, emitting a monstrous killing intent. Kill! Kill them! Shouted the leader of the barbarian bull stronghold. At the same time, a dazzling light appeared beside him, surrounded by boundless killing intent, attacking the experts of the Sunset Mountain. Kill! The experts of the Sunset Mountain were also prepared. The moment the grand formation was broken, they launched a devastating attack. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out. A large number of casualties occurred once again. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. It's useless. You have too few people. Today will be the day of your death. The leader of the barbarian bull stronghold shouted. Go all out and snatch the Yuan stones, then go back to support them. Everyone, hold on and delay them. Wait for Luosen to return, then annihilate all of them in one fell swoop. The two sides began a life and death battle. The scene was very intense. At this moment, lives had already become a number. But obviously, the barbarian bull stronghold's battle strength was stronger. They had the advantage in numbers. Not long after the fierce battle, they began to suppress the other side. Moreover, many of them began to attack the mineral vein. Lord, it's not good. We can't hold on for much longer. We have to hold on even if we have to die. The experts of the Sunset Mountain were too few. At this moment, they were constantly retreating. The entire mineral vein was almost captured. Kill those sons of bitches from the barbarian bull stronghold. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Damn you, daring to act wildly in our Sunset Mountain. Today, you won't be able to return. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the horizon. Then, a powerful aura appeared, accompanied by a crazy killing intent. The cultivators of the Sunset Mountain finally rushed back. But they fought all the way back. There were still sounds of energy explosions in the sky. The first to appear was a group of experts guarding Zichin. Each of them was filled with killing intent as they rushed towards the people of the barbarian bull stronghold. Zichin also turned into a golden light and followed closely behind. They're here. Our people are here. Lord Luosin is back. Let's kill these sons of bitches. With the arrival of reinforcements, the morale of the cultivators guarding the primordial stone vein was completely boosted. Each one of them erupted and attacked fiercely. Kill those bastards of the Sunset Mountain. I, Pu Meng, am here. Kill these bastards. Deafening shouts sounded. Pu Meng of the barbarian bull stronghold also arrived. He led a large group of cultivators and chased them all the way here. In an instant, the cultivators of the Sunset Mountain clashed again. Little brother, go hide in the mineral vein first. You must be careful. One of the leaders of the Sunset Mountain shouted. Zichin also had the same intention. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the mineral vein. Don't stop him. Let him go in. At the same time, many cultivators of the Sunset Mountain transmitted their voice to each other. Thus, Zichin smoothly entered the mineral vein under the escort of several cultivators of the Sunset Mountain. But as soon as he entered the mineral vein, Zichin ran towards the depths of the mineral vein. Little brother, what are you going to do? The others were startled. I'm going to find the primordial stones, Zichin said without slowing down. Chapter 432. Outside, the chaotic battle was still ongoing. Many Yuskais were dying. In this place, life was always the most worthless. After Zichin entered the ore vein, he headed straight for the depths. What? You're going to find the Yuan stones? Everyone was startled, clearly not understanding. Don't just stand there. Take me there. Zichin turned around and shouted. Why are you looking for the Yuan stones? They were stunned, still not understanding. Of course it's to take them away. Are you going to wait for them to come in and rob us? Zichin glared at them. Are we going to do the same as them? Leave the things there and wait for them to come in and take them away? This is a ore vein. With all our Yuskais here, they won't be able to come in. What if they come in? They were speechless. One of them hesitated. But the setting sun mountain has rules. We can't touch the Yuan stones. I know there are rules, but special circumstances require special treatment. Do you want our Yuan stones to be taken away by them? Of course not. But if we touch the Yuan stones, we'll lose our heads. Let's just wait and see. They were still hesitant. If we don't take away the Yuan stones, they'll come in. At that time, just like how I stole their Daluo silver crystals, they'll use the same method to steal our Yuan stones. Rather than leaving them there for others to steal, why don't we put them away first and return them after the battle is over? Zichin patiently explained. The few of them were deep in thought. Obviously, they felt that what Zichin said made sense. However, there were clear rules in the Sunset Mountain, so they were caught in a dilemma. How about this? Since I've obtained the Daluo silver crystal this time, it can be considered a great merit. I'll take the primordial stones. If it's a great crime of beheading, then it'll be even. Zichin finally spoke. The others exchanged a glance, their expressions changing. One of them said, But little brother, you've done a great deed this time. If it's gone like this, then, alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's go. The brothers outside are still fighting. If it's a crime, then I'll accept it. But if I'm lucky enough to get 2 great merits, then I won't forget you. Alright then. Since Zichen had already said so, the others had no choice but to agree. Furthermore, they all had their own thoughts and felt that it was impossible for their merits to offset their demerits. It should be two great merits. Everyone follow me. One of the people escorting Zichen was from the mine, and was familiar with the area. He led the group deeper into the mine. During this time, they encountered a few other cultivators who were flying through the air. Because they were all familiar with each other, they were able to proceed smoothly until they reached the location where the primordial stones were stored. When Zichen saw the piles of shiny primordial stones, his eyes almost popped out. Moreover, he had a look of disbelief. He had only said a few words, and he really came here. Following his gaze, Zichen discovered several piles of glittering primal stones, emitting dense spiritual chi. Furthermore, he also discovered that there was a pile of primal stones that were actually mid-grade primal stones. At a glance, there were more than 1 million of them. This was a real fortune. Zichen's saliva almost flowed out of the corner of his mouth, and his breathing became slightly rapid. Little brother, this is the place where we put the primordial stones. Except for the leader, no one can touch it. The late-stage cultivator who led the way before explained. All right, then I'll put it away first. Zichen nodded, and a light flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward and was ready to take away the primordial stones. What are you doing? But at this moment, a cold voice sounded, and a flying cultivator walked in from another cave. This was a thin middle-aged man with a mustache, and there was obvious hostility in his eyes. Siming, you came at the right time. This little brother wants to take away these primordial stones. The late-stage flying cultivator spoke again. Take away the primordial stones, Lu Xiongchuan, how dare you? Have you forgotten the rules of Sunset Mountain? How dare you touch these primordial stones? Do you want to die? The flying cultivator named Siming's face was cold. The next moment, rays of light flashed, and more than a dozen flying cultivators appeared. Each of them had a cold expression, and there was hostility in their eyes. Siming, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to attack me? Lu Xiongchuan's face was very ugly. I was just about to ask you what is the meaning of this. Bringing these people here, are you going to take advantage of the chaos to steal the primordial stones? Siming asked coldly, and the hostility in his eyes was even stronger. Siming, what kind of person do you think I am? We are just temporarily keeping them to prevent the people from the barbarian bull village from stealing them. Lu Xiongchuan said with a face full of grievance. Humph, you don't have to worry about this. I will protect the primordial stones. Now you better leave, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Siming said coldly. Facing the stubborn Siming, Lu Xiongchuan was helpless. He looked at Zichen for help. Siming's appearance surprised Zichen, and Zichen didn't like his stubborn character. However, since he dared to come here, he naturally had a plan. As his eyes flashed, he came up with a plan. With a flip of his hand, a dazzling silver light appeared. Zichen looked at Siming. Do you recognize this? Seeing the silver light in Zichen's hand, Siming's pupils shrank, and his expression changed. This is Daluo's silver crystal. How did you get it? At this moment, it wasn't just Siming's expression that changed. Even the eyes of the people guarding Zichen lit up. They had only heard Zichen say that he had obtained the Daluo silver crystal, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. This was also their first time seeing it. At least your eyes aren't bad, Zichen said coldly. Do you know how this came about? We exchanged our lives for it. The lives of many brothers. They helped me charge into the mine and took away these Daluo silver crystals. You really got it. You really succeeded. Siming was very excited. The only thing in his eyes was the Daluo silver crystals. Zichen inwardly cursed at her stubborn brain, and his voice became even colder. Do you understand what I just said? The iciness in his words made Siming shudder involuntarily. He nodded subconsciously. I understand. What the hell do you understand? Zichen's expression changed. He suddenly roared. If you understood, you wouldn't be standing in front of me, And you definitely wouldn't be just looking at the Daluo silver crystals in my hand. Siming was stunned. He looked at Zichen in confusion. The others were also puzzled. Put these origin stones here in piles. If the barbarian bull stronghold's people charge in, they'll snatch them all. Just like with the Daluo silver crystals, there won't be a single one left. Zichen shouted. Since you said you understood what I meant, why are you still standing in front of me? But the setting sun mountain has rules. This time, Siming really did understand the meaning behind Zichen's words. His expression became hesitant. Rules are dead, people are alive, Zichen said angrily. So many of our brothers are fighting outside to protect this place, to protect these origin stones. For these origin stones, they can even throw away their lives. But what are you doing? We're also protecting the origin stones, Siming said. You're not protecting, you're waiting. Waiting for all our brothers outside to be killed, waiting for them to die one by one. Siming was dissatisfied and shouted. Bullshit, we're protecting the origin stones. We don't want them to die either. Haha, what a fancy excuse. Zichen's face became gloomy. He pointed at Siming's nose and said, You keep saying that you're protecting the origin stones. Then let me ask you, if they all die, do you expect the few of you to be able to protect these origin stones? Siming didn't speak. If everyone outside died, they naturally wouldn't be able to protect these origin stones. Zichen sneered. Why aren't you speaking? Are you trying to say that we'll protect these origin stones even if we die? Siming continued to be silent. Haha, if they all die, you naturally won't be able to live. But it doesn't matter if you die, but you'll lose the origin stones. Look at you, a dignified late-stage flight evasion with powerful combat strength. Instead of going outside to kill the enemy, you're actually hiding here. And you, all of you are so strong, go out and kill the enemy. Why do you have to wait for the other brothers to die? Zichen roared, as if he expected better from them. We're protecting the origin stones. Siming's confidence was no longer enough. What he used to think was the most sacred thing, but today he found that it was full of guilt. After Zichen said so, their protection had become meaningless. Now you still have the face to talk about protection. Zichen was angry and strode forward. Siming subconsciously dodged, revealing a large pile of origin stones behind him. Zichen, on the other hand, waved his hand and the piles of origin stones disappeared. Their purpose is origin stones, not just a simple person. Now that the origin stones are gone, you go out and kill the enemy. Zichen pointed at himself and said, As for me, I'm merely at the early stage of the Zephyr realm. No one will pay attention to me, so I'll protect the Daluo silver crystals and primordial stones. While they were still in a daze, Zichen took away all the origin stones, then turned and left. You took away the origin stones and didn't stay here. What are you going out for? Siming asked, puzzled. If I don't go outside, am I going to wait for them to come in and kill me and take everything? No wonder you were assigned here. With your IQ, you can't do anything else. Zichen sneered. Yes, Siming, if this little brother goes out, no one will pay attention to him, and once the people of the barbarian bull village rush in, they'll be empty-handed. At that time, there will be no return, Lu Xiongchuan timely said. Siming lowered his head, feeling that he was really stupid today. He was despised by an early-stage flight evasion expert, and he had no room to refute. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Why don't you kill the enemy with everyone? Do you really want to wait for them to die? With a good eloquence, Zichen appeared in the mine with all the people guarding the origin stones. They walked out of the mine and killed the people of the barbarian bull village. Zichen also said that he wanted to kill the enemy. His whole body emitted a bright golden light, and his fighting spirit rose, which scared the others. Chapter 433. The dazzling golden light around Zichen slowly receded. He was rich, and no one would let him take the risk. Moreover, he was only at the early Zephyr realm. It was almost negligible here. He would just be throwing his life away if he went up. Sigh, I really can't accept watching my brothers die one by one. I really want to go up and kill them. Zichen clenched his teeth. Little brother, we know you're righteous, but you must restrain yourself. You just need to protect the primal stones and Daluo's silver crystals. A late Zephyr Realm expert wiped his cold sweat. At this moment, several people surrounded Zichen in a relatively hidden place to watch the battle. Zichen would occasionally erupt with golden light, and his battle-intent soared. He looked like he was about to fight, and they all tried to persuade him to stop. But they were all thinking, with your strength, let alone killing the enemy, you'll be killed in a single exchange. It doesn't matter if you die, but if you lose your things, it'll be over. Now, all they had to do was wait for the battle to end and then reward him. In the sky, the battle had already reached its climax. The Zephyrs of the two factions had already gone completely crazy. The void healed and shattered, repeating itself over and over again. This time, the barbarian bull's stronghold had lost the Daluo's silver crystals. This was a great crime. When the primal core old monster returned, he would definitely show his might. No one could take this responsibility, so they had to take it back. As for the setting sun mountain, they were also forced into a dead end. If they couldn't retreat now, then not only would they lose the Daluo silver crystals they had spent so much to snatch, but they would also lose the primal stone mine. They couldn't bear such a loss. Thus, both sides were fighting with true fury. Rumbling sounds rang out like thousands of thunderbolts. They can't really be going to die together, right? Looking at the battle in the sky, Zichen couldn't help but think. If they really were going to die together, then this many Zephyrs represented over 1,000 spirit rings. This made Zichen's heart burn, but he was just thinking about it. He couldn't really be that greedy. This time, he had obtained the Great Luo's silver crystal and many primordial stones. It could be said to be a bountiful harvest. Zichen was already satisfied. Regardless of whether it was the barbarian bull's stronghold or the setting sun mountain, these two great powers both had many original Dan old monsters. If they suddenly returned, Zichen would be dead for sure. In the sky, the fierce battle continued. Zichen's real body was sent flying thousands of meters away after clashing with someone's palm. He landed in a large forest. You're just at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, yet you dare to fight me head-on. You're simply courting death. The expert at the late stage of the Zephyr realm laughed, but then, a gorgeous attack drowned him. I'm coming to the market. Pill soldier, I'm coming. After landing on the ground, Zichen was completely unscathed. After carefully advancing for several kilometers, he transformed into a streak of golden light and left. He headed straight for the city square, not intending to stay any longer. As for his clone, he was still shouting and yelling, wanting to avenge his brothers. A group of people flew into the air, wiping off their cold sweat as they tried to persuade the clone. After Zichen left, he did not let the clone dissipate, so the fierce battle continued for a long time. I say, little brother, don't make trouble. Just stay here and watch the battle. Our setting sun mountain will win. Lu Xiongchuan tried to persuade him again and again. But in the next moment, his eyes and mouth widened as he stared blankly at Zichen. He saw that the latter's previously solid figure was slowly dissipating at this moment. What's going on? What's going on? Lu Xiongchuan's face changed dramatically. His face was full of horror, as if he had seen a ghost. What's going on? The others turned their heads and saw that Zichen was disappearing. They were also shocked. Hey, little brother, what's wrong with you? Little brother, why did you disappear? Don't scare us. Seeing Zichen disappear into thin air, several people in the Zephyr realm were pale and their faces were ashen. At this moment, the fierce battle in the sky was still going on. Both sides had already reached a point where they would not rest until one side was dead. The leaders' eyes were red, and they had all sunk into madness. Senior, this is bad. That little brother who obtained the Daluo's silver crystal has suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, a shocked cry resounded through the entire battlefield. The matter of the Daluo's silver crystal naturally attracted everyone's attention. Following that cry, Everyone turned their heads, causing the battle to pause for a moment. What? Luo Sen's expression changed as he looked down. He had already gone crazy from the battle, but when he heard that, he instantly sobered up. That little brother who obtained the Daluo silver crystal suddenly disappeared like a phantom, said the expert guarding Zichen. The shock on his face did not fade for a long time. Disappeared? How could he have disappeared? Everyone was stunned, and their overflowing killing intent was somewhat restrained. Is he a ghost? How could he suddenly disappear? Luo Sen's eyes shone with a cold light. We don't know either. We just watched as he disappeared. The few of them felt wronged, and their hearts were filled with fear. They had originally thought that they could get some merit by following the other party, but now, not only was their merit gone, but their lives were also in danger. Everyone, don't stop. Continue to kill. Luo Sen, you still want to play tricks in front of me? Let me tell you, it's useless. Kill everyone here for me. Pu Meng's face was filled with ridicule as killing intent surged around him. I'm not lying. He really disappeared. The few Sky Warriors felt like dying. Everyone stop! Tell me what's going on. Luo Sen signaled for everyone to stop. His figure swooped down from the sky, his cold gaze sweeping over them. He's gone! His body that was still solid before is slowly dissipating. We watched as he turned into nothingness. Humph, you're lying. He's one of you. How could he suddenly disappear? Furthermore, he's not a ghost. Seeing Luo Sen's serious expression, Pu Meng also signaled for everyone to stop fighting. We didn't even know him before this. The few of them felt wronged, and were unable to explain themselves. If you didn't know him, then why did you call him little brother and protect him? Who are you trying to fool? Lord Pu Meng, we really didn't know him. We were all fooled. Not only did that brat snatch the great Luo silver crystal, he even cheated all the yuan stones in the mine. The few of them sounded like they were about to cry. What's going on? Why is it related to the yuan stones? Luo Sen was about to enter a state of rage. Speak! Tell me what's going on. If you dare to lie, I'll kill you, Pu Meng said coldly. The few Sky Warriors nodded, and then trembled as they recounted what happened. Are all of you pigs? You let him take away all the yuan stones just because he said a few words. Luo Sen roared, almost vomiting blood from anger. The group of Sky Warriors was trembling with fear. They lowered their heads, not daring to speak again. Luo Sen's roar lasted for a quarter of an hour before it slowly subsided. Have none of you seen that brat before? Suppressing his anger, Luo Sen looked around coldly, his chest heaving up and down. No. Everyone shook their heads as he looked around. Damn it! Who is it that came to our setting sun mountain to fish in troubled waters? If I find him, I'll cut him into pieces! Luo Sen roared once more, his voice shaking the heavens. Luo Sen, this isn't a scheme of yours, is it? You deliberately made us think that you didn't get anything? Pu Meng looked at Luo Sen skeptically. When he got the great Luo silver crystal, which one of you made a move? Luo Sen ignored Pu Meng and continued asking. No one made a move. When we saw him, he already had the great Luo silver crystal. We mistakenly thought that he was one of us, so we escorted him out, said someone. Impossible! He's just an early-stage Sky Warrior. How could he kill 6 Sky Warriors? And one of them was even a late-stage Sky Warrior! Someone from the barbarian bull stronghold exclaimed. There's something strange about that brat. At this moment, everyone sensed that something was wrong. He only suffered some minor injuries in the midst of those destructive attacks, and he was very fast. He barged into the mineral vein alone and even ran into the depths. During this period, there were many people who flew into the air, but they were all killed in one strike. Everyone raised their doubts. At this moment, someone whispered in Pu Meng's ear. Could it be him? Pu Meng's expression changed as he recalled the scene he saw when he came. A dozen Sky Warriors from the barbarian bull stronghold were all killed in one blow. Could it be that no one asked him what his name is? Luo Sen's gaze swept around. He said his name is Virtuous. A weak voice sounded. Virtuous. Everyone was startled. What a strange name. Could it be him? The Virtuous Itinerant? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The Virtuous Itinerant. He's only an early-stage Sky Warrior, but he's said to be invincible in the Sky Warrior realm. Before this, he had already caused many forces to suffer great losses. Everyone had heard of the Virtuous Itinerant. He had only appeared recently, but he was said to be invincible in the Sky Warrior realm. He's young, wears a Taoist robe, is surrounded by golden light, and has extremely fast footwork. He's only an early-stage Sky Warrior, but he can kill a late-stage Sky Warrior. Who else could it be but him? On this day, Luosin repeatedly roared. The Sunset Mountain and the barbarian bull stronghold were actually tricked by the Virtuous Itinerant. Not only did they suffer great losses in the Sky Warrior realm, but they also lost their resources. As soon as this news spread, it caused an uproar among many forces. Moreover, the Virtuous Itinerant's reputation was even more resounding. As the two overlords, they naturally couldn't just let it go after suffering such a great loss. Thus, one after another, they issued high rewards to find the Virtuous Itinerant's traces. Virtuous Itinerant, the barbarian bull stronghold will never coexist with you. The Sunset Mountain will never rest until one of us is dead. In the end, the two forces stopped fighting. They had suffered great losses, but they hadn't gained anything. Their hatred for the Virtuous Itinerant had reached the extreme. After Zichen left, he changed his original appearance. Clearly, the Virtuous Itinerant had attracted enough hatred, so it wasn't appropriate for him to show his face again. He didn't waste any more time and hurried on his way. Half a month later, he finally followed the map and arrived at the market that the monk had mentioned. Chapter 434. The market was located in an open space, covering a large area and surrounded by mountains. This was a relatively large market, and there were many cultivators coming in and out, but most of them were in groups of 3 to 5. There were very few who came alone like Zichen. Zichen's appearance alone attracted a lot of attention, but they only glanced at him and were a little surprised. There were also some medium-sized forces in the vicinity that were close to the market. Occasionally, there would be some who came alone, so the crowd did not find it strange. No one knew that this was a person who had come alone from the outer regions and fought for several months to reach this place. Along the way, Zichen had experienced countless battles, big and small. He knew very well how dangerous this journey was. Normally, it would be impossible for him to reach this place by flying alone. Outside the market, there were flying realm experts guarding. After paying 100 yuan stones, Zichen smoothly entered. Selling buns, big, fragrant and cheap buns, only 500 yuan stones. Big and sweet sugar-coated haws, super cheap, 800 yuan stones for a skewer. Barbecue wings, selling barbecue wings, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, free if not delicious. As soon as Zichen entered, he heard the sounds of hawking. He was startled, feeling as if he had come to a city. Although this was a market, it was no different from a city. There were inns, restaurants, and all kinds of places. The only difference between this place and the city was that there were no mortals here. Everyone was a cultivator. Even the peddlers were all powerhouses who could fly. Fighting was prohibited in the market, and it could be considered a rare pure land in the chaotic lands. In order to maintain this pure land, in addition to strong martial power, one also needed a large amount of yuan stones. The prices here were high. Even sugar-coated haws cost a few hundred yuan stones, and a skewer of barbecue wings cost 1,000 yuan stones. It was said that the wings of a demon bird were very delicious. The only thing that could be considered cheap was the 100 yuan stones required to enter the market. From the outer regions to here, Zichen had traveled for several months. Along the way, he had fought countless fierce battles, and his mind was exhausted. Now that he had arrived here, there were no more battles, no more killing, and he could finally relax. As a result, he allowed himself to indulge for a day. He brought the devil ape to eat and drink in such an unbridled manner. Primordial stones flowed out like water, attracting the sidelong glances of many people in the city. The man and the ape ate until the sky was about to turn dark, and they could no longer eat anything by themselves. Only then did they walk into a high-end inn. The inn provided both food and lodging. At this moment, there were many cultivators eating there, and almost all of them were in the late stage of the flight-piercing realm. The owner of the inn was a butterball. His eyes were very small, and he exuded the aura of a businessman. "Little friend, are you looking for a meal or a place to stay?" The innkeeper smiled like a businessman. "Lodging? How much for one day?" Zichen asked. When Butterball told Zichen the price, even though he had robbed a lot of wealth along the way and was as rich as a tycoon, he was still stunned. Ordinary rooms cost 5,000 yuan stones a night, medium rooms cost 10,000 yuan a day. Other than that, there were also high-class rooms that cost 20 to 30,000 yuan a day, and luxurious rooms cost 50,000 yuan a day. This is simply daylight robbery. Zichen could not help but click his tongue. Along the way, he had killed many flight-piercing realm cultivators, and many of them did not have 50,000 yuan stones in their spiritual rings. However, staying here for a day would cost him 50,000 yuan stones. Seeing Zichen's expression, Butterball laughed. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. "I'm being looked down upon." Zichen was furious. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind. "Fine, I'll stay for 50,000 yuan then." Since he had decided to indulge, he would go all the way. "What? 50,000 yuan?" Butterball was a little surprised, and the smile on his face disappeared. "That's right, 50,000 yuan." Seeing Butterball's reaction, Zichen could not help but feel a sense of relief. "I'm sorry about that, but this room has been reserved in advance." Butterball's expression was extremely awkward. "What? Reserved? Didn't you say you had it before? Did you deliberately say that because I can't afford it?" Zichen frowned and raised his voice in dissatisfaction. This, Zichen was shocked. There was indeed a tycoon who reserved it 10 days ago, and the person had not arrived yet. In other words, the other party had wasted 500,000 yuan stones. "I'm sorry, young friend. I'm getting old, and my memory isn't very good. Although I don't have a 50,000 yuan luxury room, I still have a 30,000 yuan one. This is not bad either. The spiritual qi in the room is 5 times that of the outside world, and it's fully equipped," Butterball explained. "Since you don't have a 50,000 yuan one, give me a 5,000 yuan one." Zichen looked disappointed. "Ah." The smile on Butterball's face froze again. 50,000 yuan to 5,000 yuan, the contrast before and after was too big. "If you want to stay, stay in the best. Since you don't have it, choose the worst." Zichen raised his head and said proudly. After that, he ignored Butterball's frozen and stunned expression and gave him 50,000 yuan stones for 10 days. The yuan stones had been placed in front of him. Butterball had nothing to say. He could only call a service staff to take Zichen to the accommodation. "This little guy, is he deliberately annoying me?" Looking at Zichen's disappearing back, Butterball shook his head and gently rubbed his back. "Didn't the young master say that he would arrive in a few days? Why hasn't he appeared yet? I've been standing here for a few days. If he doesn't come, my old bones won't be able to bear it." After Zichen left, many people in the hall looked sideways and talked about it. "Where did this kid come from? He's just at the early stage of the Zephyr realm, but he wants to stay in a 50,000 yuan room. I think he deliberately said that to pretend to be a wolf, but in the end, he still stayed in a room of 5,000 yuan. Whether it's intentional or not, a mere early stage of the Zephyr realm can stay in a room of 5,000 yuan. It's not ordinary." After Zichen left, everyone was talking about it. Those who could appear here were not ordinary people. Almost all of them were at the late stage of the Zephyr realm. But even they did not have the courage to stay in a room of 50,000 yuan. The more expensive the room, the richer the heaven and earth spirit chi in it. Among them, 50,000 yuan was more than 10 times the outside world. Even if it was an ordinary room of 5,000 yuan, the heaven and earth spirit chi was extremely rich. The room was very big and worth the money. However, Zichen did not cultivate that night. Instead, he had a comfortable sleep. The next day, early in the morning, after eating the prepared snacks, Zichen left the inn. Today, he was going to walk around the market to find what he needed. Zichen inquired that there was a private trading place in the south of the market. One could enter after paying enough yuan stones. After paying the entrance fee of 100 yuan stones, Zichen strode in. After that, he saw a dazzling array of items. These items emitted a gorgeous light that captured one's soul. Rich spirit chi filled the trading place. There were many wondrous items here, as well as spirit medicines and all sorts of refining materials. There was a wide variety of items, and almost everything could be found here. At the moment, there were quite a few cultivators picking and choosing, then haggling over the price. It was like a market for mortals, bustling with activity. However, Zichen's gaze swept across, and his face could not help but be a little disappointed. There were many refining materials here, but they were all used to refine spirit weapons. They were not of much use to him. Some of the spirit herbs were even outrageously expensive. Even Zichen, who was comparable to a nouveau riche, could not accept it. Moreover, the strange items mentioned by the introducer before, as Zichen's powerful spiritual sense swept through, his nose almost became crooked from anger. They were all fake. After glancing around and not finding anything suitable for him, Zichen turned around and left. It seems that I can only look for those big trading places. Before coming here, Zichen was filled with anticipation after hearing the introducer's words. He thought that he would be able to find some rare items, but who would have thought that after looking around, there was not a single item that caught his eye. Most of the rare items were fakes. Hey, you came out so quickly! As soon as Zichen appeared, a thin man in the air greeted Zichen. You liar, what strange items! It's all junk! Give me back 100 yuan stones! Seeing the other party, Zichen glared. He was the one who introduced him before. Impossible, you are only in the early stage of the Zephyr Air realm. It is impossible that there is nothing you can use. Is your vision too high? The introducer was in the middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm. He looked at Zichen in disbelief. Cut the crap, there is nothing I want in this place. Introduce me to a bigger trading place. Zichen said in a bad mood. Then let's go to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. It is said that there are thousands of treasures in it. It is in the center of the market, the tallest and biggest building. It's just that the things inside are relatively more expensive. The middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm said. In the center of the market, there is a huge trading place called the 10,000 treasure pavilion. It is said that it was built by the owner of the market. Although it is not said that there are thousands of treasures, it is relatively complete. Occasionally, there will be auctions, and once in a while, there will be alchemy weapons. After listening to the introducer, Zichen directly gave him 100 yuan stones and went straight to the central trading place. Hey, since you are so generous, I will tell you a piece of news for free. The middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm stopped Zichen. Someone is eyeing you, fat sheep, be careful. Zichen turned his head and suddenly smiled. Aren't you eyeing me too? The middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm was slightly startled. Zichen had already left, but his words echoed in his ears. I like the name of fat sheep, I like others to call me a local tyrant. Local tyrant. The middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm was startled and didn't understand. Hey, that one doesn't count. I will give you another one for free. There will be a fairy coming to our market in a few days. It is said that she is as beautiful as a fairy. She is a real fairy who has descended to the mortal world. Don't be in a hurry to leave and miss the chance to see the fairy's peerless face. The middle stage of the Zephyr Air realm shouted at Zichen's disappearing back. The 10,000 treasure pavilion, the largest trading place in this market. As soon as he arrived, Zichen saw many late stage of the Zephyr Air realm going in and out. Their faces were full of joy. Obviously, they had a harvest. It was indeed a big trading place. The things here had been clearly classified. Spiritual medicine, weapons, pills, refining materials, and so on were all neatly placed. Chapter 435. Zichen walked up and slowly inspected the items. Looking at the labels, his eyes occasionally flashed with surprise. There's even a defensive spirit weapon. It's a battle armor, but it's useless to me. Furthermore, the price is too expensive. It actually costs 1,000,000 yuan stones. Why don't I just rob someone? There's also a 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. But the price is too high. Isn't this 100,000-year-old spirit medicine? There's also this refining material. Are you sure it's not a great Luo silver crystal? As he passed by each item, Zichen couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air when he saw the prices. The items here weren't just expensive, they were ridiculously expensive. Even a tycoon like him might not be able to accept all of them. Looking around, there were indeed many items here, but the people who could buy them were few and far between. This is a yuanli pill. It actually costs 10,000 yuan stones. Are you sure this is a yuanli pill? Seeing the price, Zichen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He now had a clearer understanding of the prices here. A mere yuanli pill would only cost a dozen yuan stones in a barbaric land. But here, it was 10,000 yuan stones. The difference was like heaven and earth. This is a mid-grade yuanli pill. It's not something a normal yuanli pill can compare to. After the introduction, the staff poured out a pill from a porcelain bottle and wrapped it in energy. They placed it in front of Zichen for him to inspect. This was a dark green pill. Even though it was wrapped in energy, Zichen could feel that it contained extremely dense yuan energy. It was far from something a normal yuanli pill could compare to. Many people use this to cultivate. It's half the work and twice the result. Zichen's spiritual sense spread out. He repeatedly nodded, his eyes filled with amazement. This was indeed not a normal yuanli pill. It was many times higher than a normal yuanli pill. It could be said that it was worth the money. Country bumpkin, you haven't even seen a mid-grade yuanli pill before. What kind of dog's hit luck do you have to actually come to this city square alive? At this moment, a disdainful voice rang out. 4 people walked in. Each of them was tall and sturdy, emitting a dense baleful aura. Their gazes were filled with disdain as they looked at Zichen. Zichen retracted his spiritual perception from the essence force pill and turned to look at the 4 of them. From the dense murderous aura on their bodies, he could tell that they had killed many people and were not to be trifled with. Kid, what are you looking at? This is the first time you've seen this kind of high-class goods. Haha, 10,000 primordial stones for one, this is a real luxury. You're only at the early stage of Zephyr Realm, so you can only look at it to satisfy your cravings. One of them laughed loudly, his voice was very loud, shaking people's ears. After that, the 4 of them walked to the counter and shouted as if there was no one else around. Come, give us 4 bottles of this luxury item. Each bottle had 10 pills, so 4 bottles would be 40 pills. The price was 400,000 source stones, and there was no discount. After taking away the 400,000 source stones, the waiter took out 4 bottles of pills. The 4 of them each took a bottle. After taking away the essence energy pills, they glanced at Zichen with disdain. Country bumpkin, you must have just arrived. This is the treasure pavilion. Open your eyes wide and look at who these people are. Do you think you can just casually come in when you're merely in the early stage of the flight evasion realm? You haven't even seen essence energy pills before. Is there anything you can afford here? The price of any one of the things here can scare you to death. You better leave quickly. When they saw that Zichen did not leave and was preparing to leave, they ridiculed him again and again. Originally, He did not plan to pay attention to these people, but unexpectedly, they were not done. The unpleasant and harsh words made Zichen frown uncontrollably, and a cold expression appeared on his face. What, kid, you dare to frown in front of us? Do you want to die? Do you believe that we can take your life with just a breath right now? The four of them were tall, and all of them stared at Yi Lingchen with their eyes wide open. Originally, they were going to take the source stones and leave, but they did not expect that a mere Zephyr Realm cultivator dared to give them a look. These are the 4 cave masters of the Longtan Cave. They are very strong, and it is said that the 4 of them are blood brothers. They know a kind of joint attack technique, and there are few who can match them in Zephyr Realm. It's them. The 4 of them are infamous, and they have many strong subordinates. This kid has offended them. He's finished. The Longtan Cave is known for Zephyr Realm over 1,000, and when the 4 of them work together, they are the best among all the cave masters. As long as this kid walks out of the market, he will definitely die. Around them, some people recognized the 4 of them, and their expressions changed as they discussed in low voices. When the 4 cave masters heard this, their faces were filled with endless pride, and they looked down on Zichen even more arrogantly. The 4 cave masters of the Longtan Cave, huh? Zephyr Realm over 1,000, huh? Zichen glanced at the 4 of them, and his face became very gloomy. That's right, kid. Offending us is the day you die. Now that we are in a good mood, quickly kneel down and admit your mistake. Maybe we can forgive you. We just killed a fat sheep and got 400,000 source stones. We are in a good mood. Kowtow a few hundred times and call us grandpa a few hundred times. Then, we will forgive your ignorance. The 4 of them looked at Zichen, and all of them laughed evilly. A mere 400,000 source stones can make you 4 idiots in a good mood. Zichen laughed disdainfully, and said coldly, You are really despicable. Kid, you are courting death. You, a kid who has never even seen a Yuanli pill, dare to talk to us like this. Are you tired of living? Killing intent flashed in their eyes, but they did not make a move. The market had a rule against fighting, and even the Dan Yuan old monster did not dare to violate it, let alone them. Even though the 4 of them were furious and wanted to cut Zichen into pieces, they did not dare to casually make a move. They could only suppress their anger. One of them said sarcastically, It's not that we want to criticize you, but you are just a poor beginner in the Zephyr Realm. Do you know how much 400,000 source stones is? It will scare you to death. Plus, a luxury item like Yuanli pills is not something a beginner in the Zephyr Realm like you can use. As for you, you should go to other small places and find some trash. Facing the sarcasm, Zichen only smiled and said, I am indeed a poor man. I don't know how much 400,000 source stones is. Haha, you finally admit it. Pauper, get lost. This is not a place you can come. The 4 of them laughed evilly. Zichen disdainfully glanced at the 4 of them, then turned to the waiter and said, These Yuanli pills look good to me. Give me 100 bottles. What? Hearing Zichen's number, the waiter was shocked and looked at Zichen in disbelief. 100 bottles of Yuanli pills. Why? Don't you have any here? 100 bottles, each bottle has 10 pills. That's 1,000 pills. That's 10 million source stones. The waiter's face was full of embarrassment. In his opinion, Yi Lingchen only said such a number because he was angry with the 4 of them. At the same time, the surrounding cultivators all shook their heads. They all thought Zichen was angry. 100 bottles of Yuanli pills would cost 10 million source stones. That was a number that even a late Zephyr Realm cultivator would look up to, let alone an early Zephyr Realm cultivator. Country bumpkin, are you stupid? 100 bottles of Yuanli pills? Do you know what you're saying? 10 million source stones? Even if you sold yourself, it wouldn't be enough. When the 4 of them heard Zichen's words, they laughed even louder, the disdain in their eyes growing. What? Why aren't you moving? Could it be that your shop doesn't have 100 bottles of Yuanli pills? Zichen ignored the 4 of them and looked at the waiter. We do, but... The waiter hesitated. Beside them, many people showed dissatisfied expressions. They thought Zichen was really being pretentious. Being angry like this was simply a slap in the face. He didn't give it to you because he was leaving you with some face. Brat, if you can take out 10 million source stones, the four of us can buy this 10,000 treasure pavilion. What shameless boasting. You dare say 100 bottles of unveil pills is 10? They were still laughing sinisterly, but soon, their laughter came to an abrupt stop. It was as if someone had choked their necks. Do you think this is enough? Zichen waved his hand, and a large amount of source stones appeared in a flash of golden light. There were at least 10 million of them, and they were very dazzling. A large pile of primeval stones appeared in front of him. The service staff was stunned. He nodded subconsciously. Enough, enough. The surrounding cultivators were even more dumbfounded. He really took out 10 million source stones. He wasn't just being angry, he really did have the money. As for the four of them, seeing the dazzling source stones, they felt that it was incomparably dazzling. This was simply a slap in the face. Before they had said that this person was poor, and that buying unveil pills was a luxury item. But now, this person had taken out 10 million source stones without batting an eyelid. A young man in the early phase of the Zephyr realm actually took out 10 million primordial stones in one go. Such a large amount of primordial stones was truly shocking. Greed flickered in the depths of their eyes, but it was suppressed very well. The waiter quickly left. After a while, he came out with a spirit ring and respectfully handed it to Zichen. Zichen scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were 100 bottles of unveil pills. He immediately took out a bottle, poured out a pill and threw it into his mouth. He directly ate it as if he was chewing candy. It's really a luxury item. It melts in the mouth and it's full of spirit chi. Even a poor person like me has learned something today. Zichen smacked his lips. The surrounding people were completely dumbfounded. He actually ate unveil pills as if they were candy. One must know that this thing was used to refine energy. If he casually swallowed it, and did not refine it immediately, the unveil inside it would be lost. The four of them were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. This was a real slap in the face. The four of them bought 4 bottles and acted like they were rich. But this person bought 100 bottles in one go. And before this, one of them even said that if this person could take out 10 million source stones, he would shamelessly buy the whole 1,000 treasure pavilion. The show is over. You 4 idiots still don't get lost. Do you want to guard the door here? Just when the 4 of them were hesitating, Zichen's cold voice sounded again. Chapter 436. Because of last night's high profile, Zichen had been targeted since he walked out of the inn early in the morning. The peddler who sold information earlier was one of them, and now the 4 cave masters were also one of them. Obviously, there were others in the dark. Everyone thought of him as a fat sheep. Now that the 4 cave masters had appeared, they were here to test him. Now Zichen had thrown out 10 million primordial stones without batting an eyelid, which shocked many people. Everyone's eyes flickered. In their hearts, they had already considered this ignorant early-stage Zephyr realm cultivator as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. And Zichen seemed to have guessed it. He said indifferently, "I don't like the name fat sheep. You can call me Nouveau Riche." Nouveau Riche. Everyone remembered this strange name, but in their hearts they thought, who cares if you're a Nouveau Riche or a fat sheep, as long as you walk out of this market, you'll die. The show is over, and the goal has been achieved. Are you still not going to scram? Zichen looked at the 4 and asked again in a cold voice. Kid, you're courting death. You dare to talk to us like that, are you courting death? The 4's faces were ashen, and cold light flickered in their eyes. If you have the guts to fight, then do it quickly. I can beat the 4 of you with one hand. If you don't, then scram immediately. Don't be an eyesore. Zichen's voice was cold, and he no longer had any scruples. As long as it wasn't Dan Yuan old monster, no matter how many Zephyr realm cultivators came, they would all die. Kid, just you wait. Cold light flickered in the 4's eyes, and their expressions kept changing. But in the end, they did not make a move. They glared at Zichen fiercely, left behind some words, and turned to leave. Not to mention the four of them, even if the entire Black Dragon pool came, they would not dare to make a move here. In addition to the many late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivators guarding this market, it also represented a super-powerful force in the depths of the Bedlam lands. That was a true colossus, not something a mere Black Dragon pool dared to provoke. However, in the four's hearts, Zichen was already a dead man, a thoroughly dead man. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment after he shouted at the four infamous cave masters. Zichen glanced at the crowd coldly. There were at least 3 people who had been following him for the entire morning. Zichen didn't leave. He walked around the hall and didn't find anything useful. Then, he went up to the second floor. There were also many goods on the second floor. Although all of them were of high quality, they were all used in the air and were of little use to Zichen. After that was the third floor, the fourth floor, and all the way to the top floor. There was nothing for sale on the top floor, and some of the cultivators were not here to buy anything, but to exchange for primordial stones. In the market, in addition to using primeval stones to buy things, one could also use them to exchange for primeval stones. This was one of the main reasons why Zichen came to the market. A piece of high-grade primordial stone could be exchanged for 100 pieces of middle-grade primordial stones, while a low-grade primordial stone could be exchanged for 10,000 pieces of primordial stones. Of course, no one would be willing to exchange for primordial stones. However, this kind of exchange method was almost non-existent. No one would be so stupid as to not use high-grade primordial stones and exchange them for low-grade primordial stones. Conversely, there were many low-grade primordial stones that could be exchanged for mid-grade or high-grade primordial stones. At this moment, in front of Zichen, there was an exchange map. 200 primordial stone fragments for 1 low-grade primordial stone, 180 low-grade primordial stones for 1 mid-grade primordial stone, and 150 mid-grade primordial stones for 1 high-grade primordial stone. In other words, if Zichen wanted to exchange for a high-grade primordial stone, he would need to use 27,000 low-grade primordial stones. This was 17,000 more than the normal exchange rate, almost twice the amount. Zichen clicked his tongue. Once again, he understood the darkness of the market. Compared to the exchange rate, simply using low-grade primordial stones to buy things was more cost-effective. "Old man, I want to ask if there are any elixir weapons for sale here." Beside the exchange map, an old man was resting with his eyes closed. He was the one who exchanged primordial stones. Obviously, his identity was not ordinary. Zichen had walked around the entire treasure pavilion, but he didn't find any elixir weapons. "Elixir weapons?" The old man raised his eyelids and glanced at Zichen. Then, he closed his eyes again and slowly said, "Yes, 100 million primordial stones." "Really?" Zichen's eyes lit up, and his breathing became rapid. This time, the old man opened his eyes and seriously looked at Zichen. He said, "The auction in 10 days starts at 100 million. Then, he threw an invitation card to Zichen and closed his eyes again. "Thank you, Senior." Zichen put away the invitation card and thanked him respectfully. Although he was slightly disappointed, at least he had a direction. Early stage of the Zephyr Realm, he has enough primordial stones to buy elixir weapons. What's the background of this little guy? As soon as Zichen left, the old man opened his eyes. Walking down the stairs, Zichen felt a pair of unfriendly eyes. When he walked out of the treasure pavilion, there were many cultivators outside. As soon as he appeared, many pairs of eyes looked at him. "This is the Fat Sheep." "Yes, but he said he doesn't like the name Fat Sheep. He asked us to call him Tycoon." Tycoon, what a strange name. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. Everyone did not shy away from the topic and just talked about it besides Zichen. Zichen furrowed his brows and walked away. "Brat, you are the Fat Sheep. Quickly hand over the primordial stones on you and this lord can spare your life. Otherwise, this lord's giant hammer will smash your head." Suddenly, a big man jumped out from the crowd. His face was full of whiskers. He held 2 giant hammers in his hands and waved them left and right. His face was full of muscles, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. He stared fiercely at Zichen, and his mouth was full of yellow teeth. Idiot, Scram! Zichen furrowed his brows when he saw the giant hammer dancing in front of him, and the extremely ugly appearance of the burly man. Then, he angrily roared, "Stop it!" The burly man, who had intended to scare Zichen, was stunned by Zichen's words. "Are you an idiot, or are you deaf? Can't you hear this lord telling you to scram?" His voice was even louder this time. This big man had suddenly appeared to block the path. He was clearly just looking to be scolded. Even though quite a few people recognized him, they could not hide the fact that he was being scolded. "Idiot, idiot!" Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the big man was scolded to the point that he was about to die. Smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, and he was about to die. Heavens, is this really Wu Liufeng's Black Tiger Peak Master? He's actually being scolded to such an extent. He's even smoking from being scolded. Where did this brat come from? First, he scolded the 4 heads of the Black Dragon Pool, and now he's even scolded Wu Liufeng's Black Tiger Peak Master. At this moment, the crowd was dumbfounded. The Black Tiger Peak Master was already fuming with anger. He wanted nothing more than to skin the other person alive, but he was enduring it. Even though his veins were bulging and his eyes were red, he did not attack. As for Zichen, he flipped his hand and took out a water skin. He began to drink in large mouthfuls. Everyone felt like they were about to faint. Was this scolding? You $%. After drinking the water, Zichen continued to curse. His loud voice and the fact that he did not repeat his cursing caused everyone to be dumbfounded. In the end, the Black Tiger Peak Master could no longer endure it. He roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Then black smoke surged out of his body as he ran out of the city square. "Brat, just you wait!" His figure had already disappeared. The Black Tiger Peak Master's voice rang out in the distance. His opponent had actually been scolded away. "Is there anyone else who wants to be scolded?" Zichen drank in large mouthfuls of water. Ignoring the water stains on his body, he looked around with an extremely provocative gaze. Everyone avoided Zichen's eyes. Even the Peak Master of Black Tiger Peak had been scolded to the point that he was fuming with anger. Who would dare to cause trouble for no reason? In the marketplace, where fighting was prohibited, any provocation from the crowd would only be inviting humiliation. Everyone did not want to follow in Black Tiger's footsteps. One by one, they retreated. Zichen strode forward like a general who had returned victorious. At this moment, a series of exclamations rang out. "Look, it's the fairy! The fairy is finally here! Oh my God, I actually saw the fairy!" After the exclamations, everyone rushed forward in a hurry. At this moment, no one cared about Zichen anymore. Everyone was looking at the fairy. Zichen also subconsciously raised his head. He saw a hazy figure appear in the sky. Her body was emitting a soft glow like moonlight. She was hazy and mysterious. "It's Fairy Yu. Fairy Yu came to our city square 2 years ago. I didn't expect Fairy Yu to appear again 2 years later." It was a woman in white. She had a graceful figure, like a fairy. She flew over from the sky, causing a commotion. As the hazy moonlight surged around her, one could vaguely see her peerless beauty. Her face was like jade, white and delicate. It could be said that she was delicate and delicate. The cultivators below let out a series of exclamations. They all seemed to have gone crazy. "It's her!" However, Zichen frowned. This was because he recognized Fairy Yu. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Moreover, she was even more beautiful than before after more than 2 years. However, Zichen did not understand why so many cultivators were so infatuated with her. One had to know that for many cultivators, becoming powerful was their life's goal. As for beauty, it was not everything to a cultivator. At this moment, everyone in the sky was so infatuated with this fairy. It was clearly a little unexpected. Fairy Yu did not appear alone. However, her appearance overshadowed everyone else's brilliance. As a result, everyone else became a foil to her. Even the most handsome young prodigy among them was nothing more than a foil. Everyone only had eyes for Yu Xianzi. The group of people descended from the sky into the city square. They did not encounter any obstacles. Then, ignoring the cheers, they walked toward the most luxurious inn in the city square. Many people chased after them, wanting to see the fairy's elegance. Zichen, on the other hand, shook his head and walked in the opposite direction. Fairy Yu is really here. She has appeared again after 2 years. Is she here to patrol her city square? What's there to patrol? She must be here to have fun. As Zichen wandered around the market, he actually heard a piece of news that made him extremely shocked. This city square belonged to Fairy Yu. She was a direct disciple of a super-powerful force in the depths of the Bedlam lands. How could this be? Zichen frowned again. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.